Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. This kind of butterfly was not very useful, but there were very few of them. Do you know the perfume Dream Elf? It was made from this kind of stone, Hueco said. I thought I smelled something like this before. I could not think what it was right away, Nia said. Hueco, is the little guy really going to be fine? Anfi, wanting to confirm it, asked as he caressed the little guy's head. Yes, but he needs moonlight and sunlight as well. Hueco nodded. The little guy gave a quiet moan. He took his front legs off Nia's arms and held them towards Anfi. This looked too much like a human being. The little guy looked like a little kid wanting a hug. Anfi held out his hands and took the little guy from Nia. Nia did not look like she wanted the little guy to leave her arms. Chapter 204, Victory. The unicorn recovered significantly under the sunlight. It was lying next to Anfi, glancing at what was going on around it. Once in a while it would nudge Anfi's arm, in case he had forgotten about it. Susanna sat next to Anfi, and Shally was leaning against her shoulder. The sisters hadn't seen each other in days, and were very excited to be reunited. Susanna wanted to stay with Anfi, but she also wanted to spend time with her sister, so she brought Shally along. Nia was strolling and humming to herself. She had always been treated like a princess, and was not used to living in an underground tunnel. In the entire team, Nia was the only person that could make Anfi compromise. He had agreed to let her sleep somewhere she could see the moonlight and breathe the fresh air. Of course, he had agreed to let the others do the same, as well. He did not want to make the others feel like he was treating Nia better than anyone else. It would affect the team in a negative way. Black 11 walked over slowly with his colleague and nodded at Anfi and Susanna. Anfi smiled at them. The man with Black 11 glanced at Susanna, then turned to Anfi and said, I need to discuss something important with you. I'm taking Shally for a walk. You 3 talk, Susanna said. She was very aware that the stranger wanted her to leave. Let me introduce you, Anfi said, taking Susanna's hand. This is my fiancée, Susanna. I trust her with everything. If you want to talk, I believe she has the right to hear it too. The man frowned and turned to Black 11. Black 11 nodded and shrugged. Don't worry, he said with a smile. I apologize, madam, the man said. It seemed like he understood how important Susanna was. As you may know, I am Araman's colleague. People like us are required to follow our superior's every order. My superior ordered me to speak with Anfi alone, and I hope you do not mind me following my orders. It is fine, I understand, Susanna said, smiling. She wasn't interested in what they had to say at all, but after Anfi had specifically requesting that she stay, she did not want to leave, either. You are very kind, my lady, the man said. He turned to Anfi and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Appa, and, unlike Arman, who belongs to the Black faction, I belong to the Blood faction. His Majesty is a straightforward man who dislikes naming his people with pretentious names. I think someone as smart as you should be able to figure out how my duties differ from Arman's. Of course, Anfi said. At first, Anfi did not like how Appa tried to get Susanna away from the conversation. Now, seeing that he had handled the situation very well, Anfi could not bring himself to dislike him anymore. You are a very talkative man, Anfi said. I am sure speaking with you is never boring. Of course, Appa said with a smile. He knew Anfi wanted to get straight to the point. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. One is perhaps more personal for you than the other. Which one would you like to hear about first? I am a selfish man, Appa. I want to hear the one more personal to me. Appa nodded. Everyone was selfish, but there were very few people who would openly admit that. He decided to change his tone and make the conversation more light-hearted. Madam, I have some good news for you, he turned to Susanna and said. Susanna blushed. This was the second time Appa had referred to her as madam, and for an unmarried woman like Susanna, it was strange to the ear. Please just tell us the news, sir, she said. She knew that she should not act naive, and she must be the one asking the questions. Your fiancé has received a large piece of land as a reward for his bravery. He will receive the Medal of Mars, handed out by His Majesty himself. Appa turned his gaze to Anfi, observing his expression. Really? Susanna turned to Anfi and said, Dear, did you hear that? I am so proud of you. It was natural for a woman to be giving her lover compliments after receiving such good news, but Susanna's heart was pounding because it was the first time she had referred to Anfi as dear in front of others. It was what was expected of her, however, and she needed to play the part of a loving fiancé. Anfi was smiling and trying to disguise his true feelings. No one could read anything from his face if he did not want them to. Judging from Black 11's expression, however, Anfi already knew how important this honor was. This honor, however, had too much underlying information. So much that Anfi was slightly panicking. Most importantly, Yoland expressed his gratitude towards Anfi and his companions with this honor. Anfi and the Master Swordsman Philip had a turbulent relationship, and this award would make Anfi a hero. Philip would have to be more careful. If a Master Swordsman and some archmages attacked and destroyed a Griffin aerial squadron, they may succeed, and it would to be a surprise. If a small mercenary band attacked and destroyed the squadron, it would be considered a miracle. Anfi used this as a message to Yoland, showing that he was willing to work for Maho Empire. Yoland clearly understood what he was trying to convey. This was a huge award, but Anfi knew that he was not completely safe yet. Tell me the second one, Anfi said. Seeing that there was no change in his expression, Appa shook his head disappointingly. He quickly changed his attitude, however, and said with a smile, We won. We won? Yes. We've won the war, Appa said. Nuiaheim, the leader of the Dark Moon Magic Legion, used a forbidden spell. However, Archmage Sol took the opportunity and used the Great Dimensional Sweep, disrupting the elements and rendering the spell useless. Lord Bayeri seized the chance and attacked the Legion, forcing them into a surrender. Master defeated Nuiaheim. Does that mean he is more powerful, then? No, it is purely because of luck. I am not doubting Archmage Sol's power, of course, Appa said with a smile. As far as I know, Lord Bayeri, Philip, and Ernest were all involved in the battle. Nuiaheim is the most powerful archmage, but there is no fairness in war. Was Nuiaheim captured? No, unfortunately. They had a temporary transmission portal, and everyone over the rank of captain was transported elsewhere, Appa said with a sigh. As you know, people like Nuiaheim have thousands of ways to save themselves. It is almost impossible to capture them alive. They have surrendered. Did you accept the surrender? Of course. His Majesty had given up those lands to defeat that legion. If it was me, I would not have accepted that. Appa and Black 11 glanced at each other. There are people you cannot kill, you know, Appa said. No one would want to destroy a treasure trove. What do you mean? Take Lord Bayeri's Roaring Death Legion, for example. There are hundreds of non-combatant workers, mostly scribes. They are scions of nobles' houses sent to the army. To gain experience. Yes, Appa said with a smile. There are hundreds of people like that in Dark Moon Magic Legion. They can trade for a fortune. As for the real mages, they will be sent to quarries as workers after their magic has been banished. Our diplomats will prolong the process of negotiation. The mages won't last long in places like quarries. As you know, mages are typically not physically fit. The other slaves will try to make their lives as difficult as possible, as well. They are doomed. Which means, Dark Moon Magic Legion is practically non-existent, Black 11 said with a smile. Chapter 205, Huge business. Does everyone know about it? Anfi asked slowly. He had some concerns. Maho Empire had won a big military victory, which was big news for them. Everyone was happy about getting reunited. If they had known about the victory, they would have been exhilarated about it. They do not know about it yet, Appa said, shaking his head. The king asked me to let you know it first, and you can decide whether to tell others. Appa smiled. He recalled the words Yoland told him. Of course, he would not tell Anfi the exact words. I do not get it, Anfi said. It would only take at most 1 month to clean up the battlefield and deal with the after effects of the war. That means the second prince of Maho Empire and Master Sol would come back to Sacred City in 2 months. Anfi suddenly realized they could go home if Sol was going home. This was definitely a good thing, but it meant Alibaba mercenary group would be dismissed. For various reasons, they all needed to go back to Sacred City. However, it was still unknown if they could come back to the underground city. There was still something he did not get, especially what Yoland was trying to hint to him. Can I ask where exactly my estate is? Anfi asked. I knew you would ask. I brought the map with me. Appa took out a scroll from his shirt with a smile and unrolled it. The remaining sunset had dyed the sky a golden color. Violet City is here. Congratulations. Violet City is a wealthy city. Although your nobility title did not change, your estate is as big as a duke's. Here is. Anfi asked. This is Blackania City, Op answered. After a bit of thought, Anfi finally realized what Yoland was trying to hint to him. Violet City and Blackania City were next to each other on Maho Empire's border. It was not only a military center, but also a commercial center. Shansa Empire attacked Maho Empire through a different country, which caused a lot of damage to Maho Empire. It messed up Yoland's badly. By the time, Yoland had switched his attention to the country of mercenaries. Thinking about the locations of Muramach, Hengjuan Valley, and Violet City on the other side of Hengjuan Valley, Anfi believed that Yoland hoped Anfi could maintain his Alibaba mercenary group, since he could help Yoland get into the country of mercenaries. I heard the Empire lost most of the eastern area and only controlled Blackania City now. Did Violet City have a lot of damage? Anfi asked slowly. I am not sure about it, Appa said, shaking his head. Anfi went quiet. He knew it was hard to understand what was on the king's mind. The reason he finally got what Yoland was thinking was due to his street smarts. People with power had much experience fighting for political power. They were far better than Anfi in that sense. He might beat Yoland in a physical fight, but even if Anfi were a king, he could be played by Yoland. Anfi wanted neither to turn Yoland down, nor bargain with him, especially when he had nothing to bargain with. The only thing he could do was to do better with what he had. Black 11, can you tell everyone this news? Anfi asked in a low voice. Sure. Black 11 nodded. I need to leave now that I have passed the information to you, Appa said with a smile. Watching Black 11 and Appa walking away, Anfi was quiet for a while and said, Susanna, if I... No matter where you go, I will go with you, Susanna said gently but firmly. She sounded like she was promising Anfi something. It's said that a couple could communicate without words if they were in love. It looked like that had happened between Anfi and Susanna. Susanna seemed to know what Anfi was trying to tell her before he could finish his words. Anfi nodded hard. No matter what he was going to say did not seem enough. All he could do now was to hold Susanna's hands tight. Soon a group of people screamed and rushed out of Muramoth. The people outside the town were startled by what they saw. Halfway up the hill, Nia had been singing a folk song and waving the hem of her dress. She stood shocked and froze in place. She had no idea why people went nuts at the foot of the hill. The happy crowd surrounded the people outside the town in the blink of an eye. Then they rushed up the hill. Nia learned from different conversations about what had happened and cheered with the crowd. Nia had been through such a tough time. Home is the most warming and comfortable place, and no other place could compare. She lost herself in such joy that she even held her arms out and hugged Christian. Christian looked like he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Anfi watched the crowd joyfully. He thought Yoland did very well to win people's hearts. It would not be a bad choice to work for a king like him. The cheerful crowd moved up to the top of the hill. They did not care if Anfi knew about the victory. They only wanted to pass their joy to everyone around them. Nia started to yell from the distance, Anfi, we won. We can go home now. Anfi slowly stood up and wore a smile on his face. In fact, he did not want to look like he could not fit into the happy crowd, but smiling was all he could do. He rarely lost himself since he was a little kid as far back as he could remember. No matter where he was, he would at least keep himself sort of calm. He would never be able to scream, laugh out, and cheer. Susanna looked calm as well. The victory of Maho Empire had nothing to do with her. She only wanted everything to go well with Anfi and everyone in the Legion. As it was getting dark, there were bonfires along the hill and on the top of the hill. No one seemed sleepy and just gathered around the bonfires, talking. Many legions in history were able to win people over and work together for their shared aims in difficult times. However, they would have different ideas in peaceful times. This was human nature. They would not simply achieve harmony as people wished. Anfi held Susanna's hand and they walked together. Anfi overheard people talking here and there. Some people said they had better go to the Forest of Death to hunt some magic beasts to make some gold coins before they went back. These people should be regular civilians. Others said they would definitely go back right away. They thought they had contributed so much for the country that Philip would not dare to do anything to them. In addition, their master was coming back soon. Nia was one of them. Still others thought it was fun and exciting to be a mercenary. They felt the country of mercenaries was a good place to get experience. They wanted to go back to the country of mercenaries after they went back to see their master. One group said their lives were not stable. They could not do any deep research since they had no magic labs. They hoped to continue their practice under their master's instruction when they went back. Anfi had been quietly listening to their discussions. He was neither a politician nor military master, but he knew the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities as they presented themselves. He would put himself in a bad situation if he could not take the opportunities. The reason he could take everyone here and have them listen to him was because of the huge threat from Philip. The fact that survival was the priority for everyone at that time was the opportunity. Now, everyone wanting to go back to Maho Empire was also an opportunity. Having different ideas was normal. In philosophy, people want to look for reasons to unite with different voices, since each individual had their own ideas. Anfi, Christian's voice rose. Susanna, do you want to go back with us? Of course, Anfi answered for Susanna. She will go anywhere I go. Susanna blushed and pushed Anfi for saying it. Anfi fell on his butt with the momentum from the Susanna's push. Come, Christian, let's talk. Sure, what do you want to talk about? Christian sat across from Anfi with a smile. Feller, can you guys leave for a second? Anfi asked. Yes. Feller stood up and patted the dirt off from his butt. He took his whole gang with him and left Christian and Anfi alone there. We finally can go home. Isn't it exciting? Anfi said in a casual tone. Of course, how about you? Are you excited? Christian asked. We are in similar situations, Christian. We have come out for a long time. I think your parents must worry about you. Did you contact them? Anfi asked. Anfi, don't beat around the bush, just get to the point. Do you want to ask me where my family is and what my parents do? Christian smiled. He was a gentle and humble guy, but it did not mean he did not get what Anfi was trying to do to him. Can I say something? Anfi looked at Christian curiously. Sure. My family. My father is a businessman, Christian said. He is running a business? What kind of business? Anfi was shocked for a second, since what he guessed was quite different from what Christian told him. However, he knew Christian would rather dodge his question than lie to him. Business. This word is interesting. Christian thought for a moment and said, a huge business. I did not know about it, Christian, Susanna said in surprise. Is your family well known? Yes, my family is indeed pretty well known, Christian said. Christian had not told them the name of his family, which usually stopped people from continuing the questions. However, Anfi became even more blunt. What is your father's name? Christian could not help smiling bitterly. He tried, but nothing came out of his mouth. Never mind, let me ask you a different question. How big is your family business? Anfi asked. Huge, unimaginably huge. I got it. Anfi smiled. What is the largest business in the world? It was not a difficult question. It seemed that his guessing was right. Chapter 206, Who to Leave Behind. In the days that followed, everyone was very relaxed. Black 11's men had discovered that Shansa Empire had panicked after learning of Alisan Empire's defeat. The overall power of Maho Empire was very strong. It had been fighting Alisan Empire to the north and Shansa Empire to the south. If it could combine the two forces, Maho Empire's army would be very terrifying. In order to protect themselves, Shansa Empire had ordered all of its troops to retreat from Maho Empire immediately. General Maurich and the commanders at Blackania City began to execute their plans to end the siege. The army there would begin to shift from a defensive strategy to an offensive one. They wanted to eliminate as many enemy soldiers as possible, and take the enemy supply lines. Yolande had agreed to the plan, but after the news of that reached Blackania City, the Shansa soldiers had already all retreated. The supplies had been left where they were. Normally, unused supplies should be destroyed during a retreat. Perhaps because they wanted to surprise the Maho soldiers, the Shansa army did not destroy or take any of the supplies with them. Maurich was full of regret. Half of the mages under his command were dead at that point, and he had ordered an end to scouting missions to ensure the safety of the remaining mages. His job was to secure the city, and he was not planning on attacking the Shansa army. Blackania City was very large, and it would take at least 80 mages to watch the entire city with eyes of the sky. These mages would be practically useless in combat because of their magic depletion. Shansa Empire did not care for Anfi and his crew. There were armies marching through the transverse mountain, but no one tried to look for trouble at Muramach. Shansa Empire would seek retribution, but now was not the time. Interestingly, after Maho Empire's war was over, the situation in country of mercenaries became very tense. The four major mercenary groups had been trying to ally themselves with weaker mercenary groups and trying to find more partners. They seemed to think a country with four leaders was too chaotic, and all four were determined to be the sole leader of the nation. None of the mercenaries had discernible advantages over another, and only time could tell who would become the sole leader of the country of mercenaries. After he had gotten recognition and trust from Yolande, Anfi did not try to bother the Shansa army. It was not like his small mercenary band could really make a difference. It was the wiser choice to just observe from a distance. The others were relaxed, but not Anfi. Ever since he came of age, he had not had a normal day. He was always fighting for something. When he was on the island, he had to train for hours on end to stay alive. Things had not changed much now. He could not relax as long as there was a threat. The unicorn became more clingy, perhaps even more than Susanna. When Anfi was meditating, it would sit and watch him. When he went on a walk, it would stay very close to him. When Anfi was sleeping, it had to sleep next to him. Even though Nia, Shelley, and Susanna tried to convince the unicorn to play with them, it would ignore them and stay stubbornly by Anfi's side. There was one time the unicorn was lying on his chest, trying to eat the leaf hanging from his neck. After a few minutes of futile work, the unicorn lied down again, disappointed. Anfi realized it must have felt the leaf's power, and that was the reason the unicorn was following him. As Anfi sat under a tree, Christian walked over with Black 11. Anfi was reading a book on magic. In order to succeed, he must combine theory and practice, especially when his path was so unusual. Anfi, Christian called. What is it? The prince and Master Saul are heading back to the city, Christian said softly. You're saying we are free to return, as well? Christian nodded. I'm worried, Anfi said with a sigh. Who knows if Master Saul will blame me for getting everyone into trouble. What he had done lately proved that he was hiding a lot of secrets, and he did not know how Saul would react if he found out. You are worried? Christian asked with a chuckle. In his mind, Anfi was a considerate and controlled person who was not worried about anything. Everything he did, from killing those men at Saul's place, to inducing chaos in White Mountain City, to attacking the aerial squadron, proved that he was very brave. Anfi smiled but did not say anything. He was not afraid of threats, but he was afraid of retribution. He had always lived by a very simple set of rules. He would repay kindness with kindness. He treated people coldly because he could not afford any emotional entanglements. We should start getting ready, Christian said, sitting down next to Anfi. There are a lot of things to take care of. What about Muramach? Black 11 asked, sitting down on the other side of Anfi. The unicorn lifted its head, unhappy that Black 11 had blocked Anfi from its vision. It moved over and squeezed between the two, and lied down again. Are there people who want to stay? Anfi asked. They could not give up Muramach. He needed a foothold for Maho Empire's future expansion into country of mercenaries. Christian and Black 11 fell silent at the question. It did not matter if people in the team wanted to return to the sacred city. Who should they leave behind? Black 11 had received an order from Yolan that requested him to accompany Anfi back to the sacred city, so he could not volunteer to stay. The person who stayed must be able to handle troubles, should trouble arise. Why don't you go back? I will stay, Christian said slowly. No, Anfi said immediately. He trusted Christian enough to leave him there, but he would also anger some very important people back in the sacred city. I have an idea, Black 11 said suddenly. Who? Do you remember the woman we saved from the slaveholders? We saved a lot of women from the slaveholders. Which one are you talking about? Christian asked. The prettiest one, Anfi said. He knew immediately which one Black 11 was talking about. I've talked to her a few times before. She doesn't talk much, but she is a very sensible person. When did you talk to her? You didn't have ulterior motives, did you? Anfi asked, smiling. I'm serious, Black 11 said, waving his hand. As a spy, he was almost as good as Anfi at controlling his desires, perhaps even better. He approached Alice because he was curious about her, and wanted to know more about Shansa Empire. Don't you know? She is dangerous, Anfi said slowly. Have you noticed? She never tries to initiate conversations, but she always smiles when other people try to talk to her. Have you ever seen her eat? No, Anfi said. Why should I care? Anfi was good at observing details, but not with Alice. Perhaps it was because Alice once tried to seduce him, he would try to stay away from her as much as possible. Even if she was sitting in front of him, he would intentionally ignore her. Therefore, he had never really observed her. She eats regularly, and every time she eats she is very careful. Sometimes the food was not ideal, and the others would not finish their meals. She, on the other hand, would finish every last bit, Black 11 said slowly. She is very healthy. Normally, people in her position would sink into the pit of depression, but she hasn't yet. She wants to live. She won't seek death. Anfi frowned and tried to recall his interactions with Alice. You're right, he said, nodding. She won't be able to return to her homeland again. Being a slave was a shameful thing, and she would be a joke if she ever returns, Black 11 said. Anfi, she is homeless. It shouldn't be hard to get her to do as we wish. What if? Anfi said, still hesitant. I can leave some of my men here, Black 11 said. To protect and keep an eye on her. If she attempts to do something, my men will take care of it. Trust me when I say she wants to live. She won't try to do anything. In the end, she is one person, and even if she does try to do something, she can't cause that much harm. Let me think about, Anfi said. I think you should go talk to her, Black 11 said with a smile. Me? Anfi blinked and asked. Chapter 207, Ungrateful. Everybody started to work after the decision was made. Even if a family needed to move, they had so much to pack. A legion with hundreds of people would have much more to do. In addition, they had captured many treasures from the war. When everything added up, they just had so much stuff. Feller was the busiest among them. He was in charge of logistics, so he had to run around to categorize stuff into important, useful, and not important for right now. He did not want to designate his authority to gnomes and dwarves. Dwarves could be trustworthy, but gnomes were cheap and liked to steal things if the opportunity presented itself. Can you be in charge when I am gone? Black 11 and his crew are good with fighting, but they cannot look at issues from different angles. I hope you can help them if something happens. I am just worried they will make trouble, Anfi said slowly. Can I really give them commands? Are they going to listen to me? Alice looked cold. Of course, Anfi said. Alice went quiet. She did not want to argue with Anfi. Anfi seemed confident, but she knew well that they would not listen to her because of who she was. To be more frank, she did not believe what Anfi said. She was not totally sold on it. We also have some hired mercenaries. They could die for the money. I was worried that they would make mistakes. Can you watch them? Anfi was in thought for a while. I will leave you some gold coins. If something happens, you can use gold coins to ask those mercenaries to work for you. Are you leaving those gold coins to me? Alice asked. No, Lenfu will hold the gold coins. Whenever you need them, you can ask Lenfu. I will introduce you to him in a little bit, Anfi said. I see. Alice smiled. Anfi looked a little awkward. There was saying that one should trust a person in a high position. Anfi wanted Alice to work for him but did not give her any real authority or resources. He could not cover the fact that he did not trust her. He knew there was more to it when Alice said I see. Anfi felt he had to be careful with Alice. If Alice decided to use all the gold coins Anfi left her to hire those mercenaries, no one would know what would happen. There were good odds there could be internal conflicts in Muramach. If there is anything you cannot handle, retreat to the underground city. Do not fight with them. Wait for us to come back, Anfi said. You look like you really care about me, Alice said. Of course, I care about you. I care about everyone in our legion. Anfi looked serious, as if he was giving a speech at a press conference. He tried not to say anything that could make Alice have second thoughts. Thank you. You are so kind. It was a loss for the church that you could not join the Church of Light, Alice said. I am flattered, Anfi answered, a bit awkwardly. I heard you have wiped out a Griffin aerial unit, Alice said. Where did you hear about that? Anfi asked. Everybody seemed happy for the past few days and they gathered and talked. I overheard their conversations. Alice looked off into the distance. I also heard you are going to receive a Medal of Mars and an estate from Yolan. Is it true? Yes, Anfi said. Violet City is a beautiful and elegant city. It looks like King Yolan likes you a lot, Alice said. He, I have to say I am lucky, Anfi said. Many things have nothing to do with luck. You were so brave to take your crew to attack Griffin aerial unit. It has proved that you were certain you could win that battle. Everyone knows that how dangerous it can be to attack a Griffin aerial unit unprepared. It is nothing different than committing suicide. In fact, a Griffin aerial unit is not as powerful as you think. It may be because you have lived in Shansa Empire for a long time and heard too many legends about them, Anfi said. Really? Alice shook her head with a smile. Okay, I am not going to bother you more. Someone is going to get mad at me. Anfi followed Alice's eyes and saw Nia dragging Susanna over. Susanna was telling her something with a smile. Alice had left when Anfi turned around. She walked around to avoid meeting Nia and Susanna. Obviously, she did not want to have any conflict with them. In the Legion, Alice was not in an advantageous position. If she had conflicts with Nia, no one would be on her side, no matter whether they were arguing or got into a physical fight. Anfi, I did not know you are this kind of person, Nia said, staring at Anfi angrily with her hands on her hips. What is wrong with me? Anfi did not know if he should laugh or cry. Okay, Nia, Anfi only had something to tell her. Susanna tried to take Nia away. Don't pull me, Susanna. You are too weak. Don't worry. I got you. No one can do anything to you. Nia beat her chest loudly. She totally forgot how powerful Susanna was on the battlefield, while she hid in the safest place. There are so many people in the Legion. Why do you have to talk to that bitch? Tell me, Anfi, Nia said. Susanna stuck her tongue out at Anfi with a helpless look. In fact, she did not think it was a big deal when Anfi talked to Alice in private. Nia dragged her here. She was worried Nia was going to yell and cause a scene. She had to follow her. She was also concerned Anfi would get mad at Nia and hurt their relationship. She was in such a dilemma. Nia, everyone is going back to Maho Empire. We could not leave Muramach here without anyone taking care of it. I talked to her to see if she could help, Anfi explained. Why don't you find someone else for it? Why did it have to be her? Nia did not believe Anfi. Nia was very possessive, perhaps because she had been spoiled since she was little. When she was dating the second Prince Grandin, she would get super mad if Grandin chatted and laughed with other girls. Now that Nia saw Anfi talking and laughing with Alice, she felt bad for Susanna. She could not stand any playboy. Who else do you want me to talk with then? Anfi asked. Christian, Riska, Blobby, they are more capable than that bitch. Why do you have to ask her to do it? Nia said. Nia, everyone wants to go home. Do you want Christian to stay when we all go back to Maho Empire? Anfi asked. Nia was confused and did not know how to respond to Anfi. Since you are so against it. Okay, I will apologize to Susanna. I am not going to talk to that bitch. Anfi pulled Susanna closer. But, someone has to be in charge here. Nia, if you are against Alice being in charge, why don't you be in charge? Anfi said. Me? Nia immediately panicked. But I was never in charge of anything. You can learn. No one is born to know how to manage things, Anfi said. No, I cannot. Knowing she could go home soon, Nia was so happy that she was even singing in her dream. After Anfi asked her to stay, she looked so disappointed, dark in the sky over Muramach. She felt bad for Susanna but now she felt bad for herself. Nia. Anfi's voice became very quiet, and he looked very serious. Think about it, we had you stay in a safe place whenever there was a dangerous situation since we left Sacred City. We had you eat first at dinner. We never asked you to be on watch. Look over there, everyone is busy, but you can walk around. Ask yourself, what have you done for everyone? Nothing. Now it is the time for you to do something for everyone. Can you do it for us? Anfi asked. Nia was torn. On the one hand, she wanted to go home so badly, but on the other hand she believed what Anfi said to her was right. She was not a little kid anymore. She could not act like a loser all the time. She needed to prove she could be valuable. What Anfi asked her to do was not too much anyway. He neither asked her to fight with a vicious magic beast, nor asked her to do any impossible mission. He only asked her to stay. Nia frowned, her eyes got moist and she started sniffling. After a while, she finally agreed. Okay, I will stay. Are you sure you want to stay? Anfi actually was a little shocked by Nia's answer. Yes, Anfi, can you tell me what I should do? Nia said with a trembling voice. She wanted to cry, but she could not cry here. Nia planned to go to the back of the hill to cry her eyes out when she was alone. Ha ha ha. Nia, I was joking with you. Anfi suddenly laughed. If I do not allow you to go back, Professor probably will kill me. You. Anfi. You asshole. Nia stared wide-eyed. She jumped as she screamed. She kicked at Anfi. The kick without combat power could be ignored. Anfi only wanted Nia to feel better. He even backed up few steps and made painful faces. Suddenly, a white figure passed by as fast as lightning. Nia screamed and stepped back. She held her thigh with a painful face. Anfi faked his painful face, but not Nia. The little guy stood between Anfi and Nia. The innocent blue eyes now looked cold. The fur behind his neck was blown by the wind. He looked like he was ready to fight. Anfi did not fool Nia and Susanna. Nia had wanted to add another kick. The little guy actually got fooled. You, ungrateful little unicorn. You are the same as Anfi. Nia was so angry that her fingers started to shake when she saw the little unicorn attack her. She was mad that the little unicorn did not remember the time she took care of him. Let's go back. Susanna hurried off, bending down and patting lightly on little unicorn's hindquarters. She walked back to Nia and tried to comfort her. Impulse is the devil. Anfi held the little unicorn in his arms and pointed at his nose a few times. He walked over to Nia. The little unicorn did not look feisty anymore. He lifted his head and looked around. He seemed to understand what happened. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Interesting to know that not only humans knew how to fake sleep to avoid any awkwardness. Chapter 208, Split. The group finally began their journey back to the city. Their caravan, made up of nearly 30 carriages, headed towards Transverse Mountain. For a man that had been living in the desert, the lushness of the landscape would appear heavenly. For someone who had been living in such a landscape, however, it was nothing to be excited about. No one in the caravan seemed to be interested in the scenery outside. Everyone stayed inside their carriages and chatted. After 7 days of eventless traveling, The caravan left Transverse Mountain behind them. Ahead was a small checkpoint with the flags of Maho Empire. With Black 11 and Oppat, the caravan quickly passed through the checkpoint and was not inspected. There was a large worksite behind the toll building, with thousands of people scurrying about, digging a deep trench. Maho Empire had learned its lesson, and was about to build a defensive wall that was better at keeping enemies out. Everyone lifted the carriage's curtains to look at the workers, and the topic of their conversations changed to the recent war. Anfi looked out the window, but did not become excited like the rest of the group. After the carriages left the mountains, his power became very limited. Without forests, belief was practically useless. What's wrong? Susanna, who was very perceptive to Anfi's mood changes, asked. I can't see anything anymore, Anfi said. He hid the leaf behind his shirt carefully. Don't worry, Susanna said with a smile. I'm still here. It's alright, Anfi said. It's just strange. It was easy for a man to get used to a life of luxury, but it would be hard for him to try and get used to his old life after he had experienced a life of luxury. Anfi was used being able to observe his surroundings, but now that was taken away, he felt strange. Black 11 said that a mansion is already being constructed in Violet City, Susanna said softly. We can plant plenty of trees there. Don't worry, Anfi said with a smile. Susanna, I am leaving tomorrow morning. No one knows except for Black 11. Where are we going? Violet City. Why? To do something we have to sooner or later, Anfi said with a sigh. Due to his occupation, Anfi was very opposed to appearing in front of a large crowd of people. Now, however, it was not up to him to decide. After he accepted the medal from Yolan, he would become a public figure no matter what he wanted. His mansion could become the center of attention. At that moment, there were two threats to his and his companions' lives. One was Evil Mist, and the other was Philip. Surely they would try to make a move after hearing that he would be getting a mansion in Violet City. He had to have a plan beforehand. I'm going with you, Susanna announced. We have to leave Shally behind, then, Anfi said. We can't bring her. Susanna nodded silently. Shally won't get angry that I whisked her sister away again, would she? Don't worry, Susanna assured him. Shally understands. There may be people waiting for us. We will leave during the night, Anfi said. Black 11 will take care of everything. What will you do with the unicorn? Susanna asked, pointing at the unicorn, who was sleeping next to Anfi. It's staying here. You can't, Susanna said. Didn't you hear what Christian said? The last time you left it went crazy. It was too magically powerful so they couldn't do anything until it got tired. Anfi scratched his head and frowned. He did remember Christian talking about it. Christian set up an array with 2 magic crystals to trap it while it slept, but it didn't work, and they ended up wasting crystals. It got sick the next day. I know. He said that it used up too much energy but it didn't have a way to replenish it, Anfi said. That was in the tunnels. It couldn't get out if it wanted to. We are outside, and Christian won't be able to keep an eye on it all the time. He has other things to do. If someone caught it. Susanna shook her head and her voice trailed off. She stroked the unicorn. She would not allow it to be captured by people with malicious intent. The unicorn opened its eyes and stood up. It moved over to door, poked its head through the curtains and whinnied. It was instinctual, done to ward off other powerful magic beasts. The horses pulling the carriages were only normal horses, and were not familiar with the unicorn. For common animals like horses, it was only natural to fear magic beasts. The horses started and bolted. The carriage lurched forward. Thankfully the driver was very skillful, and managed to remain in control over the horses. Stop that, for goodness sake, Susanna said. She was glowing faintly, and grabbed the unicorn's tail to pull it back into the carriage. Anfi's body turned and he balanced himself. Is everything alright, my lord? Someone outside asked. Everything's fine, Anfi replied. Keep yourselves under control, Susanna said sternly, tapping the unicorn's head. She spoke softly, however, and did not sound threatening. The unicorn looked at Susanna, and turned its head away. Even though it had been dragged back into the carriage by its tail, it was still a proud creature. Anfi raised his hand and slapped the unicorn's head lightly. The unicorn whined and lay down on the floor, looking at Anfi fearfully. Seeing the unicorn's eyes, Anfi sighed and did not hit it again. Taking it will expose us, he said to Susanna. It was no longer a secret that his team had a unicorn. A unicorn itself would be a surprising sight and would attract a lot of attention. It would make their journey harder than it needed to be. We have to, Susanna insisted. She was rarely stubborn, but she cared a lot about the unicorn. Why didn't it grow up? It's been a while now, Anfi said, frowning. If it's as big as a horse, we could make a suit of armor for it so it would be harder for people to realize it's a unicorn. You can't compare horses with unicorns, Susanna said. Horses are too short-lived compared to unicorns. These things can live for hundreds, even thousands of years. Are you serious? Anfi said, his eyes wide. He had talked to other people about the unicorn, but no one ever told him about its lifespan. You're not saying that I won't ever get a chance to ride it, are you? Let me think, Susanna said. I think it has a 3-year-long infant stage, then it would start growing. I think there is a correlation between its energy intake and the time it matures. We can go ask Hagen and Hueco about it. I'm sure they know about it more than I do. Let's go later, Enfi nodded and said. He stared at the unicorn and said, I wish we can just put it in a dimensional ring. Susanna rolled her eyes. Anfi, Black 11 called from outside of the carriage. Come in, Anfi said. Black 11 lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. He smiled at Susanna, then sat down on the ground. I already took care of everything, he said in a hushed voice. I had my men rent a room in Kalo City up ahead. We can leave during the night. Appa will come with us. This was the difference between Black 11 and Appa. When Appa was speaking to Anfi, he wanted Susanna to leave because he did not trust her. When Black 11 was speaking to him, he did not care if Susanna was there. He that knew that he could trust Susanna. Him? Who would take care of the caravan if both of you leave? We have already passed all the checkpoints, Black 11 said. There shouldn't be any troubles. Appa spent 7 years in Violet City, and is more familiar with it than all of us. He will be very helpful. All right, Anfi said, nodding. I'm afraid we have to take one more with us, though. Who is it? Anfi looked at the unicorn, who was still crouching on the ground. Black 11 frowned and said, it will bring unnecessary troubles. It's Lady Susanna's order, Anfi said. I do what she says. Is it? Black 11 said, smiling. Susanna blushed and glared at Anfi and Black 11, but her gaze was not intimidating at all. Chapter 209, Amazing Rewards. Anfi, Susanna and their crew quietly left the hotel at midnight. Anfi felt good about leaving, since they should be safe going back to Maho Empire. There were not many things to deal with, except he needed to make arrangements for the female slaves. He believed Christian could totally take care of it for him. Compared with other people in the Legion, the female slaves seemed a little worried about going back to their hometowns. After passing the border, the smiles on their faces were diminishing. They gathered in groups and chatted quietly. It was not an honorable experience to be enslaved. They could not hide that fact they were slaves, since their family and friends had seen them being taken away by the Shansa Empire soldiers. No one knew what their future would be. People might welcome them or back or make fun of and look down upon them. Anfi seemed to have similar feelings to female slaves. He unconsciously wanted to avoid Saul. Anything he had tried to hide from Saul had been exposed. How would Saul see him? In fact, Anfi had decided to secretly go to Violet City this time. This must have to do with his timidity. He was like a test taker who subconsciously wanted to know his grades as late as possible, since he was not so sure about the answers he wrote. Black 11 was pretty powerful in White Mountain City and Blackwater City. He was amazingly powerful in this place. He was incredibly efficient when he ran errands for Anfi. Black 11 had planned everything well before Anfi could even think of it. A wagon with 8 horses, an official approval to leave at night, 6-inch high files with everything Anfi wanted to know, including the Violet City geography after the war, backgrounds and updates of royal families in different sizes, and even the profiles and religions of civilians. As day broke, the Violet City gate opened. A wagon that had been waiting outside of the city for a while finally slowly drove into Violet City. No one had slept, but all 4 of them were not regular people, so they did not look sleepy. Anfi, do we go directly to your Earl's court? Susanna asked as she looked around the city in curiosity. No, madam, I have sent people to let the mayor know that you are coming. He will wait for us at the botanical gardens, Appa said with a smile. Maybe because he had not forgotten that he had offended Susanna, or because Susanna was already a senior swordswoman and could possibly become a master swordswoman, he was very polite to her. Botanical gardens? Anfi asked. It is the name of a hotel. It also has the most beautiful garden in Violet City. Appa thought for a second and said, right now we still have enough time. Why don't we drive around the city for a while? This way, Master and your wife could know Violet City better. Some things can't be found in the official files. Is Violet City large? Anfi asked in a low voice. Not small, Master. Look at this map. Appa pointed at the map. If you walk along the main streets, you would not finish walking all of them until noon. Anfi looked at the map carefully. There were 6 main streets, 3 horizontally and 3 vertically. Each main street crossed the whole city. If it would take a half day to walk through the main streets, Anfi could figure out the scale of Violet City. Such a large city is all mine now? Anfi asked with a suspicious tone. He did not get too excited when he learned that Yolanth rewarded him Violet City. When he walked into Violet City today, he was clearly intrigued. Looking through the crack in his window, Anfi saw the street was so long that it seemed to have no end. Anfi thought to himself, is this big city all mine? Anfi normally had good vision for life, but he was still just a person who owned a condo in the other world. The law said the condo owner only had the property title for 70 years. No one could argue with the law. Anfi was really shocked to see such a big city actually belong to him. Anfi had to admit Yolanth was somebody. People who received Yolanth's rewards usually were very happy. Only giving out plenty of rewards could make his followers feel grateful and want to work for the country and him. Anfi could not help thinking of the time of Chuhan Rebellion. Xiongyu had to give out nobility titles to reward his followers. He had rubbed the seal so much that the edges of the seal got rounded, but he still could not decide what kind of rewards he would give out. He was brave like Robin Hood. He shed tears for soldiers, and killed many enemies on the battlefield. He only had military power, but lacked leadership qualities and a generous personality. If he just wanted to be a general, being stingy did not seem to be a problem. However, he wanted to be an emperor. In the end, people betrayed him one after another. Anfi was shocked by Yolanth's rewards. He did admire him as well. Yes, master, Appa smiled. It will belong to me forever? Anfi asked. Well, master, your nobility title could not be inherited, Appa answered. Anfi's excitement was cut in half. This was no better than a 70-year property title. He was over 20 years old now. Could he live longer than 100 years? If you serve our country with distinction, our king is always generous with rewards, Appa added. What kind of power do I have in Violet City? Anfi asked. Appa explained to Anfi in detail. As the owner of Violet City, he had great powers. He could appoint anyone to be the mayor. He could even be the mayor himself. He could change any rules, but had to follow the laws of Maho Empire. If a city owner killed a person on the street, he could not get away from it according to law. After Yolanth took over the throne, he spent over 10 years demolishing the inheritance system and the impunity in royal families with various tactics and bloody fights. It was like lighting up a candle in dark for a corrupted country. Of course, when royals committed crimes, they would have less serious punishments. A king had to take the royal family's benefits into consideration to avoid any conflict with them. What he did was solely to try to constrain royal families and stop them from committing too many crimes. Compared with other policy changes he made, the only benefit of this policy change was to help Yolanth win people's support. If anyone dared to talk bad about Yolanth, no matter who he was, he could be beaten to death by an angry mob. Compared with other kings, its benefits were more obvious. Both Elysian Empire and Shansa Empire were not politically stable. Shansa Empire only sent a Griffin aerial unit to the battle this time because there were riots by a large group of civilians and slaves. The conflicts among different social classes in Maho Empire started to get better. No matter which world, or what time, civilians were usually simple. As long as they had food and could survive, they would not risk their lives to riot. Seeing Appa's emphasis on strictly following the laws, Anfi was laughing inside. Anfi was able to see further than regular people. Big royal families used to have the authority to make laws, which caused different bills to pass in different cities. Take stealing as example, some thieves could be sentenced to death in some cities, their hands could be cut off in other cities, or taken to jail but also bailed out in other cities. On the one hand, standardizing the laws in different cities could make the country more transparent and prevent royals from harming others. On the other hand, it also foresaw the development of centralization of authority. Anfi had an idea how strictly laws were enforced. Looking at it from an evil point of view, the criminals were fined if they were not caught. Anfi was an assassin in the other world. He had killed many people, even though he believed those people deserved it. However, he did kill people. From a hypercritical point of view, there were too many loopholes in the law. The lawyers would be unemployed and starving if there were no loopholes in the law. Anfi killed the grandson of Philip and over a dozen of others, but he was considered an honorable person in Maho Empire. Even Maho Empire would argue that Anfi was just killing in self-defense, but how could it make sense if he killed more than a dozen of people? If Yolanth got to know he tried hard to subdue Philip and removed all the charges against Anfi was still so critical about the laws in Maho Empire, Yolanth probably would become incensed and curse Anfi and his whole family. While Appa was explaining details to Anfi, he had driven the wagon from the northern wall to the southern wall in Violet City. Anfi looked out of the window to look at the sun. He suddenly asked, Appa, if I am guessing right, the color of blood red should mean taking action, right? Yes. Appa nodded. Are you an assassin? Anfi asked. Yes, Appa answered. You do not look like an assassin, Anfi said. Master, What do you mean by that? Appa did not get Anfi's comment. You covered yourself very well. I could not tell what you do for a living by just talking to you. Although Anfi was smiling, he sneered inside. What do I mean? I meant you talk too much, Anfi thought to himself. Master, you must be joking. Appa shook his head with a smile. I would have died a long time ago if people could tell what I do for a living. Black 11, the main part of your job is to seek information, right? Anfi asked. Yes, Black 11 answered. I think you guys should switch jobs. One could really talk and look like a person seeking out information, while the other one always has a poker face and looks like an assassin. Me? When did I have a poker face? No, you have a poker face. Black 11 rebutted angrily. When I just met you, you wore a black cloth on your face. Luckily, I am not a chicken, otherwise I would have been scared to death, Anfi said. Had we not just met? I did not know you. Black 11 felt a little awkward and tried to explain. And, I have a scar on my face. I could be identified easily because of it. You give very short answers too. Look at Appa, he knows how to talk. You should learn from him, Anfi said. Okay. I will change, okay? Black 11 said with a helpless tone. Appa smiled in response to Anfi's compliments. Anfi praised him for the talking skills, which in turn made feel uneasy to continue talking. Chapter 210, Sheriff Appa ordered the caravan to turn and headed towards the inn around noon. According to Appa, the sheriff of the city, was a very capable man. After the city fell, he hid in the slums with the homeless and the beggars, and thus avoided the Shansa soldiers' search. After the soldiers left, he came out of hiding to maintain order in the city. Normally, the city would have been plagued by chaos due to the power vacuum. Was the one that stabilized the city and prevented further damage. Violent City was famous for its beauty, but because of the Shansa occupation, it was nothing close to beautiful. The streets were filled with filth, and the homes that lined the streets were mostly destroyed. There were only a few people on street, and their expressions were apathetic at best. Appa told Anfi that out of the 200,000 people that had inhabited the city, around 3,000 were killed, and over 10,000 were missing. Most of the missing were women between the ages of 15 and 30. Over 5,000 women were confirmed captured by the Shansa soldiers. Which meant at least 5,000 families had lost their daughters and wives. Anfi asked Appa whether it was possible to find the missing persons, but Appa simply shrugged and said it was almost impossible. The women would not be treated well. If they were sold into slavery, the slave owners at least would not beat and starve them. If they remained with the Shansa soldiers, their fate would be much worse. The siege of Blackania City had been going on for too long, and the soldiers were frustrated. When the soldiers became agitated, they would take it out on the women they kept as prisoners. Many of the women could be found if someone tried to dig through the Shansa campsites. 5,000 was only the number of the confirmed casualties. Maho Empire lost 17 cities on the eastern front. What would the combined casualties be? The number would be terrifyingly large. When a kingdom prospered, its people thrived. If a kingdom suffered, however, the people suffer even more. Maho Empire would ask for a large sum of money for retribution, but it would be used on rebuilding cities and armies. The people would not get any compensation for their losses. Appa jumped out of the carriage first after they arrived at the inn. He knocked on the roof of the carriage and told Anfi and Susanna that it was safe for them to get off. Anfi lifted the curtain of the carriage and pointed at a basket. The unicorn looked at Anfi and saw that he was very serious. It stood up and moved into the basket unhappily. In order to avoid trouble, Anfi trained the unicorn to sit still in the basket. Even though the high-tier magic beasts were intelligent, the unicorn was still too young to understand the commands. Susanna took the basket and covered it with a piece of black fabric. She wanted to talk to Anfi and release the unicorn, but it was not possible. She knew Anfi too well, and she knew that the unicorn's gaze could soften her, but not him. The four of them walked into the inn. The inside of the inn was quiet and empty. It was a large inn, but all the tables were empty. Two maids were napping on the counter. Hearing footsteps, they started awake and turned, visibly relaxing when they realized it wasn't Shansa soldiers. The two maids glanced at the three newcomers, and their gazes fell on Susanna. They were shocked by how beautiful she was, and the fact that she had been spared by the soldiers. Appa walked over and said something to the maids in a hushed voice. The maids nodded, and one of them turned to lead the three towards the second floor. She stopped in front of a door, and opened it for Susanna and Anfi. She kept staring at Susanna, which made her uncomfortable. Susanna was afraid that the maid would discover what was in the basket. Black 11 closed the door behind him, shutting out the prying eyes of the maid. The first thing Susanna did was take the fabric off of the basket and let the unicorn jump out. Even though it had only been confined to the basket for a short amount of time, it was unbearable for a magic beast who loved freedom. "Sir, Do you need anything? The maid outside asked timidly. Not yet, Black 11 said. Appa, where is that sheriff? Shouldn't he be waiting for us? Black 11 already knew what was going to happen. Yolanthe had ordered him to help Anfi in his future endeavors, which meant he must look out for him. Anfi was the new lord of this city, and it was very rude to keep him waiting. I don't know, Appa said with a shrug. He's busy. Maybe he got held up. Black 11 shook his head disapprovingly and sat down on a nearby chair. After a few moments, a knock came. Appa walked over and opened the door. A man in his mid-30s walked into the room. He smiled at Appa apologetically. I apologize, he said, for my lateness. We've just discovered some bodies and I was needed at the scene. Anfi looked at the man. Judging from his appearance, he was just an ordinary person. No one, however, acted the way they looked. There were many things, such as body language and expressions, that could be used to judge a man's characters. After he jumped out of the carriage, Anfi had observed his surrounding. The streets were almost empty, and there were no carriages on the road. Even if the sheriff had arrived as soon as they entered the inn, he would still not knock on the door this fast. He was either already around, or already in the inn. I shouldn't be the one you are apologizing to, Appa said with a smile. He glanced at Anfi and said, This is Erder, the sheriff of Violet City. The unicorn walked over curiously and looked at Erder. Susanna stood and called, Come here. The unicorn bounced back to Susanna and rubbed itself on her leg. It knew very well that it should never anger Susanna. If it angered Anfi, Susanna would try to protect it. If it angered Susanna, no one would protect it from Anfi's anger. Erder narrowed his eyes. Everything, from the way it walked to its speed, indicated that it was not just a common pet. What kind of men keep unicorns as pets? Please wait for a few moments. I have some things I need to take care of, Erder said. He walked over to the door and called down the corridor, Don't wait for me. Yes, sir, someone outside replied. Erder closed the door behind him and glanced at the people in the room. His eyes fell on Anfi. What did you want to talk about, my lord? Let's sit and talk, Anfi said. No. I am quite alright standing, if that does not bother you, Erder said, smiling. Just sit down, Susanna said. She pulled out a chair for Erder and smiled at him. It was strange to go from a mercenary to the lord of a city. Susanna was still getting used to it. Thank you, Erder said. He glanced at Anfi, then sat down slowly. I'm not going to waste any time, Anfi said. I'm Anfi, and I need some information, since this will be my home from now on. Erder's eyes widened. You're Lord Anfi, then? Due to political needs, Yolanthe had described Anfi as a hero. He was fearless, and was ready to face challenges such as the Griffin's aerial squad. Erder now knew what kind of men kept unicorns as pets. You know me? Anfi asked. He wasn't sure what Yolanthe had done, and was surprised. Even if Erder had found out he was the Lord of Violet City, he should not be that shocked. Chapter 211, A Masterpiece of a Sword. Everyone in Maho Empire has heard about your achievements, your honorable master. I do not know what you exactly would like to know, Erder said. Important stuff, anything you think is important, Anfi said. Important? Erder gave it some serious thought. Master, the priority for Violet City right now is to rebuild the city. The budget is very tight. I could not do anything without funding. That is not right, Appa said in surprise. The Empire has allocated money to the fallen cities. How could the budget be so tight? Master Appa, Violet City is a special case. Some of the allocation was already spent. The rest of the funds could not be touched, Erder said. What did you do with the money? Erder, you did not pocket the money, did you? Appa asked in a joking tone. I do not have guts to do that, Master Appa. Erder glanced at Anfi out of the corner of his eye. He hesitated for a second and said, I spent the money on Earl's Court. The Earl's Court project just started, and we might need to put more into it later on. I wouldn't dare divert the money to do anything else. Appa was silent after hearing what Erder told him. Earl's Court was built for Anfi. Usually the royal families with estates had to build their houses with their own money, but Anfi's case was a little special. Anfi had not been in the Violet City. Erder asked permission from Yolanthe to build Earl's Court for Anfi, so he did not do anything wrong. It was also wrong to say he used his power to kiss his boss's ass. Anfi was shocked for a second but did not say anything. If he was asked about the structure of the human body, how much weight bones, joints, and tendons could take, the flexibility of blood vessels, nerve distribution and other things, he would have a very deep understanding of them and explain in every possible detail. However, when it came to managing a city, he had so many things to learn. It seemed a little inappropriate to build his own house with the budget for the city. It also seemed to be a problem for Anfi to figure out a reason or a way to criticize Erder or finish the conversation smoothly. He felt he would be laughed at if he were not careful. Erder felt it was not appropriate to talk about it and looked regretful that he had brought it up. He lowered his head and was quiet. After a short silence, suddenly it sounded loud outside of the wagon. Everyone could clearly hear a person yelling crazily, "Where is Erder? Where is that asshole mayor?" After hearing a female attendant begging him in panic, the person's voice sounded closer to them. The door of the room was kicked open. A young man in his early 20s in fancy clothes, followed by his bodyguards, came into the room. "Master Shamash, what are you doing?" Erder stood up with anger. "What am I doing? You took my people yesterday. Why don't you ask yourself what you did?" That young man pointed at Erder with a horsewhip. The horsewhip almost touched Erder's nose. The young man got even madder. "You are fucking nobody to me. When the Shansa Empire's soldiers took over Violet City, what were you doing? You hid in a beggar's house. How can you claim you are our mayor?" The bodyguards behind the young man laughed out loud. The face of a person in mage uniform changed when he saw the little unicorn watching everyone. "Master Shamash, we can talk in my office later if you want. Right now I have guests. Can you leave now?" Erder took a deep breath and said slowly. "Guests? I know your master has come to support you. Fuck off. Let me see who your bastard master is." The young man pushed on Erder's chest and Erder stumbled back. The young man walked to the table like he was the owner of the hotel. He looked condescending and looked over Anfi and his crew. Anfi and his crew wore different looks on their faces. Appa smiled without saying anything. Black 11 looked cold. Anfi lazily sat to the side with his eyes only slightly open. Susanna quietly watched Anfi. These four people all had stories. Even though they had different personal networks, none of them thought the young man was a match for them. Obviously, they did not even bother to respond to him. The guy in the mage uniform stepped forward and pulled the young man aside. He whispered something to the young man. The young man suddenly turned around, yelling, "Is that a unicorn?" That mage obviously did not expect the young man to act so inappropriately. The mage looked a little awkward. He nodded and whispered, "Yes, it is a unicorn." "Nice, very nice." The young man looked at the little guy greedily. He walked back to the table and looked at Anfi, as he was the owner of the hotel. "I represent the Sacred Magic Academy and come to take this little unicorn. Of course, I will reimburse you with a reasonable price." "Name a price." Rookies usually dared to do anything since they did not realize the risks ahead of them. Any person with some experience could immediately tell that the owner of the unicorn would not be a nobody, but that young man wanted to take possession of the unicorn. "Never mind the price. You can take the unicorn if you want," Anfi said casually. "You are such a nice person," the young man laughed aloud. He did not notice that Anfi did not talk to him in formal and respectful language. He did not notice Susanna had put her hand on the sword shaft either. He turned around and yelled at his bodyguards, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the unicorn." Two bodyguards approached the little unicorn with their arms open. They looked like they were trying to catch a little chicken. The little unicorn felt the hostility from them. The unicorn looked around and suddenly ran away. The little unicorn ran so fast that he looked like a white light. The little guy jumped on the table and ran into Anfi's arms. Now the little unicorn became confident and growled with his head raised up. The two bodyguards saw their opportunity and ran to Anfi. Susanna stood up. A cloud of shiny sword radiance suddenly appeared. The bodyguard running in front covered his throat with his hands and stumbled. The blood from his throat dyed his clothes red in a blink of an eye, and he fell on the floor. The other bodyguard stopped himself when he saw what had happened to the first bodyguard. He stared at the body of the other bodyguard and stood frozen to the floor. Susanna did not continue to attack him. A masterpiece of a sword was always a masterpiece of sword, no matter whether it was hung in the palace for people to admire or laid in a corner forgotten for hundreds of years. Once it was out of the shaft, nothing could cover its shininess. Susanna was a master swordswoman. She had indulged herself in dating for the past few days and looked even more sweet and girly for that reason. People usually could tell she was in love, but once she pulled her swords out, she changed into a totally different person. Jaguar was not enough to describe her viciousness, lightning was not enough to describe her speed. With sword pointing at someone, she was ready for the fight. She looked determined to win the fight. Besides Anfi, Black 11 knew Susanna the best. After hearing Anfi saying "you can," Black 11 already foresaw this happening. He shrugged and leaned back to sit against the back of the seat. He was ready to watch a show. Appa was shocked and stared, his eyes wide. He had showed enough respect to Susanna, but that was mainly because of Anfi. He had seen many bloody scenes, but never expected a slight girl could become a vicious swordswoman in the blink of an eye without giving any signs. The last time he saw Susanna, she was still watching Anfi with a lot of love, But his impression of her totally changed the next second. The mage nervously moved back a step and chanted as he held his wand. Anfi sat reclined on the chair, but he suddenly looked up and stared at the mage's throat. If Susanna looked brave and vicious, then Anfi looked cold as ice. The mage felt something stuck in his throat and had goosebumps all over him. He could not suppress the scare feeling and stopped his chanting. He desperately put down his wand. The young man jumped as an arrow hit him in the rear. He grabbed Urter and yelled, "They killed people. You fucking mayor, didn't you see it? They killed people. Why don't you catch them?" Urter looked at Susanna with a bitter smile, and then he pushed the young man forcefully. He said coldly, "I did not see anything." "You fucking..." The young man crazily threw himself at Urter, but he was pulled back by the mage. "Before I get mad, get the fuck out of here," Anfi said. The young man struggled and tried to go after Anfi. The mage held tight on to the young man and tried very hard not to let him go as he whispered something to him. The young man finally calmed down and gave a dirty look to Anfi, yelling, "Let's go." After the troublemaker left, the face of the female attendant outside changed when she saw the body on the floor. She hurried over to close the door. "Is your name Urter? Take a seat," Anfi pointed at a chair. "Thank you, master." Urter slowly took a seat. He apologized, "I am sorry. It was all because of me. I am sorry for that." "Do you know why I was not mad before?" Anfi asked. "Well, you are mayor and did not want to fight with a nut." Urter tried to please Anfi with smiles. "You are wrong." Anfi smiled. "I was not mad only because there is someone who pissed me off even more." "Master, are you saying?" Urter was shocked. A knife appeared in Anfi's hand. The next second, Anfi had nailed Urter's hand to the table with a knife. Urter could not help moaning in pain. Appa jumped as he saw what happened. "Anfi, what are you doing?" Susanna laid her eyes on Appa, but she did not say anything. Appa did not seem like he was able to take the pressure Susanna gave him. He was not sure Susanna would do anything to him. He slowly took a seat at the end. He looked at Black 11 and hoped Black 11 could help him and say something for him. However, Black 11 looked as if he had not seen anything happen and kept quiet. Chapter 212, Future Urter's body shook with pain, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. His wounded hand could barely move, and the hand that was applying pressure was shaking. What was even more surprising was that Urter could still control himself. If it was a common man, he would be screaming in agony. "Why?" he asked through clenched teeth. "Do you really want me to tell you why?" Anfi asked, frowning. Urter took a deep breath and stared at the wound on his hand. "You showed up as soon as we did. Then that Shamesh guy showed up almost as soon as you did. Don't you think it's a little suspicious?" Anfi asked. "Also, tell me. What did you mean by dog owner?" Even though he wasn't sure how Urter did it, Anfi was certain that there was a grudge between Urter and Shamesh. Urter was trying to show Shamesh that he had support from Anfi, or else Shamesh would not have said what he said when he came into the room. Urter smiled and shook his head. The blood from his wound had already spread across the table, but he made no move to remove the dagger. "Truthfully speaking, I hate being used. Take this as a warning. Next time it won't be your hand," Anfi said. He stood up slowly and ripped the dagger out of Urter's hand. "Come, let's go," he said. He did not want to talk to the man anymore. He disliked being lied to and used. Urter's body tensed, and his breath became ragged. Anfi did not look at the man, and began walking out of the room. "Wait," Urter called just as Anfi reached the door. "I have something I need to tell you." "Is there the need for that?" "Yes." Anfi frowned and hesitated. He turned and walked back to the table. "What do you want to tell me?" Shamesh is the sixth son of Marquis Joser. After the Shansa soldiers occupied Violet City, the Marquis led skirmishes against the soldiers and paid dearly. 5 of his sons were killed. Shamesh is the only one left. "Why should I care?" Anfi asked, smiling. "Why shouldn't you?" Urter asked. Anfi frowned. He had never met anyone who acted so calmly after their plan had been foiled. Urter looked like he was telling the truth, and had important reasons to do so. Anfi sat back down and looked at Urter. "Tell me then. Why should I care? If you know anything about the history of Maho Empire, you should know that Marquis Joser's ancestor was one of the 10 men that helped found the nation. The family has the badge to prove it, and it had hereditary powers. The family has been going downhill since then. However, it still had significant influence here and in the sacred city." Anfi frowned. What Urter was saying sounded like useless babble, but no one would say useless things when his blood was dripping onto a table. Anfi listened carefully. The Marquis only had a few dozen soldiers, and there were over 7,000 Shansa soldiers camping here after the city fell. The Marquis, logically, could not do much, though he did sacrifice 5 sons. Do you think His Majesty should honor him? Of course. There are a dozen counts in this city, and only one marquis, Erder said, staring at Anfi. Marquis Joser had sacrificed almost everything, and the only things he got were some coins and some land. Violet City went to you, my lord, a count. Which means that, unless the marquis hides in his land and refuses to leave, he would have to answer you. You're saying he is jealous? It's not only the marquis. The counts are jealous as well, Erder said. He tried to smile, but his muscle twitched. Jealousy is enough to twist a man's mind, my lord. You are not in a very good situation right now. Anfi frowned. He knew that Erder was right. His future was unclear at best. Do you know how large Marquis Joser's land is, my lord? Erder asked. Only 60 acres. Not even a third of the city. You are trying to start a fight between me and Shamesh because of this? Anfi asked, smiling. I only hope you can be more cautious, my lord, Erder said slowly. Don't be fooled by half-hearted kindness, my lord. I've only been here for 3 years, but I already know this city very well. Why are you helping me, then? Because I am the sheriff, and I can never stand on neutral ground. Whenever something happens, I am the first to go down, Erder said, shrugging. I just want to pick the more capable side. You think I'm more capable? Like I've just said, my lord, I know these people. The only thing the Marquis has is his reputation. He is far from capable, just like his sons. His sons were killed not because they were fearless but because they were lustful cowards. Anfi lifted a brow. Why is that? He asked. They've long been eyeing a young girl from the outskirts of the city, but couldn't do much during the peaceful years for fear of punishment. After the Shansa soldiers arrived, they took the poor girl among the chaos. The girl's lover was enraged and joined the Shansa army. With someone who knew the city, none of the Marquis's sons escaped. I don't know how Marquis Joser reported what had happened, but I know that he did not report honestly. Erder paused. He glanced at his hand and continued, I've heard about what you did, my lord. I know you are much more capable than the Marquis will ever be. I know now that you are someone who does not hesitate. Even though he had already admitted everything, Erder was still shaking, partially due to fear. He had encountered very few men that were as brutal as Anfi. If he was aiming for his heart, Erder was sure he would be dead by now. Perhaps that was why he was able to kill Philip's grandson. He was less like a politician and more like a killer. Why didn't you just tell me? Would you have believed me, my lord? Anfi fell quiet. After he realized that Erder was trying to create a grudge between him and Shamesh, he picked intimidation, which had always worked for him. Now, however, he realized how naive he had been. If he was older, he would not have chosen such a way to deal with the situation. In the end, intimidation would change nothing. His enemies would remain his enemies, but he could destroy potential friendships. By intimidating his enemies, he could warn them to be more careful. This was a terrible way to approach a situation like this. I have to be honest with you now, Anfi, Appa suddenly said. I've known Erder for years now. We trained together once, but because of a strange condition he could not use magic or combat power. They let him go in the end, and he became the sheriff of Violet City, Appa said. He knew both sides in the fight, and because of that he was in a very awkward situation. He knew he had to lessen the tension. Erder, why didn't you just tell me? I can always talk to them for you. Did it get your bones? Black 11 asked, pushing himself up. He found some healing potion and began working on Erder's wound. Well, I know how to work with you now, Lord Anfi, Erder said with a forced smile. Everyone thinks they owe me a favor, which is a good thing for me in the long run. Anfi did not say anything. He stared at Erder, observing his expressions. Erder's explanation had made sense. If he had ulterior motives, it was impressive that he was able to come up with this explanation in a short time. Anfi decided he would trust the man for now. Is your relationship with the Marquis always so strained? Anfi asked. Very, Erder said naturally. Which is why I wanted to help you, my lord. If it wasn't for the sudden invasion of Shansa Empire, they might have already found a way to throw me out of the city. Anfi nodded. He trusted Erder more than he did a few minutes ago, but still not completely. He had seen too many people to completely trust anyone. Even among his team, there were only 2 or 3 people he could completely rely on. Chapter 213, A Sad City. After talking quietly for a while, Anfi and others slowly walked out of their room and went downstairs. The owner and few female staff of the Garden Hotel all waited downstairs. The owner was about 50 years old. He must have had a sight problem. He had his eyes open wide until he saw Anfi and his crew walking downstairs. He squinted his eyes to look at them. Erder roughly wrapped his wounded hand. Seeing their mare hurt, the owner and female staff looked at each other with confused faces. They immediately moved their gaze elsewhere. They knew someone had died upstairs. They did not feel like they needed to worry about it since the mayor was in the hotel. There was a saying in Buddhism, don't look, don't listen, don't ask. Maybe it was wise to pretend they did not know anything. Master, where are you going? Do you want to come to my office? Urter walked outside and asked in a low voice. No, I would like to walk around first. I will see you tonight. You need get the things I asked for ready. Anfi looked at Urter's hand. Is your hand okay? I am fine, master. I will get it done, Urter said, smiling. Suddenly a middle-aged woman ran towards the garden hotel. She stared at Susanna and yelled like a crazy woman, my child, my child. Susanna was shocked and subconsciously grabbed the sword handle. An old man chased behind the middle-aged woman. He ran really fast for his age and got hold of the woman's thigh. The woman seemed to be stronger than the old man. She struggled to walk forward and dragged the old man along with her on the ground. My child. The woman was only 5 yards away from Susanna. We do not have your kids. Urter said with a scolding tone. Vicky, why did you let her get out again? A few fully armed soldiers ran out of the grocery store across from the hotel and held the woman on the ground. The old man put his hands on the ground and struggled to stand up. He cried aloud before he had the chance to answer Urter's question or check his brush-burned arms for blood. From where he stood, Anfi could see pea-sized tears on the old man's face. Take all of them, Urter yelled as he waved his arm. A few soldiers took the woman's arms and legs, carrying her away. The old man was still crying on the ground. Urter gave a low sigh and walked over to the old man. He squatted down and comforted him a little bit, passed a few silver coins to the old man. The man took them as he sobbed. He wobbled to the other end of the street. What happened? Anfi asked. Anfi would get alert every time something happened. He took a close look at what happened, but did not find anything unusual. Old Vicky is a poor guy, Urter said bitterly. He only has a daughter. He raised her by himself. His daughter married a guy who moved in with them. Later his daughter gave birth to a girl and a boy. They finally lived a good life together. His daughter and son-in-law were capable people, so they ran a family business very well. No one would expect misfortune would fall on them. The soldiers from Shansa Empire took over Violet City. They also took their granddaughter away. His son-in-law had conflicts with Shansa Empire soldiers and got killed. The Shansa Empire soldiers even burned down their house. His only grandson was burnt to death. Such a nice family only had 2 people left now. His daughter went crazy. Alas. Poor guy, Susanna said sadly. Urter had smiles on his face, but hatred showed in his eyes. There are many more people in worse situations than old Vicky in Violet City. Before I came here, I heard Violet City is a very beautiful city. Now. Anfi could not help sighing. The previous owner of Violet City, Robin, is still in the city. Master, if you see him, you will learn from him what kind of bastards those people from Shansa Empire are, Urter said with hatred. People from Shansa Empire asked Robin to convince Blackania City to surrender, but they got scolded by Robin. They cut off Robin's tendons on his wrists and ankles. They even killed everyone in his house, including little kids. Robin himself. Urter could not continue. His voice started to tremble. But Robin did not surrender to them. Anfi was surprised to hear this sad story. Monarchy was the only political system in this world. Militaries were not humanitarian, but they rarely abused royal families. Royal families were in dominant positions whether in political or military areas. For self-protection, hostile countries would not treat royal families in extremely bad ways, since no one would know if they would fall into a bad situation themselves sometime. Even when royal families became captives, they still could be treated well. As long as ransom was paid, royal families could retrieve their freedom. This had become a rule between countries. Shansa Empire tried to take over Blackania City for a long time, but failed. The whole of Shansa Empire became crazy about it. Anfi created a scene not long ago, which made some civilians walk out and stand on the streets to watch. If this happened in other cities, civilians would have talked about it, but not in Violet City. They were all quiet and none of them talked. They all had the same look on their faces. They did not show any emotion on their faces and kept quiet. Where is Robin now? Anfi asked slowly. I think we should go visit him. He's at my house, Urter said. Your house? Anfi was shocked. His garrison residence was destroyed. He lost the ability to walk and move around. Where could he go? Urter heaved a long sigh. Robin saved my life before. I have always treated him and will treat him as my own father. Very nice of you. Anfi nodded. How is he now? Anfi was not sure how he saw Robin. It was hard to criticize people like Robin. Is he cold since he watched his family dying in front of him without trying to save them? Is he tough because he sacrificed his family for his country? If his case was seen from emperors and historians' points of view, he should be praised. However, if they were Robin's family, Anfi did not think they would praise him the same way. Very bad, but Robin said that he would try to live to the day he can take revenge on Shansa Empire. Urter slowly continued, Master, I am not flattering you. I respect you, and admire you from the bottom of my heart. I mean it. Shansa Empire is so proud of Griffin Aerial Unit. You wiped out the whole Griffin Aerial Unit and you did that for us. Anfi smiled, but did not say anything. After he was quiet for a while, Urter continued to say, Master, do you know where you want to go now? I only want to walk around, Anfi said. I will have my people follow you. If something happens, I can find you immediately, Urter said. Sure, Anfi said. Urter waved his hand. A young man just over 20 years old ran over. His name is Illiverny, smart kid. After talking to Anfi, Urter whispered something to Illiverny. Illiverny suddenly stared, his eyes wide. Illiverny could not control his facial expressions. Urter continued to whisper something to him, and then he stood aside, looking obedient. Okay, Urter, you can leave now. Can you handle the issue upstairs? Anfi slowly said, Susanna, you can get on the wagon now. Aren't you coming too? Susanna was shocked. I am not riding in the wagon. Anfi shook his head. Take care of the little guy. He wanted to take a closer look at Violet City. If he hid himself in the wagon, he would miss out on many things. As Urter said goodbye to them, Susanna ducked into the wagon with a bamboo basket on her arm. Anfi walked along the main street while the wagon driver drove the wagon behind him slowly. Normal people probably thought Anfi's crew was weird. Their wagon was big and wide. It was pulled by 8 horses. The wagon looked fancy. Everyone could tell the owner of the wagon must be someone with power. It looked strange that Anfi walked instead of riding in the wagon. That no one paid attention to Anfi seemed even stranger. When people almost knocked into Anfi as they walked with their heads down, they just walked around without looking up at Anfi. The longer Anfi walked, the more he seemed to get a sense of this city. This was a quiet city, a dead city. It was a sad city in some sense. Everyone in Violet City seemed to hold something inside of themselves. The feeling Violet City citizens had toward their city was terrible. Maybe as time went by, what these civilians held in could be slowly relieved. Maybe the whole city would have a riot just as a bomb would blow when something triggered the citizens. Anfi was not sure how long he had walked, but he found himself back to the garden. It seemed that he had walked around in a big circle. This time those maids in the hotel dared not to ignore the guests. They rushed out and stood on both sides of the door. They dared not to say anything, just looking timidly at Anfi. They had no idea what Anfi would do. Anfi looked up at the sun to tell the time. He turned around and walked up to the wagon. He tapped the wagon wall twice. Susanna, are you hungry yet? I am all right, Susanna said. What does that mean? Anfi usually could understand others well, but he did not quite understand what all right meant. Anfi, we are hungry, Black 11 immediately interrupted. We have not had any food since this morning. That is right. It is already afternoon now, Appa said. In fact, they had felt hungry for quite some time. Anfi looked like he was in thought on the way, so Black 11 and Appa dared not interrupt him. They finally got a chance to say their piece now. They could not let this opportunity to slide. Let's just grab something quick, Anfi said. Illiverny rushed into the hotel first. He did not mean to take the food first, but to make arrangements for others. As he rushed into the hotel, a harsh and loud whistle suddenly rose on the street. Illiverny was shocked for a second and turned around immediately. He ran outside as he whistled loudly back. What happened? Anfi turned around. Master, I am not sure, Illiverny responded immediately to Anfi. As he whistled, he ran towards where the whistle had come from. Anfi, Black 11, Susanna and Appa looked at each other confused. They did not go into the hotel. They looked around on the street to see if there was anything suspicious. After a while, they heard horses running from a distance. 2 horses came into view. Urter was riding one horse and someone Anfi had never seen before was riding the other horse. Illiverny and a group of people ran after them, but were left far behind by Urter. Urter had rushed to Anfi in the blink of an eye. He jumped off the horse before the horse could stop itself. He almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Anfi caught him in time. Master, I have something to tell you. Can we talk in private? Urter said, breathing heavily. He looked perplexed. A little shocked, some joy, and mostly excitement. Come in the wagon. Anfi looked at Urter and smiled. Black 11, you guys come in too. Master. Urter had followed Anfi, but he stopped when he heard Anfi invite others to come in. He said, I insist on talking in private with just you. Urter, what do you mean? Appa was a little unhappy about it. The first time he met Anfi, Appa had tried to ask Anfi to leave Susanna out of their conversation. Now he had a chance to taste not being trusted. It indeed did not feel good. Erder was his friend. He even had tried to speak for him when Erder had some issues with Anfi that morning. Sorry, Appa, it is not that I do not trust you. This is too important. Erder smiled bitterly. Master? Anfi went quiet for a moment and walked into the hotel. Even though Anfi and Erder had not known each other long, they had experienced things together. Anfi had already developed some trust in Erder. It must be something very very important to make Erder act so abnormally, almost unreasonably. Erder followed closely behind Anfi into the hotel. He scanned around. You guys need to leave now. The maids obediently walked out of the hotel without saying anything. The owner walked out as well. Up and Black 11 stood outside, looking at each other. They tried to suppress their unhappy feelings. What could they do? They could not fight with Erder for that reason. What exactly happened? Anfi asked. Master, if you were not here, I would have no idea what to do. Erder heaved a long sigh. I think you know we are building a garrison residence for you, right? Yes, I know about it, Anfi said. A few slaves dug out the stone tablet when they dug the foundation. It was the stone tablet of Brunswick. Erder's eyes brightened. The muscles on his face twitched. Obviously, he was super excited. Brunswick. This name. I think I heard it somewhere. Anfi tried to search for the name in his head as he spoke. No way, Master. You really do not know about him? Erder asked. I definitely heard it somewhere, Anfi said. Master, do you know where the Palace of Sacred City was built? Erder smiled bitterly. It was on Brunswick Mountain. Is it that Brunswick? Anfi asked. Master, how many Brunswicks do you think there are? Erder rubbed his nose. He thought Anfi would shout in surprise. He was disappointed that Anfi had no idea who Brunswick was. What is that stone tablet about? Anfi did not think it was important information. I really do not know if you are really from this world. Erder gave Anfi a bitter smile again. After Brunswick died in the sacred battle, Queen Marissa was in deep sorrow. However, she still took on the responsibility Brunswick had left. She gave commands to Brunswick's military to fight with magic beast tribes. After she beat the magic beast tribes and ended the battle, Marissa suddenly disappeared. There was a legend that Marissa had built an underground maze. She had no other desire left for life after the battle. She had already sent her husband's body to the underground maze. The last thing Marissa did was to seal herself in the maze. Keep going, Anfi said. This legend has proved true with some evidence. Brunswick and Marissa loved each other so much. After Brunswick's death, Marissa had always said she had no desire to continue to live. The only thing that kept her living was the responsibility. Erder emphasized each word. Later many tomb raiders searched for her maze and found 3 in the next few hundred years. Unfortunately, those were the fake ones Marissa made to fool people. How do you know they are fake? Anfi asked. Because there was something missing. Erder thought for a moment and said, there was another reason. After tomb raiders found the first underground maze, many people thought they found the real one, but there was nothing besides money and jewelry. Later many people lost interest in Marissa's legend. A few tomb raiders found another underground maze about 100 years later. The layout and treasure in the maze was exactly the same as the first one. Master, think about it, why did Marissa build fake mazes on purpose? What did she want to protect? Was it only because she did not want anyone to disturb her life? Anfi did not respond to Erder right away. He concentrated to think of all the possibilities for why Marissa built fake mazes and how reliable this legend could be. Master, there was one item missing with the disappearance of Marissa. No one has seen it since, Erder said. What is it? Anfi asked. The taboo scepter. Erder stressed every word. What is the taboo scepter? Anfi asked. Erder almost fainted from Anfi's ignorance. He held his hands into fists without even worrying about the pain on his hand. He grinded his teeth and said, Master, Brunswick died on the Brunswick Mountain. After Brunswick's death, the taboo scepter broke through the block of the magic beast tribes. It flew back to Marissa. Do you know what it meant? That is so amazing. Anfi raised his eyebrow. He had become used to the magic and combat power in this world. Anfi was still amazed by an object that could have its own mind and spirit. It was impossible to explain how it could happen. Master, taboo scepter is an amazing artifact. A legendary artifact. I heard that some books said the taboo scepter had some unexposed secrets. I heard even a regular human being can perform forbidden spells with the taboo scepter. Erder finished his talk in one breath. He took a deep breath. Do you understand? Yes, but what does that stone tablet mean then? Anfi asked. There should be an underground maze, Erder said. Maybe it is a fake one again. It was not that Anfi was trying to disappoint Erder on purpose. Anfi got used to assuming the worst scenario when he looked at problems. Erder was speechless. It was not normal for people to stay as calm as Anfi when they heard the news about the taboo scepter. In fact, it was Erder who had short vision and lack of life experience. It was easy to make Anfi lose himself. He could just say, "Have you seen the porn of Muturan?" Anfi would jump really high and grab Erder to ask him where he was from. "No matter whether it is a real or fake maze, we need to figure it out anyway. Ask them to come in so we can discuss it," Anfi said slowly. "No, don't do it, Master." Erder hurried to stop Anfi. "Erder, you need to know they are my companions. I trust them with my life." Anfi looked serious. "Master, it was not that simple." Erder smiled bitterly. "I need to write a report and send it to Sacred City every month. I would not report anything before we can figure the maze out. Even if I have to see the king in Sacred City, I would not tell him either. Master, only 2 of us can know about this secret. You don't have to make it so secretive." Anfi looked indifferent. "Master, if the secret gets out, Violet City might disappear from this world," Erder said worriedly. "Master, do you know I have killed the slaves at the construction site? They are the captives from Shansa Empire. I did not mean to let them live anyway. I would not risk them leaking the information out now, huh?" Anfi said. "Master, if all the top powers gathered in Violet City from all over the world, who could control them? Even if our king could send all the troops here, they could not control those most powerful people," Erder said. Anfi's heart sank. He knew how powerful those most powerful people were. Professor Saul once told him that many top powers chose to be away from the early world. They hoped to break the bottleneck to challenge God. There were so many countries on Pan-continent. Almost every country on Pan-continent had few major powers. If these major powers all came to Violet City and gathered here, Violet City would be destroyed. This is not about trust, Master. After arguing with Anfi, Erder's voice started to become hoarse. Chapter 214, Bribe. Anfi paced around in the room, trying to decide what he should do. He knew that there were things he should not get involved in, but he was left with very few choices. "Erder, can you promise that no one else knows about this?" "Yes," Erder said. "I can promise that." "Did you take care of all the slaves?" "Yes," Erder said. He could tell Anfi was still worried, and added, "At least the only thing they found was a stone tablet. My men noticed before they could remove it, and relayed the news to me." "Are your men trustworthy?" "I cannot promise that, but they do not know what was going on. I was the only one who knows there is an entrance under the stone tablet. I was the only one that went inside." Erder reached into his pocket and wished out a gold coin and handed it to Anfi. "I found this down there." "Don't you have a dimensional ring?" Anfi asked. He did not know what the rings were at first, but after he learned what one was, everyone around him had one. Seeing Erder searching through his pocket was something unfamiliar. "Are you mocking me, my lord?" Erder asked. "I am only a sheriff." "This is a big city," Anfi said, taking the gold coin into his hand. "Your salary shouldn't be too bad." He looked down at the gold coin. On one side was the image of a man with a large beard, and the other side was covered in runes he could not read. "My salary was less than a single gold coin," Erder said. "And living in such a city comes with a high cost." "Really?" Anfi said and glanced at Erder. Doris was from a poorer family, but she still had a dimensional ring. Erder was a sheriff, but still could not afford one. Which meant that he was an honest man who did not try to steal. In comparison, the wages of the dwarves were several times more than Erder's. No wonder the dwarves worked so hard. Anfi was amused, as well. Erder earned 1 gold coin a month. How expensive could his cost of living be? "Do you recognize it, my lord?" Erder asked. He had a sense that Anfi was lacking in common sense, and he wanted to be clear. "No," Anfi said, shaking his head. "What is this?" "This is made by King Brunswick, the last king of the Brunswick dynasty. He had no children with his wife, Marissa, who did not have any interest in power. After she defeated the magic beasts, she disappeared, leaving the court to their own devices. The nobilities warred against each other for power." Erder sighed and shook his head. There were a lot of powerful men in that civil war. They were loyal to Brunswick dynasty and were willing to follow Marissa's lead, but that does not mean they were willing to follow other people's lead. That was the end of Brunswick dynasty. Were there coins like this in the other fake mazes? "Yes," Erder said gloomily. "We do not know whether those mazes were fake or not. This proved that the maze has something to do with Marissa." "At least halt the construction on the mansion," Anfi said quietly. "You cannot do that, my lord," Erder said hurriedly. "Why is that?" "There are already people who are curious about what had happened. If we stop the construction, it will be a confirmation," Erder said. "We cannot stop the construction. What we can do, however, is change the place where we found the tablet into a garden. That should solve our dilemma. You're right, Anfi said with a nod. Urter grinned and said, well, allow me to congratulate you now, my lord. For what? Anfi asked, tossing the coin up and down. I don't see any joyous occasions. According to the Empire's laws, everything that is found within the land of a nobleman belongs to him. Which means now you are the legal owner of the underground maze. Even if the Empire has laws like this, do you think they will let me keep it if it really is the tomb of Queen Marissa? That I do not know, Urter said. I am a sheriff. My only job is to assist you, my lord. You said earlier that you went into the maze alone, Anfi said. Were you not scared? I've been hearing adventurous stories for years now. My teacher once said that there is no profit without danger. I am not afraid of it. Your teacher? Have you forgotten, my lord? I once trained with Appa. Why didn't you join a mercenary band, then? I do not have combat power, nor can I use magic. No one would take someone like me, Urter said, shaking his head. There are people with those things who are still idiots, Anfi said. Intelligence is much more important than power in my mind. Come on, let's go. They may think you are trying to kill me. Me? Urter asked, almost amused. Where did all your money go? Anfi said as the two left the room. I don't have a family to take care of, but my men do. Their lives are much more difficult than mine. Anfi nodded, but did not say anything more. He walked out of the inn and towards where Susanna, Appa, and Black 11 were standing. He had spent too much time speaking with Urter, and the three of them were all curious about their conversation. Anfi walked over to his carriage and jumped in. Susanna, he called, come in. Urter, you come in as well. Urter blinked, then hurried over to the carriage. He held out a hand out of courtesy and wanted to help Susanna up. Susanna, however, did not need his help. Urter's hand fell back to his side awkwardly, and he climbed into the carriage after her. How many coins do you have right now? Anfi asked Susanna. How many do you need? 100. Susanna pulled out her money pouch and began counting the coins. A few minutes later, 10 columns of gold coins were laid out on the ground neatly. Urter, take these. Urter's expression paled. What do you mean, my lord? It is my job to assist you. You don't need to. Don't, Anfi said, interrupting Urter's protest. It's not just for you. You need a dimensional ring. Some things are only safe when you put it in a ring, do you understand? But you can twist my intention however you want, but you will keep the money, Anfi said. Go and arrange my meeting with Reborn tonight. Yes, my lord, Urter said. I will get on that. All right, Anfi nodded. Go. People will grow suspicious at the length of our conversation. Yes, my lord, Urter said. He looked at Anfi, then began to collect the coins slowly. If Anfi appeared too proud, Urter would have left immediately. However, Anfi had appeared very sincere. In the end, Urter had to break his own rule. 100 gold coins, however, were much heavier than Urter had expected. As he stood, the coins fell out of his pocket and onto the floor. Susanna grinned at the sight. Urter tried to pick up the coins quickly while hiding his embarrassment, but the coins were scattered all over the floor. Technically, this was the first time Urter accepted a bribe, and he had learned his lesson. Anfi tried to hide his smile, and did not say anything. After a few moments, Susanna stood up, and helped Urter gather all the coins. Armin, coming in, Anfi called, suppressing his laughter. Black 11 appeared, and frowned when he saw the coins on the floor. Take these to Urter's, Anfi ordered. Black 11 nodded. He waved his hand, and gathered all the coins into his dimensional ring. You know the convenience of a ring now, Urter? Anfi asked with a smile. Urter nodded hurriedly and looked at neither Anfi nor Susanna. Armin, be careful. Don't let Rappan know what's going on. Why? Black 11 asked, frowning. He had already told Appa about some of Anfi's deeds. If there was something wrong with Appa, the warning was clearly too late. No, Anfi said, but still, don't tell him. All right, Black 11 said, nodding. I understand. Chapter 215, on show it did not work. Anfi disappointedly waved away gas series elements, which had gathered a moment ago. He walked to the window and looked out. Don't worry. You are just a junior mage right now. You still do not have a mage license issued by Magic Union yet, Susanna smiled. The problem is I do not know where it went wrong. Anfi rubbed his head as he talked. They were at a hotel at the time that was only 30 yards away from Anfi's new garrison residence construction. Anfi wanted to release Eyes of Sky to see what was going on inside the garrison residence, but he still failed after a couple of tries. Anfi knew the procedures for releasing Eyes of Sky very well and carbon copied from Christian. He could communicate with different elements well with telepathy. Anfi believed there was no reason to fail. He needed to go back and ask Christian. Anfi, should I go and check on it? Susanna asked. Never mind. Anfi shook his head and walked to his bed. He picked up an old-fashioned book and started to read. He was going to be a big landlord soon. He needed to understand the scale of his authority and anything forbidden by the laws and regulations. The book in Anfi's hand was the legal statute of the empire. Anfi would not get to know unspoken rules from the legal statute of the empire, but it was better than nothing. Susanna held herself on the elbows with hands on her cheeks, quietly watching Anfi. She never dreamed to be a master swordswoman when she was little. Her mother asked her to carry the extra weight on her shoulders without consulting her if she wanted. Her father should have been a mature man that Susanna could rely on, but he was barely around her. She only remembered seeing her father 3 times. The last time she saw him he was covered in blood. Before she met Anfi, she had been living an intense life. She practiced days and nights, took the horrible tests, which made her feel like she was in hell. She was constantly chased and in danger. She lived a nightmare. Susanna thought her life would be like this forever. Anfi made her feel a warmth that she had never felt before. She would never ever forget that warm feeling. Is this so-called happiness? The corners of Susanna's mouth curled up. She was always happy when she was around Anfi. Anfi was not super powerful and could not give her a peaceful life or take care of her troubles, but it did not stop her from feeling the way she felt about Anfi. Anfi skimmed the legal statutes and flipped the pages fast. He only wanted to get the main idea when he read. He believed the deeper understanding of the book came through thinking, not literally from the book. As time slowly went by, Susanna and Anfi were in totally different thinking tracks, but they still got along well. They felt at peace and warm with each other. Suddenly, a magic signal at a distance ruined it. Anfi was shocked for a second and tossed the book on the bed. He stood up and rushed out of the room ahead of Susanna. It was the magic signal from Black 11. Anfi worried it would cause a scene to run with combat power. Luckily, a wagon was parked at the hotel. He took 2 horses out. He used them as his new transportation. He ran towards the magic signal as fast as he could. A tense battlefield came into Anfi's sight. Black 11 and Erder stood in the front with over a dozen patrols from the police department on one side, while Shemesh led a group of personal soldiers on the other side. There were already 7 or 8 people hurt in total from both sides. The conflict was obviously there, but it seemed that both sides had some concerns that prevented them from killing each other. The conflicts between 2 parties with weapons usually caused fatality. Right now those hurt people at least still could curse standing up. Anfi pushed patrols to the sides to make a path and walked to Black 11. He whispered, "What happened?" Erder heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Anfi. He smiled bitterly at Anfi but did not say anything. Black 11 stepped back a little bit and said quietly, "We were here to buy dimensional rings in this magic store. Shemesh and his people picked a fight with us." "That is him." Shemesh had recognized Anfi and yelled loudly, "Look at that guy. He killed people in Garden Hotel. Our mayor saw it but did not catch the killer. He is even with the killer now. Doesn't it audit prove where those gold coins were from?" Anfi glanced at Shemesh. "What gold coins is he talking about?" "He saw our gold coins when we were paying for the dimensional rings," Erder said, smiling bitterly. "Erder, you do not deserve our trust." Shemesh raised his voice even more. Shemesh's personal soldiers were more powerful than a patrol. However, this was a conflict instead of a war. He dared not to fight with what the patrol represented, a government. Now he saw the killer at the scene and believed the opportunity had come his way. He tried to stir up the civilian onlookers. Shemesh and his personal soldiers yelled and cursed, but the civilian onlookers still looked cold and indifferent. In terms of their reputation, Erder had a lot better reputation than Shemesh, since Shemesh kept his hands in the pockets every day. No one would believe what Shemesh said. This guy is really annoying. Erder did provoke Shemesh on purpose for the very first conflict, so he would like to forgive Shemesh for what he did. But now Shemesh acted like a crazy dog. He was so annoyed by him. "Hand over that killer to me," Shemesh yelled in high pitch. "Hand over the killer to me. Hand him over." Shemesh's personal soldiers yelled after him. A few of them even inched in towards Anfi with weapons in their hands. "How dare you!" Erder stepped out in front of Anfi. "Put down your weapons. Do you know who he is? How dare you to be so rude to him? He is Violet City." "Erder, come back!" Anfi interrupted him. Erder was shocked for a second and looked at Anfi, confused. He slowly stepped back behind Anfi. "Susanna, stay there and don't move until I tell you to," Anfi said. "Yes," Susanna said. Anfi slowly walked to those few personal soldiers with weapons. Anfi took everything in when he tried to figure out an issue and make it complicated, but sometimes he liked to simplify problems as well, depending on different situations. Now he had become the owner of Violet City. If he bore something with unreasonable anger or was unable to accept challenges when others challenged his authority, it would make sophisticated people suspect him. People who could take a lot in life or plan far and in details must be sophisticated. This always made sense. If Anfi went to extremes to solve this problem, those old men probably would just laugh at him if they heard about what happened later. They might critique him by saying, Anfi is too young and acts too much on impulse. He needs more practice. They would put their guard down toward Anfi. There was a saying that it is a tactic to let others' guards down. In fact, there were skills involved in reporting to supervisors as well. There was a general in Qin Dynasty. He was about to lead his military unit to travel far to the border to fight with the invaders. He was worried that the king would suspect him of getting too powerful. He knew this battle would last a long time. Officials being far from the central government had the potential to control the military and overthrow the king. Before he went on the journey, he asked for a large amount of money, jewelry and land on purpose. He wanted the king from Qin to believe he cared about money over other things. The king from Qin agreed to all his requests and gave him the support he wanted for a long time during the war. This general was one of only a few officials who did not get set up, tortured by the king even after the war ended. The key strategy to report to kings was to let kings know one's weakness or expose one's weakness on purpose in order to let the king's guards down. Kings were afraid of people too perfect. For kings, it was important to take control and balance the power. The problem was the reign, the power to control and balance. What if there was a person who could not be controlled? Simple. Just destroy him. If that person could not be destroyed, then kings would wait for the opportunity to present itself. There was no trust at all. Those few personal soldiers did not expect Anfi would step out himself. They could not help looking back at Shamash. Shamash gave them a look and yelled, "Catch that killer!" Those personal soldiers understood what Shamash meant. They rushed towards Anfi. Their swords, covered with combat power, were pointing at parts of Anfi, where they definitely could cause fatal damage if they got him. This was not to catch Anfi. They wanted to kill him. It looked like Shamash wanted to teach Anfi a lesson. However, targeting Anfi was a huge mistake. Urter's face immediately turned pale, but Susanna and Black 11's faces did not change at all. They knew about Anfi's fighting ability. Op heard a lot of stories about Anfi from Black 11. There was a junior swordsman among those few personal soldiers, but they believed Anfi would be fine. Anfi did not dodge until the sword radiant was close to him. His moves looked slower than usual for some reason. A sword radiant swept above his arm and another sword radiant brushed over his shoulder. Susanna screamed in surprise. Suddenly Anfi accelerated and ran back to Black 11's side. He looked at Susanna and Black 11's shocked face and smiled. He pointed at the blood on his shoulder and asked, "Urter, is this enough for the evidence?" Urter suddenly realized what had happened and raised his voice, "Shamash, how dare you try to kill Master Anfi? Do you want to fight against our government? You guys, catch the people who tried to kill Master Anfi." Urter said it loudly. It was enough. Those patrols definitely did not have the ability to catch those personal soldiers. They would be lucky if they did not get killed by them. Anfi waved his hands and countless little fireballs appeared around him. The little fireballs turned into a gigantic flaming shield and a gigantic flaming sword. Anfi ran towards those few personal soldiers. Susanna pulled her sword out in anger, but she was stopped by Urter. "Madam, don't go out now." "What?" Susanna was shocked. "Master is pretty powerful, isn't he?" Urter asked immediately. "Of course, he has no problem taking care of these trash." Black 11 answered for Susanna. "If Master could handle it himself, we had better just stay here. It will be good for the Master." Urter smiled at them. "Urter is right," Appa responded. Before he came here, King Yolanth had told him a lot of things. There was another reason to give Anfi the feudal realm in Violet City besides setting things up for their plans on the country of mercenaries. King Yolanth wanted to set Anfi as an example of a hero to give people hope that the empire could and would protect them. Right now it was a show for the hero. Chapter 216, A Good Fight. A man would only regret something after he had done it. He would not know how terrible something was until he had experienced it himself. The soldiers were not afraid when they heard Anfi's name. Their employer was one of the few Marquis left in the empire. Even though he was far from the center of the political playing field, Marquis Joser's influence in this area was unmatched. Even the old city lord, Aroban, feared the Marquis. The soldiers were used to doing whatever they wanted without any consequences. They didn't care who this young man was. The soldiers had some experience with fighting. Seeing that Anfi came at them alone, two of the soldiers took a few steps back, and the rest ran around him. They were trying to block anyone who was trying to help Anfi and gain an attack angle. The fire sword in Anfi's hand swept forward and flame on the tip of the sword burned brightly. The junior swordsmaster waved his sword and blocked the attack. The soldier on the other side was able to block the attack as well. The fire sword clashed with long swords, sending bright sparks flying. The two men felt their arms growing numb and tired, but they were still able to block the attack. The three soldiers who were behind Anfi saw an opportunity and lunged at him together, their swords aiming at his unprotected back. The swordsmasters smiled. If Anfi turned around and tried to block the attack, it would give him the chance to attack. If Anfi didn't, then the three soldiers behind him could easily kill him. Before he could rejoice, however, he realized Anfi was suddenly moving again. He widened his eyes as a large fire shield came crashing down. He screamed and jumped back. The shield missed him by a few inches. The other soldier, however, was not as lucky. Anfi thrusted his sword forward and blocked the man's attack, then plunged the sword into the man's chest. The air smelled of burning flesh. If he was fighting a master swordsman, then maybe his opponent could deflect all of his attacks. However, Anfi's opponents were normal soldiers and a junior swordsmaster. His opponents were not skilled enough to stop his attacks. Anfi jumped aside and chased after the swordsmaster. He looked like a large meteor with the fiery shield held out in front of him. Before he even engaged the men in combat, he already knew how powerful his opponents were. However, he was still very cautious and did not want to get distracted. In close combat, getting distracted could mean death. The swordsmaster knew that his opponent was superior to him and did not try to engage in combat. He kept jumping away and waving his sword, trying to distract Anfi. The three soldiers followed Anfi. Shamash, who was observing the fight, frowned and called, "What are you doing? Attack!" The rest of the soldiers joined the fight before he could finish his sentence. Anfi suddenly stopped and, without a moment's delay, jumped aside and out of the path of the three soldiers. Before the three men could react, Anfi brought the sword down on one of the men's head. The man fell to the ground. The other soldier slashed at his target and began running back, but before he could get away, the fire shield knocked him down. His body slid across the ground due to the force, and when he stopped, he did not move again. The deaths of his companions gave the survivor a chance to react. He did not choose to run, however, and instead he lunged at Anfi, thrusting his sword forward. Anfi looked at the man, but did not move. When the sword was less than 3 feet away from him, he suddenly ducked down, and the sword missed its target. Then he plunged his sword into his opponent's chest. The fire sword pierced the man's body, but there was no blood, since the heat of the sword was enough to cauterize the wound. Anfi waved his sword and threw the dead body towards the remaining soldiers. The soldiers stared at the body, but none of them moved. Seeing 3 companions dying in such a short time made them hesitant. The soldiers stopped, but Anfi did not. He held the shield out in front of him, and began walking towards the soldiers. The way he approached the soldiers showed that he did not care whether they lived or died. There was no point in being just. There was no justice in the world, and the only people that cared for justice were the weak. Anfi already had a plan before he even started attacking. According to Erter, his arrival would be met with resistance from Marquis Joser. Compared to the Marquis, Anfi had no networks and no experience. More importantly, he did not want to fight with the Marquis. He was a skilled combatant, but he knew nothing about politics. It would be stupid for him to try and play political games with the Marquis. He needed to scare him enough that he would not try to do anything. In comparison to Anfi, Shamash's men appeared weak and cowardly, especially the swordsmaster. Technically, he should be the most powerful one, and he should be at the front. Now, however, he was too terrified to lead the counterattack. He kept backing away, and was almost behind Shamash. This made the soldiers even more terrified. "What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking?" Shamash questioned angrily. He raised his foot and kicked the swordsmaster in the back. The swordsman stumbled, but did not try to lead the attack. Instead, he stopped in place. He had led the initial attack with 4 other soldiers, who were all killed. If he wasn't backing away, he would not be standing there. He would rather be jobless than die. Anfi suddenly took a long stride forward, then thrust his sword at one of the soldiers. He did not use his full strength, because that would make it harder for him to move after each attack. He was able to move around because he had preserved parts of his power. Now, however, the soldiers were not as daring, and Anfi was switching up his tactics. Now, his strategy was more intimidating but more dangerous for him. The soldier tried to block the attack, but his strength was far inferior. The fire sword was only slowed, and came down onto the soldier. The man's head burst into flames. The soldiers around him gasped in horror. Anfi turned to the left and struck out. The soldiers were caught off guard, and could not block the attack. One soldier's sword plunged into another's chest. The second man fell to the ground. Anfi's every move was full of power. The soldiers were too scared to fight back, and those that did try to fight back were slaughtered mercilessly. The swordsmaster had already abandoned his sword and disappeared into the crowd. Shamash, however, did not even notice. This was not a fight. It was a massacre. If he was simply fighting, Enfi usually stayed very calm. Now, however, he felt a strange joy when he saw his opponents falling like leaves before him. Soon, there was no one standing around Enfi. All the remaining soldiers were behind Shamash, and no one tried to protect him. The mage next to Shamash whispered several spells, but didn't release any of them. Right now, he cared only for his own life. Enfi stood in front of Shamash, who was sweating furiously, and did not feel any pity for the man. This man must die. There were a lot of men willing to work for the nobility, and it did not matter if those men died. The only way to make the nobility fear him was to kill Shamash. I remember him. Someone in the crowd suddenly called. Isn't that the guy that terrorized Shansa Empire? People in the crowd began whispering to each other, and the sound of their voices became louder and louder. They had been hearing a lot about Enfi lately. Chapter 217, Hope, why are you trying to kill me? Enfi asked coldly. The feeling of joy only stayed with Enfi for a very short time. Joy never dominated Enfi long because being calm was his instinct. Enfi did not forget what he should say at this moment. He actually did not talk to Shamash, but to the civilians who were looking on. Shamash was scared and forgot how to argue. He even forgot to beg for his life. You do not have to explain. Enfi turned away. He waved his flaming sword, which created a track of heat. Shamash was only a senior swordsman. He was so scared that he did not make any response before he got hit by the flaming sword. Onlookers leaned their heads back to follow Shamash's head being thrown high in the sky. The body twitched before falling on the ground. Those watching screamed in surprise. No matter what kind of reputation Shamash had, he was a well-known person in Violet City. However, he was killed like he was just a little chicken. Not only the surviving personal soldiers' jaws dropped, onlookers stared wide-eyed. Stop, stop. A loud voice arose in the distance. Master asked Master Shamash to go back now. Don't make any trouble. The clip-clop of hooves sounded closer to them. The onlookers made a path for a group of horses. A boy around 7 years old stepped back as others moved to the side. Maybe he had no guardian to take care of him, or his parents forgot to take him with them as they made the path. That boy just stood there, looking at the dead body. The little boy did not know how to cover his emotions. He looked scared and curious and totally forgot that a group of horses were coming his way. The people on the horses were only concerned about rushing forward. As people made a path for them, it became too late for them to stop in time. Everyone watched as a horse was ready to step on the little boy. A flaming fireball shot out and hit the forelegs of the horse. The fireball flew so fast that it left a trace of red shadow. Fire elements shoot out everywhere. Enfi had to move 2 steps back to steady himself. The rider and the horse rolled back like a rolling windmill. They rolled over for about a dozen yards. Onwatchers were startled by what they saw again. Enfi felt sharp pain in his arms after the flaming shield disappeared. The flaming shield had turned into a real object before it disappeared. Others might have seen that Enfi literally crashed into the running horse. Actually, it did not happen as they thought they had seen. Enfi was not that stupid. His flaming shield hit right below the horse's neck. He pushed the flaming shield diagonally upwards. Enfi did take some hit but not all of the hit, otherwise he would not have knocked the horse so far. The rider struggled to come to his senses and slowly stand up. Blood oozed from his nose and mouth. Obviously, his organs were damaged after taking the indirect but intense blow. He stared at Enfi, shocked and scared. He was unable to hide his emotions. Surviving personal soldiers looked at each other, but dared not to help. They could only choose to be quiet. Master Shamash. The horse rider stumbled forward. He did not forget his duty. Master Shamash. Are you guys dumb? Where is Master Shamash? The personal soldiers could not help looking at the dead body without a head. The rider's response was quick. At first, he was shocked and had eyes open wide to check the clothes on the dead body. He suddenly turned around to look at Enfi. You killed Master Shamash? Top powers were usually not constrained by regular laws. The power among them had to be balanced by other even more powerful powers. Seeing their master being killed and his crew scared to speaking for him, he immediately suspected Enfi. So? Enfi looked combative. He challenged the rider. That rider was so mad that he suddenly puked up some blood. His body shook a little and then he fell on the ground with a huge thud. His wound had gotten worse, but other personal soldiers dared not to come over to help him. They stayed where they were without doing anything. Hurry up and go home. Playing on the street is dangerous. Enfi turned to be gentle and also caressed the little boy's head. The little boy looked at Enfi with bright eyes. He may not even have realized what had just happened. Onlookers seemed to feel perplexed. Anfi had looked like a crazy killer a moment ago and killed the well-known Shamesh and his personal soldiers in the blink of an eye. Now, however, he looked like a sweet brother to that little boy. No one would think Anfi faked it since he did save that little boy from the horse. "Master, are you okay?" Urta ran over with excitement on his face. He had heard about what Anfi had done before. He wanted to believe there was a savior for the people who were suffering. This world seemed to need a hero after the war. Seeing Anfi's fighting ability, he would totally believe he was their hero. "I am fine." Anfi shook his head with a smile. He turned to look at the surviving personal soldiers. "All of you go to the police station." Susanna slowly walked up to him. Senior swordsmen were considered top powers in Violet City. When Susanna practiced combat power to try to help Anfi, she already got people's attentions. However, when Anfi had showered fireballs, they had turned their attention to him. Now Susanna walked out and everybody noticed there was a senior swordswoman. She was also a follower of Anfi. People could not be more surprised. The junior swordsman who ran away at the beginning of the fight gasped. He thought he was so lucky to make the decision to run. He was too wise for that. Susanna was a senior swordswoman. "Are you going to the police station on your own or do you need someone to escort you?" Anfi asked casually. "Master, we can go to the police station on our own." The junior swordsman realized he should do something to make it up, so he stepped out and spoke. Anfi looked at Urter. As a mayor, Urter definitely knew what he should do. He needed to judge the case, listing all the evidence to make sure there was no way for Shamesh's family to reopen this case. Urter walked back to Iliverny and gave him some instructions quietly, and then Iliverny walked to those personal soldiers with a few officers. Since the leader of the personal soldiers had died, both parties were not combative anymore. They looked like they got along well and cooperated with each other. At least one party did. Personal soldiers put down their weapons and followed behind the officers. "Master, your little unicorn came out." "We could not control him," Urter suddenly said loudly. "Huh?" Anfi was shocked. He turned around to check. The little unicorn was looking at the people around him. Anfi could not help staring at Urter. The little unicorn had been forced to develop the habit that he would not come out until Susanna gave him permission. The unicorn would never come out on his own. The reason Susanna let the unicorn out definitely had to do with Urter. "Come here," Anfi waved at the little unicorn. The unicorn's eyes brightened. He turned into a white light and the next second he stood beside Anfi. He looked very close to Anfi. He rubbed Anfi's lower leg. The unicorn was still small, but his speed was phenomenal. Shally used to play with the little unicorn, but now she did not even bother with him anymore. She could not catch him and lost interest in playing with him. "My God, it is a unicorn," someone yelled in surprise. "Couldn't be." Some doubted how true it was. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what your mayor said?" An onlooker responded. "It has to be a unicorn. I did not even see him run over." Another onlooker said. "A magic combat twin discipliner with a unicorn? I have only heard about it in the legends," another person commented. The little unicorn did not know he was the center of attention. He tried hard to look up at Anfi with his light blue eyes. Magic beasts had quite simple emotions. If Anfi was calling him, he could only see Anfi's eyes. Anfi sighed and bent down to pick up the little unicorn. Changes always came faster than plans. He was supposed to keep this trip secret. The little unicorn should be a secret too. However, both of these were now known to the public. Human intelligence was too limited. In most cases, a wise person could not control how things would happen. That was why there was the saying about opportunity knocking. The crowd grew loud. Their indifference and coldness were from their disappointment. Shansa Empire had messed up their lives. Many people had died and disappeared. Yoland was very wise, and he provided them a comparatively decent life, but he could not protect them in dangerous situations. Now a hero was here. The power and kindness were obvious. In addition, he was going to be the owner of Violet City. What else could make them more excited? The hero in the legend could beat thousands or tens of thousands of magic beasts just by himself. The presence of a unicorn meant Anfi had the same power as the heroes in the legends. Heroes like Anfi should be able to protect them. No one knew the exact answer, but they all wanted to believe. In other words, they would like to force themselves to believe Anfi could protect them. Anfi was a little confused and anxious. He used to hide in the dark in his past. He did not think anything good would come from being the center of the crowd. Anfi turned around and said to Urter, "Let's go buy the rings." "Yes, master." Urter lowered his head. His eyes were smiling. He had planned everything right on the money and had gotten unexpectedly positive results. He was quite happy about it. Anfi and Urter walked up to the magic store. The crowd immediately made a path for them. Susanna followed behind Anfi. The legendary hero always had a powerful, beautiful and loyal female assistant. So did Anfi. It only confirmed their belief. Anfi and Erder walked up the steps before they entered the magic store. A person suddenly stopped them at the entrance of the magic store. It was a chubby guy around 40 years old. His eyes avoided looking at Anfi, and his trembling fingers also showed his timidity. However, what he said sounded very harsh. I am sorry, masters. Our store is closed today. Chapter 218, Helper, what do you mean? Erder asked, his expression dark. I'm sorry, sir, but my shop is not open for business right now, the merchant said. His voice was shaking, but he was determined. Erder glared at the man. It was embarrassing to be blocked by a merchant in the middle of the town. If he was alone, he would have just admitted defeat. Now, however, he had other people with him. The merchant was just about to tell him the price of the ring, and this sudden shift in attitude meant that he was hiding something. Sir, this isn't the only shop that sells dimensional rings, a man in the crowd stepped forward and said. If you don't mind, please, feel free to come to my shop and take a look. Anfi glanced at the man who had just spoken. He was young, perhaps in his 20s. He was wearing a finely made white robe, which made the youth look more handsome than he would have in simple shirts. His expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with joy. Anfi did not know if the man was happy because he was able to catch someone's attention, or because he was able to steal business from his competition. Erder sighed and glared at the merchant again before turning to the youth. Where is your shop? He asked. Not far, the young man said, pointing to his left. Just down the street. My lord, do you want to go look there? Erder asked Anfi. He was worried that Anfi would rush into yet another decision without thinking it through. He knew the merchant was hiding something, but he was the owner and he had the right to do what he wanted. As long as there was another solution, there was no need to force the merchant to do anything. Anfi was the new city lord, and Erder was the sheriff. They had plenty of time to investigate what the merchant was trying to hide. All right, Anfi said. He turned and followed the young man and Erder. Anfi, however, was not trying to pressure the merchant into doing anything. He had remained quiet and allowed Erder to do the negotiation. He was the new city lord, and it was not a good idea for him to have petty arguments. The appearance of the young man was exactly what Anfi had wanted and needed. After a few minutes, they arrived at the young man's shop. The young man hurried over to open the door for his customers. The crowds, instead of dispersing, followed the group to the young man's shop. Anfi frowned. He turned to Erder and said, Tell them to leave us alone. Erder nodded and turned around. Everyone, he called loudly. Go home now, please. It is distracting for Lord Anfi with all of you out here. Hearing Erder's order, the crowd slowly began to thin. Most people looked eager to tell others the story they had just witnessed. That man has no professionalism to speak of, the young man said, shaking his head. You may not know, my lord, but he works for the Marquis. He must have received instructions from the Marquis not to sell you anything. I see, Erder said, nodding. He was just going to buy the cheapest dimensional ring, but Black 11 thought that a cheap ring had no real value and would be a waste of money. The two had just compromised when Shemesh had surrounded them and accused Erder of accepting bribe. Erder's men attacked Shemesh for insulting their superior, and Shemesh, who was intentionally angering them, did not back down. Now that Erder had the time to think back on it, he realized it must have been the merchant who alerted Marquis Joser. What do you want, my lords? The young man asked. He waved his servant away and began leading Erder and Anfi around the shop. He wants a dimensional ring, Anfi said, pointing at Erder. Dimensional ring? The young man frowned, then nodded. Please, come with me. He walked over to a display case full of rings, but did not reach into the case. He waved his hand, and a small hole appeared on the wall. The young man reached into the hole and retrieved a box made of anti-magic crystal. He held out the box for his two customers to see. Erder hurried to look at the ring. Ever since he had become a sheriff, he had adhered to the rules and laws, because he did not want people to see him as a corrupt and ineffective man. He did not take bribes, and his pay could barely cover his living expenses. Even though Anfi gave him a large sum of money, he did not want to spend all of it. A black, dull ring lay in the box. Next to the ring was a magic scroll. Erder did not know what the material was, but he relaxed visibly. If the young man wanted to bribe him or get in his good graces, he would present them with a more extravagant ring. A ring as plain as this one must not be expensive. How much is it? Erder asked. 10 gold coins, the young man said. All right, Erder said. I'll take it. At the last shop, the owner had asked for 25 coins. The price the young man gave was reasonable. Erder knew that cheap things tended to be of lesser quality, and this ring may not have as much storage space, but he was satisfied. 10 gold coins? Anfi asked. Unlike Erder, he was able to sense the magic surge of the ring. He knew very well how powerful the ring must be. Yes, my lord, the young man said. I bought this ring for 7 coins. I'm making a 3 coins profit here. I like this one, Urter said. He glanced at the display case, and saw that some of the rings were selling for more than 2,000 gold coins. A ring as inexpensive as this one was rare. If you like it. Anfi's voice trailed off, then shook his head. Urter took the ring out of the box and inspected it. The young man picked up the magic scroll and said, "My lord, please. Put on the ring, then activate the scroll. You don't have to be able to use magic to activate this scroll." "I see," Urter said. He took the scroll and activated it. As soon as the scroll was activated, light burst from the paper and enveloped Urter. Anfi frowned. "It wasn't this dramatic when I got my ring," he commented. "You didn't use a scroll?" the young man asked, frowning. "All dimensional rings come with a magic scroll. It was used to activate the ring and to leave the mark of the owner on the ring. I just put it on," Anfi said. "You are a student of Archmage Saul, my lord," the young man said, smiling. "You wouldn't need a scroll." The light dispersed, showing Urter standing there in shock. "Urter?" Anfi called. Urter frowned and turned to the young man. "You're selling this for 10 coins?" he asked. He could not use magic, but he had common sense. The price of the ring was proportional to the storage space of the ring. Now that he could sense the ring, he knew a ring like this was worth far more than 10 gold coins. "Yes," the young man said. "Like I've just said, my lord, I bought the ring for 7 gold coins. I'm only making 2 coins." Urter frowned. The way the young man tried to bribe him was very clever. He could pretend he bought a cheap dimensional ring, and forget about this encounter. However, Urter could not ignore the fact that the young man sold him something expensive at a cheap price. He was a sheriff, and he could not take advantage of the people he was trying to protect. If this continued, something would go wrong sooner or later. He wanted to return the ring, but something like dimensional rings could not be returned. He had already marked the ring, and it would be worthless to other people. "Come on, Urter," Anfi said. "Let's go visit Reborn." For Anfi, this was normal. If someone was trying to befriend him, he would be friendly with them. He was about to become the new city lord, and he needed helpers. Urter shook his head and turned to follow Anfi. Before he could take another step, he stumbled and almost fell. The young man reached over and helped him steady himself. "Be careful, my lord," he said. "Everyone's like this when they first get a ring. A few days of rest should fix it." "What?" Anfi asked. "Dimensional rings require magic. Lord Sheriff here doesn't have magic, and part of his life force was used to activate it. Don't worry. A few days of rest is what you need to recover." "He's right," Susanna said. "The more storage space, the more magic the ring will need." Anfi glanced at his own ring, and recalled Saul's exhaustion with a frown. Chapter 219, An unusual city owner. Urter's house did not look very fancy. Of course, the so-called not-so-fancy house was referenced with other royal families' houses. If it were compared with civilians' houses, Urter's house was still pretty good. At least the house was free. The empire provided residences for the government officials who worked for city management. The officials would return the houses to the empire when they left their positions. During the time they lived here, they were not charged. The empire also provided them some servants, who got paid through the empire, which definitely saved them a big chunk of money. Passing the slightly worn tall door, there was a standard living room. The desks and chairs looked outdated but very clean. A city mayor's salary was set by the empire. Urter had no control over his salary. The tidiness and cleanliness of the living room had everything to do with him though. Some people believed that how good the house was kept had a close relationship to how well the owner of the house lived. There was a long, dark hallway upstairs. Many candlesticks were on both sides of the hallway, but they were not lit up. Some candlesticks did not even have candles on them. The candlesticks shone like metal in the dark. Urter looked a little awkward when he saw Anfi looking at the candlesticks on the sides of the hallway. He hurried to lead Anfi into a front room and moved his body sideways to let Anfi in. "Master, Reborn lives in this room." Anfi nodded. He tried to regain control of his emotions before he slowly walked in. Reborn had suffered the loss of his country and the pain of losing his whole family. Only he, a lonely old man, still lived in this world. What was more cruel was he saw the soldiers from Shansa Empire killing his family in front of him. Anfi thought it would be really hard to communicate with an old man who was in deep sorrow. However, Anfi had to come see him. First of all, as a future city owner, he needed to send his condolences to Reborn. Secondly, he wanted to find opportunities to consult him on some issues. He heard from more than one person that Reborn was a very capable city master. Under Reborn's government, Violet City was prosperous, but a damn war had ruined everything. He wanted to learn some basic knowledge about the city, talk about his experience managing it, and take some advice or suggestions to take over the city and manage it. A lot of things could not be learned through experience. Governing a city was not a joke. It could cost Violet City plenty before Anfi could learn from failures governing the city. Anfi slightly cleared his throat and went over the condolence words he wanted to say. He knocked on the door. "Come in please," someone inside the room responded. Anfi pushed the door open and walked in. He was shocked when he got to see the room. It was not as he had imagined. He thought Robin would be helplessly lying on the bed with a haggard face. He thought he would either be in deep sorrow or scream his lungs out to vent his anger, frustration and sadness. However, what he saw was quite different from what he had imagined. Robin sat on a chair, quietly watching Anfi. His light blonde and slightly curly hair was combed well, and his face was slim. He even wore some foundation on his face, which prevented people from telling the real color of his face. He wrapped himself in a long dark red mage gown with a junior mage badge hung on his chest. Anfi felt close to him immediately, since he finally met a mage at the same level as Anfi's. "You must be Master Anfi. Has told me about you. Please take a seat." Robin smiled and held his hand out to signal Anfi to take a seat. This holding move was very weird. Robin moved his arm, but his hand was like a decorative object hanging on his wrist. His hand shook as the arm moved. "I hope I am not interrupting you," Anfi said, and smiled as he slowly took a seat. "Master, you must be joking. It is my honor to have you come to see me, a crippled old man." Robin looked at his lifeless hand and a sadness flashed in his eyes. Anfi smiled. He could only smile because the speech he prepared seemed inappropriate now. If he had passed his condolences on to Robin did not seem sad. If he had asked him to have a good rest, Robin looked very refreshed. Anfi searched for words in his head to start their conversation. He was here to visit Robin and learn from him about the experiences governing Violet City. "I heard from that Shamesh from the Mangekyō tried to kill you. Did you kill him?" Robin helped Anfi find a worthy conversation topic. "Did I act too much on impulse?" Anfi said with a smile. He did not expect Robin to go into a topic without any greetings. Robin seemed to be direct. Anfi appreciated that. Robin went quiet for a second. "Master, even though we just met, I do have something to tell you. It may sound blunt and even cause trouble for me. I am already a disabled man now. I am scared of nothing. You can tell me anything." Anfi smiled. "You don't have to call me Master. And I are just your juniors. Rules are rules." Robin slightly shook his head. "Then, I am going to tell you some truth. Please." Anfi felt this came a lot faster than he expected. He thought he would have a long conversation and they would get to know each other a little better before they could talk about anything important. It looked like Robin was more eager than Anfi to talk about important issues. For an old man who had been a politician for so long, he should not be so impatient. Maybe the last cruel strike had changed Robin's personality a lot. "Master, you were too nice to him," Robin said slowly. "What?" Anfi was shocked by his comment. At first he thought Robin was sarcastic. Not only Anfi, but also was shocked by Robin's comment. Mangekyō is a marquis of our empire. His family can be traced back several hundred years. Robin looked calm. For a long family tree, its roots could grow even better than the leaves. Mangekyō has kept a very low profile, but it could just be the roots of an older tree. We have no idea how much potential Mangekyō has. "Master Anfi, do you think we could underestimate Mangekyō?" Robin glanced at Anfi. "Are you saying?" Anfi looked more serious. "Mangekyō has lost 5 sons. Do you know what he got in return? A couple of acres of barren land, some mediocre reward? If it were not because of you, Mangekyō would be happy to take those rewards, since their feudal lands have not increased for the past 100 years. It could be a good opportunity for him since it would leave something good on his family history." Robin sighed. "But everything changed because of you. People should not compare themselves with others. Many tragedies and disasters came from it. You made such contribution to our empire, but Mangekyō lost 5 sons for the empire. Why did you become the owner of Violet City, but not Mangekyō? In terms of nobility titles, Mangekyō is a marquis, while you are just an earl. Do you think Mangekyō would find that fair?" Robin snorted. "Do you think you scared Mangekyō after you killed Shamesh? No, you only could scare some of his followers. Those followers would go to where the power is. I promise you, Mangekyō will only get crazier. Do you know you have wasted a great chance? Shamesh was trying to kill you on the street and many people saw it. You could have taken him to your police department. The case would have led back to Mangekyō and wiped the whole family out. Unfortunately, it is too late now." Robin shook his head. As long as Mangekyō is alive, there would be no peace in Violet City. If you don't believe me, time will prove it. Mangekyō is a marquis of the Empire. Urter murmured. Urter, you are such an idiot. Robin raised his voice angrily. How could you do something beyond your authority? Why did you start the transmission portal Magikure and send the official files to Blackania City? You should not have done that. We could have done something to save it, but now there is nothing we can do. I only wanted to make sure Shamesh got the punishment he deserved before Mangekyō reports on us. If the Empire agreed with me on the crimes Shamesh committed, we would have had so room to maneuver. We could have attacked or defended as we needed, Urter said. Why are you getting even more stupid? Robin yelled in anger. We could attack or defend as we needed? There are many things we could have moved forward on instead of going back. We have killed Shamesh, where do you think we could go back to? Anfi and Urter looked at each other. It was not surprising that Anfi felt the way he did, since he did not know Robin well. Urter was wide-eyed in shock. Urter never remembered Robin being so aggressive. Robin used to try to make everyone happy and not to piss anyone off. He had a great reputation in Violet City. He had a good relationship with royal families. Civilians respected him. However, he was totally a different person now. What should we do now? Anfi smiled bitterly. He had been in this world a long time and understood how much power a royal family could have. It was already very risky to kill Shamesh. Anfi never thought he would kill Mangekyō in a justified way. He did not forget his own profession. If Mangekyō became too much trouble, he would assassinate him someday. Wait, Robin said. We can only wait? Anfi asked. If I am guessing right, General Maurich should be reading the office files sent by us. He will make a judgment soon. We will wait and see how Mangekyō will react, Robin said. Maurich? A passionate and energetic image appeared in Anfi's mind. Yes, the generals are usually in charge of all the military administration during the war, so General Maurich is in charge of it now. Master, do you know General Maurich? Robin noticed something unusual about Anfi. Did you forget who my master is? Anfi smiled. Master, things will get better if you know General Maurich, Robin said, looking excited. What relation could I have with General Maurich? He thinks I am only a kid. Anfi could not help shaking his head. Chapter 220, Hatred. If you can get General Maurich to come to this city, my lord, I am sure it would be a good influence, Robin said. I am not important enough to even talk to the general, Anfi said with a smile. I'm too insignificant. You may be, but your teacher is not, Robin said. As far as I know, Archmage Saul is on good relations with General Maurich. If you are in trouble, surely the general will aid you. Anfi shook his head and did not say anything. Seeing that Anfi did not want to accept his proposal, Robin frowned. Robin did not know Anfi's history, however, and would not be able to come up with a plan Anfi could work with. What Anfi did in the Sacred City was unforgivable. Even though no one had blamed him, Anfi knew he was in deep trouble. He had made himself an enemy of one of the most powerful men in the Empire, and brought a lot of trouble in doing so. He could not rely on Saul for everything. He must solve this on his own. Robin, on the other hand, was trying to find a realistic solution. He knew that Saul was still busy on the northern front with Prince Grandon, or else he would have tried to convince Anfi to get Saul to Violet City a long time ago. What are you worried about, my lord? Robin asked quietly. I'm not worried. I'm just trying to solve the problem by myself. I think you're wrong in thinking this way, my lord, Robin said. Some things were already set in stone when you became the city lord of Violet City. If you lost to Mangekyō, it's not just your problem. Now that everyone knows you are Archmage Saul's student, his reputation would be damaged, as well. When you are in trouble, I am certain that Lord Saul would try to help even if you do not request any help. All we have to do is to accelerate that process. Let's talk about this later, Anfi said, shifting the topic. Urter, how many soldiers do I have? You are a count right now, my lord, which means you can have 30 soldiers according to the law. What about city guards? Is there a limit on that? There were 1,200 city guards. During the invasion, they were either slaughtered or abandoned their posts. There is barely anyone left now. All right. We will start recruiting tomorrow. Yes, my lord. I will leave the recruiting to you, Urter. You have to be strict when picking the men. I will not tolerate anyone who is slacking on the job, understand? Yes, my lord. Do you have a specific standard? Anfi frowned. He recalled the Shansa general, Kumuragosha, and his soldiers. Intermediate swordsmen, at least. The standard for mages can be lower. Same requirement for the knights. Urter frowned and stared at Anfi. Robin frowned as well. What, is that requirement too high? Anfi asked. Way too high. Really? If we use that standard, We won't get a single recruit, Erder said. The wage of a city guard is lower than the wage of a real soldier's. For a swordsman, the best thing to do is join a mercenary band. The life of a mercenary is dangerous, but so is the life of a civilian soldier. A mercenary can decide what mission he does, but a soldier cannot decide which battle to fight. Even if they don't become mercenaries, it's better to become an actual soldier. There is no use for them to join the city guard. The older guards were all at least 40 years old. Young, able-bodied people will not join the city guard. What if we increase the wages? For 1,000 men? Anfi fell quiet. Erder, he asked after a few moments. As a city lord, how much will I make a day? It is all in the files I gave you, my lord, though it may not be accurate now. The city was pillaged, and it would take a while for it to recover. We barely have any income except for the money to rebuild the city. It seems like we can't do much at this point, Anfi said, shaking his head. I will leaving the city for a few days soon. Wait for me to come back. Lord Aroban, Erder, I entrust the city to you. Anfi finally realized how difficult it would be to run a city by himself. He needed to find some helpers from Sacred City. He trusted Aroban and Erder, but he could not rely on them for everything. He needed to have his own helpers. If he relied on Aroban and Erder for everything, it would be as if he was handing off his power. My lord, I am just an old man, Aroban said. He looked at his wrinkled hand and sighed. On the contrary, sir. Your experience running this city is priceless, Anfi said with a smile. Are you going back to Sacred City, my lord? Erder asked. It's been a while since I last saw my teacher, Anfi said. I need to finish what I started. Frankly, it is unsettling to think that I'm finally returning. You should know that the only reason I fled that city was because I angered the wrong man. Don't worry, my lord. If His Majesty gave you this city, it means that His Majesty is on your side. Philip will not do anything, Aroban said. Not publicly, Anfi said, shaking his head. Who knows what he will do in secret? Anfi doubted Philip would listen to Yolan's orders. You may be right, Aroban said. Maybe you should wait for Lord Saul to return to the city. To ensure your safety. I think Aroban is right, Erder said. Maybe staying for a few more days is a better plan. No, I have some things I need to take care of, Anfi said. He did not forget about the map Susanna carried with her. The only things he took were some weapons and some treasures. There was still a large sum of money left, and now was the time to use it. Aroban and Erder did not press for more answers. The three of them talked for a few more minutes, and Anfi stood to leave. Aroban tapped on his leg and said, I apologize for not being able to see you out, my lord. Don't worry about it, Anfi said with a grin. Erder closed the door carefully as he stepped out of the room behind Anfi. Inside, Aroban's expression suddenly changed. His eyes snapped shut, and his back bent over in pain. His family was slaughtered and he was crippled. It was hard to suffer through such traumatizing events. He chose to stay in Violet City and not to end his miserable life because Aroban wanted revenge. It was impossible to kill the Emperor of Shansa Empire, but he didn't care. All he wanted to do, and needed to do, was hunt down the general that allowed the killings to take place. He would never forget that general's name. Erder helped him when he was at his lowest, and he was very grateful. For his, and Erder's future, he had tried his best to hide his pain today and tried to advise Anfi. His goal was to let Anfi know that he was important and should not be ignored. Now that Anfi was gone, he could not keep the facade up any longer. Erder, Anfi asked quietly. Is Aroban always like this? No, Erder said hesitantly. He had always been bad, but he's especially bad today. I do not know why. Because he was too traumatized, Anfi said with a sigh. He had initially wanted Aroban to remain the city lord, but gave up on that idea when he realized that Aroban was too keen on killing the Marquis and have Anfi take over. Anfi did not know what Aroban would do after those things were done, but he knew that a city lord must remain calm and patient. Sometimes I wish Lord Aroban had died in the invasion, Erder said with a sigh, so he wouldn't suffer like this. You are too much of a pessimist, Anfi said, shaking his head. How's his appetite? He eats, but I can tell he is forcing the food down. Anfi nodded. He already had a vague idea what Aroban wanted. What does he talk about the most? Vengeance. All right, Anfi said, nodding. We will respect his wishes. Chapter 221, On Which Side? Violet City was less prosperous after the war. It used to be a busy commercial city, so it still had a business city feel to it. Anfi and Susanna walked side by side on the street and checked out the stores. Shopping with Susanna was not tiring. She did not have strong desire to buy things. Even if she saw something interesting, she would just look at it and continue walking. If it had been Nia walking for so long with Anfi, she would have carried a lot of shopping bags with her and walk very slowly with those bags. Anfi looked up at the sun to tell the time. He now had better understanding how big Violet City was. He had walked around the city with purpose and plans. He only walked half of the city so far in a half day. He wanted to see more, but he needed to leave tomorrow. Master? A surprised and excited call arose. Anfi turned around to look. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "My family lives here." A smiling girl walked over. "Master, Susanna, why are you guys here?" "Doris, don't you know?" Susanna asked. "What don't I know about?" Doris asked. "This city is his estate now." Susanna glanced at Anfi. "Where could we go if we did not come here?" "Oh, my God." Doris stared, her eyes wide. "I only heard he became an Earl of the Empire. No one told me about his estate. Everybody in the city knew Anfi had come. Didn't your parents know about it? Didn't they tell you?" Susanna asked. "Don't even mention them," Doris said bitterly. "I was so worried about them. That is why I rushed back to check on them. I already got into a fight with them after just talking to them for a little bit." "What did you argue about?" Susanna asked. "Nothing." Doris did not want to talk about her family issues. She turned to look at Anfi. "Master, congratulations. I did not know I would be your citizen so soon. Call me by my name, okay, just as you did in the academy." Anfi could not help shaking his head. "Call you by your name? I do not dare." Doris smiled. "It is not important whether you dare to call by name or not. You just made me so uncomfortable when you called me master," Anfi said. "There will be many people calling you master in the future. You need to get used to it. How about I help you out? I am going to call you master right now." Doris joked about it, but she looked perplexed. Life was just so unexpected. The time she and Anfi chatted and laughed at the academy seemed like just yesterday. Time had passed so fast. Anfi had developed with amazing speed. He now had become a bigwig in the Empire, while she was still no different than she had been. In fact, the title of Earl was nothing fancy. There were a lot of Earls in the Empire. Some of them were even poor. Possessing the ownership of a city meant Anfi had a lot of real power. Power was way better than titles. There was a big difference between possessing a title and power. "If you really want to help me, you gotta listen to me," Anfi said. His eyes were innocent and warm. Maybe only when a person had endured a lot of lonely moments could he appreciate more the bonds between people. No matter how far Anfi traveled, how high a position he attained, he would never forget a nice girl who helped pick out the right magic book for him in that library. It was not a big deal for Doris, but Anfi felt Doris had helped him a lot. "Stop. We are old friends. Calling him master just makes us feel weird," Susanna said. Doris got caught by Anfi when she looked at him. She immediately looked away. Okay, my bad, okay? How about me taking you guys out for dinner to make it up to you?" "Susanna, what do you want to have? Tell me, don't try to save me money." "Where should we go?" Susanna thought about it and said, "How about Garden Hotel? Erder said their chef is the best." "I cannot afford Garden Hotel." Doris could not help sticking her tongue out. "It does not look like you really want to make up for it, does it?" Susanna said. "I am not like you, having a good man to rely on. I have to join a mercenary group to make money, otherwise I would be starving," Doris said. "What are you talking about?" Susanna blushed and posed to hit Doris. Doris ran to the other side of Anfi with naughty smiles. "Doris, if you still want to be a mercenary, why don't you join my mercenary group?" Anfi asked quietly. "Sure." Doris nodded without any hesitation. Doris's strength was that she was not pretentious. Her sincerity had caused her to fall into a wolfman's traps. If Doris had pretentiously turned Anfi's suggestion down, it would only make Anfi and Susanna feel even more awkward about their relationship with Doris than calling Anfi master. Anfi smiled. "Doris, did you tell Christian you left?" "If I had told him I was leaving, he would not have let me go. He said he would have someone to escort me after we reached Blackania City, but I could not wait that long. I ran away from him." "You got yourself in danger by being alone and you still have not learned from it. You cannot run around by yourself," Anfi said. Doris looked a little weird after Anfi gave her a lesson. She murmured after being quiet for a while, "I just became one of your people and you have already scolded me." "What do you mean by becoming one of my people?" Anfi did not know if he should laugh or cry. Susanna could not keep from laughing on the side. This time it was Doris's turn to blush. "I mean to join your mercenary group." "What are you laughing about? I hate you." "I cannot laugh? Mind your own business." Susanna laughed even harder. "I have never seen a couple like you." Doris looked upset. The smile froze on Anfi's face. He saw a few patrolmen rushing towards the street ahead of them. "What happened?" Anfi asked. "Let's go over there and check it out." Susanna saw those patrolmen too. Let's go, Anfi said. Should I come too? Doris asked. Don't come with us, just in case something happens. Hide somewhere so you can help us when we need it, Anfi said. Got it, Doris said. Anfi and Susanna walked fast to the street. They looked to the north, but there did not seem to be anything happening there. They could even see the city gate in the distance. The patrols were still running forward. They looked like they were running to the gate. Anfi heard more people running behind him. He saw a few more patrolmen running over. Anfi recognized the patrol running in the front. It was a Liverny. What happened up there? Anfi asked worriedly. Violent City was his place. No matter what happened, Anfi felt it was his business. Anfi could not help but get worried. Master. Liverny looked happy to see him. I finally found you. The mayor is going crazy looking for you. What exactly happened? Anfi asked. Master. There are troops coming to our city. They came from Blackania City. Liverny stopped next to Anfi. He turned around and yelled at the other officers, you guys go back to tell the mayor we have found Anfi. What happened? Anfi asked. Those patrolmen turned around and ran. Liverny turned around and smiled bitterly. What could they do? They had to run with 2 legs when their boss gave an order with 2 lips. Master, should we go out to welcome them? Liverny asked. What did Urter say? Anfi asked. I do not know. The mayor did not tell us, Liverny said. Maybe we can wait here for a little bit. Anfi scanned around. Many civilians noticed something unusual as well. They gathered in front of their houses to watch. Doris hid one the corner of the street in a distance. She looked nervous. In fact, Anfi did not expect Doris to help if anything happened. He asked Doris to stay behind because he did not want her to get hurt. If there were something Susanna could not handle, Doris definitely would not help either. After waiting for a while, 3 horses ran over in a fast speed. They were Urter, Black 11 and Appa. When they rushed close to Anfi, Urter jumped off the horse and waved the patrols nearby to move to the side. He walked up to Anfi and whispered, Master, the troops from Blackania came this way, but we were not notified. I already knew about, Anfi said. I think the stuff I sent them has caught their attention, so they sent people to check it. I wanted to ask Robin first, but he did not get to sleep until this morning. While this was going on, he was knocked out and could not wake up, Liverny said. Nothing big. We do not have to bother him. Anfi smiled. Urter, what do you mean? Having a welcome ceremony for them. Master, even if it is superficial, we still have to do it in case they picked on us for that. Urter thought a little bit and said, but we do not know who are coming, so it would be hard to plan ahead. Master, if you go out to welcome them while the person sent by Blackalair City was not someone important, you would become a joke. Then let me be a joke, Anfi said in a low voice. Let's go out to see. Yes. Urter turned around to look for a little while and frowned. It's weird. Why? Anfi said. After I knew troops from Blackania had come, I sent people to see how Marquis Joser would respond. If Marquis Joser was prepared, it meant this must have something to do with him. If Marquis Joser did not know anything about it, then we had the advantage. It has been a long time, and they should be back to report to me. Don't worry, Appa suddenly responded. They should be fine. Appa seemed to be always confident. That was because he had the supreme ruler of Maho Empire behind him. He also had a secret order from Yolan. If he showed his real identity, even the military general could not ignore his opinions. Chapter 222, Bully Danfi stood on the outskirts of the city and watched the army approaching. The closer the army got, the more intimidating it was. It was a cavalry unit, and the riders all had the same armor and weapons. Even their horses appeared similar. The only man in different armor was the one in front, his silver gear a stark contrast with the black riders behind him. An army was not a place to show off. Everyone knew that the fastest way to victory was to take down the head of the army. A leader would make himself a moving target if he dressed in such an eye-catching way. This man was either a fool or was powerful enough to know that no one would try to target him. Anfi watched the army carefully. The general wore a silver mask and held a black lance in his hand. It was the only thing on him that was not silver. The stallion he rode, clad in silver chainmail, was taller than the other horses and wearing a mask like its rider. Its legs were thick and strong, but its steps were almost as light as the other ones. Anfi glanced at Urter, and the latter walked up, ready to greet the riders. The leader raised his hand, and the entire army halted. The lance in his hand pointed steadily at Anfi. Anfi felt his body grow heavy, as if under great pressure. Next to him, Susanna frowned. She handed the basket to Black 11 and stepped forward, placing herself between Anfi and the rider, her hand gripping her sword. They were originally intending to welcome the new arrivals, and it was inappropriate for her to act so hostile. She knew she did not have any other choice, however, because she could feel how powerful the rider was, even though he was still 100 feet away. Except for her mentor, Susanna had never met someone this powerful. After a few moments of silence, the rider suddenly began charging towards the group. Blinding combat power obscured the man and his horse's shape. Anfi summoned his bow quickly. He did not know what the man wanted to do or why, but there was no time to lose. As the rider grew closer, Anfi suddenly saw a familiar face, grinning at him. He stopped his movements, and shook his head with a smile. Susanna, however, did not notice. She was too focused on the rider, and did not notice anything else. The rider was one man, but the way he charged felt like 1,000 men. Susanna felt as if the air around her had frozen and felt a strange fear awaken within her. The crowd dispersed in fear, and Urter frowned. He turned to look at Anfi, who simply shook his head, then sighed and stared at the rider. "Stop it," Appa called. This sudden change in things caught him off guard. He only wanted to prevent the conflict. Black 11 handed the basket to Eliverny and pulled out his sword, ready to join the fight. The rider had left all of his soldiers behind, so clearly he wanted to fight them himself. Black 11, however, did not plan to let Susanna fight him by herself. The man was too powerful, and the only way they could possibly win was to attack him together. Susanna was even faster than he was. Before Black 11 could do anything, she was already dashing towards the rider, her body enveloped in bright combat power. Susanna knew that her opponent was much more powerful than she was, and she couldn't take a blow from the rider if she was standing still. Anfi wasn't able to grab Susanna before she dashed out, but he was able to stop Black 11. He wanted to call out to Susanna, but he was too late, and Susanna clashed with the rider. Susanna's body was thrown back at the impact, and she fell to the ground with a thud. The tip of the lance was buried in the ground, and the shaft was bent. Clearly, the lance was well made, and the rider himself was powerful beyond imagination. His horse whinnied loudly. "Susanna," Anfi called. "Are you all right?" He moved to help her up. "I'll be fine," Susanna said, standing up slowly. He wasn't using his full power. Susanna felt that the man was much more powerful than she was, and thought that she was as good as dead. Even though she was thrown back, she was not seriously injured. The rider backed away a few steps and jumped off of his horse. He pulled his lance out of the ground and walked towards Anfi. He took off his mask and grinned widely. "General Ma'urich," Anfi called happily. He grabbed Susanna and walked over to greet the man. Ma'urich lifted a brow. "Ma'urich," Anfi said quickly. Ma'urich smiled and nodded. He turned and looked at Susanna, his eyes full of admiration. Appa felt awkward, standing there holding his order and his relic. He had not thought about the possibility of Anfi knowing the rider. He returned the order and the relic to his pocket, glad no one had noticed. The crowd was silent, staring at Ma'urich. They all heard Anfi. Ma'urich was one of the most powerful men in the entire empire. He played one of the most important roles in the recent war. Along with Saul, Bayri, and Philip, he was one of the 4 most important men in the empire. His name was no stranger to anyone. "What did I say?" "Susanna is good." 2 carriages appeared behind Ma'urich, and Nia and Christian appeared. Nia hurried over, took Susanna's hand into hers, and said, "Susanna, you aren't hurt, are you?" "I'll be fine," Susanna said, glancing at Ma'urich. Even though it was not clear who had won, she knew she was the loser. This was the first time she had lost to a stranger in a fair fight, and it felt strange. "I told you Susanna was good, but you didn't believe me," Nia said, pointing at Ma'urich. This was all his idea. She had wanted to talk to Anfi, but changed the topic when she realized he looked slightly angry. Ma'urich frowned. He had never seen Nia explain anything to anyone before. Urter glanced at Anfi and frowned. He did not know who this new girl was, but she must be important if she could be so casual when she talked with Ma'urich. "Why are you guys here?" Anfi asked. "We heard you got bullied and we came to help you," Nia announced. Nia's voice was very loud, and everyone in the crowd looked at each other. Anfi killed the Marquis's son, and everyone knew about it. Who would bully him? Did the Marquis begin his revenge already? "My lord," Urter said, walking over. The patrolmen behind him began waving their flowers. Ma'urich's arrival came as a surprise, and there was no time or resources to prepare a welcome ceremony. "I'm just here to check up on Anfi," Ma'urich said. "This isn't necessary." "Yes, my lord," Urter said. He gestured his men to stop waving the flowers. Iliverny walked over and handed Susanna the basket. Before she could take it, Nia jumped over and took it from him. "It is you," she chirped as she lifted the fabric. "I missed you, little guy," she said, holding out her hand. The unicorn looked at her, but did not move. "This is the unicorn?" Ma'urich asked. Dragon riders were already things of legend, And a unicorn was the next best thing. If a rider could tame a unicorn, then the rider's strength would increase by tenfold. Don't you even think about it, Nia said before Anfi could say anything. She hugged the unicorn and stared at Maurich, as if she was afraid he would try to take it from her. Maurich smiled and shook his head. He waved his arm, and his men began marching forward. Chapter 223, Questions that interested the murderer and his patrol crew directed the crowd to move to the side. Maurich led his people into Violet City. His bodyguard squad's fighting ability was unknown, but they looked very powerful. They attracted many people who came out to the street to see them. Urter in the back already had a headache. None of them thought Maurich would come to Violet City, so they were not prepared. The house of previous city master was burned down, and City Hall was half destroyed, so they could not take the guests there. Anfi's house was still under construction, the police department was too worn, his house was not in good condition. Urter could not think of an appropriate place for Maurich to stay. Illiverny reminded Urter of the garrison residence. As the highest-ranking official of the local military garrison in Violet City, Master Sam had secretly left after he got the news that Shansa Empire was about to invade Violet City. He even took the time to take more than half of his wealth with him. The garrison residence was tall, big and clean, so it had become the command post of Shansa Empire. Compared with other government buildings, it was damaged the least. Urter immediately asked Illiverny to take some patrols to the garrison residency through the back roads to tidy it up first. He also sent over a dozen patrolmen to go to the garrison residence to clear the traffic and lead the way for the guests. He also ordered 2 patrols to go to the Garden Hotel and few other larger-scale hotels and restaurants to recruit chefs, waitresses and maids in Anfi's name. These chefs, waitresses and maids needed to go to the garrison residence as fast as they could. He also sent a few people to book all the rooms from the few large hotels in the city. They also needed to clear the hotels and make new arrangements for hotel guests to other hotels. Of course, Anfi was responsible for all the costs. Last but not least, he sent people to buy liquor, meat, fruits and vegetables, plates, bowls, kitchen utensils, seasonings and other stuff. The soldiers took Urter's order and started to run to get so many things done in time. As they were already half a street away, Urter sent people to call them back and added 600 blankets and 200 tents to the list. This was his plan B. If the bodyguard squad of Maurich did not want to go to other places and insisted on staying in the garrison residence, blankets and tents would become handy. He could not buy them a minute before they needed them. Violet City had been economically desolated after the war. This purchase was the biggest business for the business owners in the service industry. Urter gave many different orders, while Anfi just stood by and watched Urter give out orders. He had to admit that the saying, different professions specialize in different areas was right. If Anfi gave orders as the city master, he would have forgotten many things. Maybe he would not know to shop for food until soldiers were hungry. Maybe he would not remember that there was no military inventory in Violet City until those bodyguard squads needed to sleep. It would not kill Anfi if he messed a few things up, but it would make everyone doubt Anfi's ability. A patrolman walked 2 horses out. Anfi jumped on one of them and gave an eye to Christian to signal him to come over, and he had something to tell him. Nia in the back yelled, "There are still 2 ladies here. You are so rude." Susanna nudged Nia with a smile. She held her hand out to try to help her get on the horse. Nia shook her head. "I can do it. I am just not happy that he never thinks of girls first." When they were on the run, Anfi was the leader and Nia had to listen to him. She could not show her attitude, even she was mad at Anfi. Now she was back to her hometown. She felt she had people she could fall back on. Therefore, she dared to talk to Anfi that way. Anfi smiled bitterly. He turned to Christian and asked, "Where are they? Are they waiting for us at Blackania City now?" "They came too," Christian answered. "Did they all come?" Anfi asked. "Of course, we will be your cheerleaders," Nia said proudly. "It must be your idea, right?" Anfi asked. "Yes, right," Nia said. Anfi shrugged. Anfi actually felt relieved to see Nia act the way she did. Nia had been in low spirits when she was on the run. Anfi worried people would think he did not treat her well if her acquaintances saw her. Nia immediately acted the way she was before once they entered Maho Empire. It was actually really nice. In order to buy Anfi some more time, and also to showcase Anfi, a dozen patrolmen in the front leading the way had walked around the whole city with the instruction of Urter. When the guests entered the garrison residence, those patrolmen were exhausted. They had run around crazily. They had to clear up anything on the street, keep civilians off the streets, run to the front to remind civilians about safety. Others may only walk 1 lap around the city, but they had run around for a few rounds. The garrison residence used to be quiet, but it became hustle and bustle today. People were running around to take trash out, clean rooms, move liquor barrels in, organize the tables and chairs, talking here and there in small groups. While they saw the patrols who lead the way had already entered garrison residence, they suddenly became quiet. People were busy running around, retreated to the back of the garrison residence. There was one thing Erder missed. He asked those patrolmen to negotiate the prices with retail sellers on their own, and set the salaries for the chefs, waitresses, and maids. He did set a bottom line for the patrols to follow. If the retail sellers were across the bottom line, they could force those sellers to obey. Unexpectedly, the patrols did not run into any trouble. Even when they gave a very low price to start their bargaining, those sellers agreed with the prices right away. The saying, "There must be benefits to waking up early," was right. Business people were driven by profits. However, people could forget about making profits for a short time as the social environment or personal experiences changed. People in Violet City were still experiencing the aftermath of war. Those business people definitely felt the pain without protection in the war. No one respected their ownership of personal property. On top of having meals without paying, even when they had their doors closed, those Shansa Empire soldiers still could break down the door to take anything they wanted. If they were caught by the supervisors on watch, all they got was being scolded. Anything taken from them were never returned. Sometimes, their supervisors lead those soldiers to rob them. Even though they had heard of Enfi's achievements and victories, personally, Enfi was still a far reach for them. They did know about General Maurich. If Maurich did not come to Blackania City with his bodyguard squad, Blackania City could have fallen. The problem of Blackania City was solved by General Maurich. If this had not happened, Shansa Empire would have had no problem with military supplies, which would have ensured they could attack more cities from different directions. If this was the case, their dream of going back to the Empire would be hopeless. Because of General Maurich, their long suffering was replaced with some short-term losses. The Shansa Empire military was defeated and retreated out of Blackania City. When they heard those patrols were buying stuff for General Maurich, those greedy business people forgot about their profits for the moment and agreed on the lowest prices without any hesitation. Some of them even volunteered their maids to help. Maurich made some hand gestures, and then about 20 of the knights followed him in. The rest of the knights stayed outside. As Maurich slowly walked to the living room, Nia walked in the front, followed by Enfi and his crew. The tables and chairs in the living room had been cleaned. There was a chair at the center with over 10 long tables put together on both sides. A few girls dressed in maid uniforms were setting the tables. Maurich suddenly frowned and turned around to scan the room. Erder hurried over and said, "General, is there anything wrong? Find me a quiet place." "I need to talk to them first," Maurich said. Sure, please follow me." Erder walked to the side door. Enfi was looking at the living room as Nia pushed hard on his back. Nia laughed and said loudly, "Uncle Maurich has many questions for you. Don't you want to run away? Hurry up." Enfi stumbled. He should not make a fool of himself with his martial arts skills, but he was helpless when he dealt with Nia. Maurich was here. Enfi dared not to use any strategies to ask Nia to behave. Nia was the only one who dared to talk aloud and joke around in front of Maurich. Enfi believed that he would make fewer mistakes if he talked less. Susanna had been quiet in front of the strangers. Others were even quieter, without a doubt. Nia just seemed normal to Maurich. Nia would act the same way no matter whether she was in front of Maurich or Yolan. Yolan and Saul had the relationship as king and follower in public, but they were more like friends outside of public eyes. Yolan did not have a daughter and treated Nia as his own daughter. In addition, his third oldest son received an estate outside the capital. The oldest prince and second oldest prince of Maho Empire had treated Nia as their little sister. In other words, Nia was spoiled. Maurich turned around with a smile and glanced at Enfi. He followed after Erder and walked straight ahead. Enfi walked behind them and felt a little nervous. He pulled Nia's sleeves and asked in a low voice, "What questions will Maurich ask me?" "The questions I have always wanted to ask." Nia leaned her head back and smiled. "Me too," Black 11 said. "Do you know what Maurich will ask me?" Enfi could not help turning his eyes to Black 11. Black 11 had been with Enfi for a quite period of time. When Maurich started the fight with Enfi, Black 11 fought with him. A person who had been kept away from secrets would have no idea what questions Maurich would ask. Those few normal questions, Black 11 smiled. "Where is your family? Where did you learn martial arts skills from?" "I want to know the answers to those questions as well," Susanna said, smiling. "These questions are nothing special. Why didn't you guys ask me before?" Enfi said. "You always act like. Who would dare to ask you?" Nia suddenly realized that it was not too decent to say she did not dare. She immediately rephrased her comment, "I did not want to know before, but I want to know now. Is that okay?" Chapter 224, Subordinate. The group sat down in the study around a round table. This was requested by Moirich. He was an easygoing man, even though his soldiers may not have thought so. If he was sitting and Anfi was standing, it might have seemed like he was interrogating Anfi. He didn't want to antagonize anyone. The story of the attack on the Griffin aerial squadron was borderline legendary now, with more than 50 different versions circulating. Moirich was a general on the Eastern Front, and all the information that reached him was the truth. Among the information were some rumors about Anfi as a person. He wanted to evaluate those rumors. Moirich smiled and tapped lightly on the table. He was trying to find a topic to start a natural and appropriate conversation. Just then, Erder knocked on the door. He walked into the room, and looked troubled. "What is it?" "There is someone who wants to see you, sir." "Tell him I'm busy," Moirich said. He was a general, and could not meet everyone that wanted to meet him. After the war, there were a lot of people who tried to meet with him, and Moirich did not agree to see any of them. But Before Erder could finish, the door was pushed open again. A man in his 50s and wearing black armor walked into the room. Behind him were two other men wearing armor. All three suits of armor were identical, and the three men seemed to be friendly. It appeared that the two soldiers were escorting the first man. "General." The first man called. "Sneferu," Moirich said, shocked. "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going home? Do you not want to see me, General?" Sneferu asked with a smile. "Never," Moirich said with a smile. "What is it? Do you want to come back and work for me?" "No, I can't do that, General. I'm too old now. I should make way for the youngsters," Sneferu said, still smiling. "Bring another chair over," Moirich ordered one of his men. "Why didn't you go home?" he asked. "The only thing I can do if I go back is farm," Sneferu said with a shrug. "Farm for the rest of my life, then waiting for my death in a small room. I don't want that life." Sneferu leaned against a chair, but did not sit down. "I came here to visit an old friend and we were planning on going to the country of mercenaries together. But the Marquis had been very welcoming and he offered a position in his household. I didn't want to be a farmer anyway, so I accepted his offer. So, right now you're here because..." Moirich was frowning now. "The Marquis had already set up a feast," Sneferu said. "He invited you, General. I've already talked to the men, and they are all excited for a feast." Moirich slapped the table. The wood breaking under his fingers sent splinters flying across the room. Anfi had a fast reflex, but it didn't matter. Everyone in the room, including Susanna, Nia, and Christian, were covered in broken bits of wood. Anfi winced, where the splinters hit him stung. He glanced around and saw that Nia was frowning, clearly in pain. Moirich stood up, towering over everyone else in the room. The atmosphere in the room was very heavy, and it was as if the temperature had dropped. Nia was only observing, and even she felt immense pressure. Sneferu was sitting on the ground and shaking, unable to speak a word. Moirich was an outgoing and cheerful man, but everyone had secrets. Yolande was willing to let Moirich defend the Eastern Front, meaning that he trusted Moirich enough. His Majesty had once said that everyone changes, and I have to admit he is not wrong, Moirich said. But don't you think you've changed too fast? What do you take me for? A stepping stone to wealth and glory? What? Sneferu asked, his voice shaking. Get out, Moirich turned and ordered the two soldiers that accompanied Sneferu. Moirich was able to become the highest commander of the palace guards at 26 for a reason. He knew that sending the soldiers out would create rumors. Sneferu could not match him in reputation, and he knew that the soldiers were more likely to believe him. There would be rumors circulating among his men before the day was over. The soldiers left the room quickly. Moirich walked over to Sneferu and crouched down in front of him. He saw there was confusion and fear in the man's eyes. After a few minutes, Moirich sighed. Do you know why I wanted you go home and become a farmer? He asked quietly. He now knew that Sneferu did not know what he was doing, and did not know what the Marquis was planning when he made the offer. Yes. You want me to live a peaceful life, General, Sneferu said. That's not the entire truth, Moirich said, shaking his head. You are a good soldier and a good commander, but you have a lot of problems. You are too trusting and you tend to see the good in people. You know how to fight, your scars can make the new recruits speechless. Fighting is your strong suit, but politics is not. Moirich paused for a few moments before continuing. That is why I wanted to you go home and become a farmer. If you did, even if someone tried to fool you, it won't be some terrible betrayal that could cost you your life. My life is not that bad right now, General, Sneferu said slowly. The Marquis respects me. Moirich had tried to make things very clear, but Sneferu did not have the mind for riddles. He was more of a follower when he was in the army, and did not think about his orders much. Once, Yolande sent Moirich to the northern border to harden him. That was when he encountered Sneferu and recruited him. Maorich had always placed Sneferu in charge of simply things, because he knew what kind of man Sneferu was. Sneferu had never experienced any stumbles in his life because of Maorich's protection. If Maorich had let Sneferu experience more hardship, he would not be as naive in politics as he was. Sneferu, listen to me. Leave the Marquis, go home. This is my last warning. General, I have already pledged myself to the Marquis, Sneferu said, shaking his head. I cannot abandon my post. You taught me this, don't you remember? Then we are done here. Sneferu, you should go now. Are you really not going to the feast, General? Maorich shook his head and turned away. Sneferu sighed and stood up. He glanced at Maorich and shook his head, then turned and left the study. Anfi, Maorich said, I have a request. What is it? Anfi asked. You are about to be the new city lord, Maorich said hesitantly. Sneferu was in my army, and I know he is a good man. I am hoping that you won't hurt him. I will try the best I can, Anfi said. He did not know what the Marquis did to recruit Maorich's man, and he did not know what he would do with Sneferu. If it really came down to it, Anfi knew he would not hesitate. Chapter 225, Shocking Past. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Maorich's eyes looked sophisticated, like the dark sky that had so many secrets to itself. Anfi, where did you learn the martial arts skills? Nia and the other three people all looked at Anfi after Maorich's question. They were as interested in those questions as Maorich. Maorich's questioning was simple and direct. In fact, it would work the best in many cases, for example now. Maorich closely watched Anfi's facial expressions to try to catch any change on his face. Anfi looked hesitant. He knew criminal psychology well. He had studied it to counter questioning from the police and to understand his opponents and his peers. If he told them the answer right away, it would actually cause them to doubt whether he was telling the truth. It was better for Anfi to look hesitant. It would sound more convincing after being asked a couple times. If he could find some evidence to support what he said, it would be even better. Tell us, Nia urged. Anfi, why are you hesitating? You are not thinking of lying to us, are you? I cannot. Anfi smiled bitterly. Actually, it is not a secret anymore, Maorich said. Master Saul has learned a lot about you from Ernest. Anfi, please don't think Ernest was doing anything to hurt you. He had to speak up for you and explain what happened, since Master Saul was super angry with you. So, you all know about it? Anfi was actually quite happy about it inside. It sounded a lot better and more convincing if Ernest told them about it instead of himself. Yes, you learned the martial arts from an anonymous old man. The name of your village head is Benladen, but you could remember the name of your village. Am I right? Maorich asked. Yes, I was too young when I was taken away by Jaeger. I barely remember anything. All the memories seem blurry to me. It will be great if I could see the village again, Anfi said. Our king has ordered the whole empire to look for your village head called Bin Laden. Unfortunately, we have not found him yet. The areas he could be should not be too large since the island Jaeger hid himself on should not be too far from it. Bin Laden should not live beyond the territory of Taman Commercial Union and Maho Empire. Jaeger would not go beyond those territories to look for young kids to do experiments. Is my analysis right? Maorich asked. Anfi thought to himself, it would be a miracle if you could find a village head called Ben Laden. People in my world have searched for him with hundreds of satellites, day and night, but still could not find him. The scale of your search was nothing. Anfi looked like he was deep in thought. He slowly nodded. It should be like that. Anfi, do you remember how long it took for you to get back to that isolated island after Jaeger caught you? Did Jaeger use levitation magic to travel? Did you take any wagons? Maorich was trying to figure out the time and speed they traveled. He could use the time and mode of transportation to do a rough calculation estimate where Bin Laden could be. I remember I was flying at the beginning, and then I was in the wagon later. There were a few other kids with me. After about 2 or 3 days, we reached the island, Anfi said. Are you sure you are not remembering it wrong? Maorich asked. I was really scared, so I remember it clearly, Anfi said. Is Jaeger that lonely and weird archmage? Anfi, what did he do to you after he caught you? Nia asked in curiosity. An experiment, Anfi said with a bitter smile. What kind of experiment? Nia asked. Jaeger started to study dark magic to break through the bottleneck. Anfi and many other innocent kids all became his lab subjects, Maorich answered Nia. Oh my god, he is so devious, Nia gasped. She felt bad for Anfi and looked to him with great kindness. Anfi, poor guy. Susanna felt worse than Nia. She wanted to hold Anfi's hand to give him some courage when she saw Anfi was sad recalling his old memories. However, the round table in the center was ruined by Maorich. Without anything to cover Susanna, she felt awkward and dared not to make any intimate movement towards Anfi. Our king has sent people to search every inch of that isolated island to seek any valuable information. We only found a few items and many magic crystals and magic tools buried underground. Maorich looked up to watch Anfi. I buried them. Anfi felt he was in trouble. As he got better with magic, he slowly came to understand the value of the stuff Jaeger left after his death. The reason he led Susanna away from the group was to get the coins in the magic beast forest and retrieve Jaeger's estate. No one would think Jaeger's estate would belong to Yoland now. That island was quite large. He had hid Jaeger's belongings pretty well. It meant that Yoland had sent a lot of people and searched for a long time. This also showed what a powerful country could do. Anfi felt bad losing Jaeger's estate, but he could not show it on his face. He had to fake a normal face. Why did you bury them? Maorich asked. I was left alone and scared on that isolated island. I learned a lot from the other kids and Jaeger. If I had to make a conclusion, I would say people are harsh, Anfi sighed. Jaeger is an archmage. His estate would definitely attract many people, so I tried to wipe out any trace that Jaeger left. This way even when someone found the island, he would only see me. I am just a regular person so he would not have interest in me, Anfi said. People are harsh? Christian said in a low voice. Anfi, weren't you just a little kid? Kids would change as their environments change. They could grow mature fast, Anfi said slowly. Christian, you would not understand the fear those kids had to face. Every time Jaeger decided to do an experiment, he would take one kid from us. That kid never came back, and then there was a new anonymous tomb on the island. As time went by, we all got to know what Jaeger's magic experiments meant. We tried to please Jaeger to live longer. We even learned to set up other kids to make Jaeger get angry at them so Jaeger would take them for the experiment. We would be living longer this way, Anfi said. When we were sick, we could not let anyone know about it, otherwise Jaeger would definitely take you away because he did not want you to get other kids sick. We could not eat too much either even when we were hungry. We could only have a few bites to stop the hunger. Jaeger did not want others to know where he resided. Food was a big problem. He hated to go out to do grocery shopping, and hated any kid who ate a lot. He picked the kids who ate more first. We had to do a lot of chores. We had to find some chores to do if we finished our own assignments. Jaeger would think the kids useful if they could do chores. Unless there were only a few kids left, he would not think of using the kids who liked to do chores as the experimental subjects. Anfi's smiles added more sadness at the right time. We did these things to please Jaeger. We also had to be alert about being set up by other kids. To survive, kids organized themselves into groups in different sizes to help each other. Of course, it was to counter other groups as well. They would cheer if the kids from other groups were taken away by Jaeger. They also would feel sad and desperate when kids from the same group were taken away. When they heard what Anfi said, they all looked serious. The living conditions Anfi had described were hell, without doubt. What Anfi told them was true. It all came from the memory of the previous owner of this body. They learned to disclose others' weaknesses in a secret way. They mastered the skills to tell when Jaeger was happy and sad. They got used to provoking others on purpose and putting on a show as victims in front of Jaeger. All of these were to help them live a few days longer and send other kids to be the experimental subjects before themselves, Anfi said slowly. Christian, it is not too much to describe it as harsh, is it? Maorich and others in the living room were all shocked to hear what kind of life Anfi had. They could imagine a desperate and sad group of little kids trying to survive under the threat of death. Susanna and Nia had tears in their eyes. In their experience, Anfi was a sophisticated man, but they did not think Anfi grew up in such a hell. The fear he had could have made anyone crazy, but Anfi had survived. Susanna's face has changed the most. She thought her experiences were too much. She had experienced many more dangers for her age than others. However, compared with Anfi, she definitely lived in a heaven. Were you the last survivor? Maorich asked quietly. Yes. I would not have survived if Jaeger had not made mistakes in the experiment, Anfi said. Maorich sighed. He was indeed touched by Anfi's story, but he also thought deeper than Christian and others. There were 617 bodies of kids found on the island. What did it mean? It meant Anfi beat all of them and hung on there to the last. It also meant Anfi was the smartest, toughest, and the most observant and flexible, since those 617 dead bodies were the proof. If adding another comment about Anfi, it would be that Anfi was terrifying. Who would know how many of those kids died because of Anfi? Of course, Maorich did not want to continue on that issue. It had become past. What Anfi did was not totally unreasonable. He lived in conditions where either Anfi died or someone else died. Anfi had to live by sending other kids to be the experimental subjects. Maorich had not thought too much about it when Yolan thought Anfi was important. Anfi had not left him much of a positive impression. He learned what Anfi had achieved later on and changed his impression of Anfi. Now he thought Anfi was extremely important. People like Anfi who got out of the hell must be very special. If Maorich had to experience the same thing as Anfi did, he did not think he would be the only survivor himself. Chapter 226, A Generous King. As he was speaking, Anfi's expression changed as the story went on and was very convincing. After a few moments, however, all of his emotions disappeared, as if he was just telling someone else's story. Anfi was very good at controlling himself, perhaps it was the reason why he was able to succeed time after time. Susanna, however, did not care for formality. She gripped Anfi's hand tightly, as if she could transport her strength to him this way. Nia looked at Anfi with eyes filled with compassion. If he was closer to her in age, she would have hugged him tightly to comfort him. Unlike Nia and Susanna, Christian looked at Anfi with admiration. Anfi's story finally answered his question of why Anfi could go from a kind youth to a cold-blooded killer. Christian knew what Anfi did during the war, and he knew that they were able to go home because of what Anfi had done. He had never asked Anfi about anything, because he did not want to damage their relationship. He had trusted Anfi, and no one could change that. Anfi had more than enough skill to leave, but he brought everyone with him. That showed that Anfi was a trustworthy person. Maorich nodded. Jaeger is an archmage, sure, but his poverty is notorious. I have no idea how he gathered all those things in the end. What did he have? Nia asked curiously. Can't tell you, Maorich said, smiling. It's a secret. He brought Nia along today for a reason. Susanna was Anfi's lover and had the right to know everything. Christian was Anfi's trusted right-hand man and had the right to know as well. In the past, Nia was very sheltered. The older generation didn't want her to get hurt, and created an idle life for her. Now, Maorich knew that it was not the way to raise a child. Saul had regretted raising Nia in such a sheltered environment. Sooner or later she would grow up and weather the storm by herself. The older generation could not protect her forever. It was time she learned something about the world. Nia cleared her eyes and turned to Anfi. You were on that island for so long, she said, you must know something. He was already dying when I became his student, Anfi said. I knew nothing of magic then, and did not know what those things were. Seeing that Maorich did not answer Nia's question, Anfi decided he would feign ignorance as well. Nia looked at Maorich and sighed. You should know how rare the vacuum confinement scroll is now, right? Maorich asked. Yes, Anfi said, nodding. His most prized possession was the scroll. He would return Saul's scrolls, but Jaeger's was his trump card, even though all his plans had already gone to waste. Good. Don't waste it. Of course not. Another thing. I would advise against reading the book about black magic. It's not just me and His Majesty. Lord Saul agrees as well. Anfi frowned and lifted his head. We're staying here for a few more days, then we will go to Blackania City. All your possessions are kept there. What? Anfi asked, staring at Maorich in shock. Did you think His Majesty just claimed everything? Maorich asked with a laugh. No, I just... Don't worry. What was Jaeger's will be yours, Maorich said with a smile. You are still his last student, and you are the owner of his possessions. Although His Majesty wanted to destroy that black magic book, we needed to get your permission. But I don't even have the power to use the vacuum confinement scroll yet. That's why you should work harder. It's impossible for me to get that powerful in a short amount of time, Anfi said. I want to give that scroll to His Majesty. Surely then it could be more useful with him than with me. He had thought that what Jaeger left belonged to Yolan, and it had made sense. Even if the real owners were still alive, it would still be hard to hold on to those relics. Anfi could not imagine giving away such valuable relics, even the legendary vacuum confinement scroll. This showed Yolan's generosity. Maorich smiled. He took the sword from his belt and handed it to Susanna. You're a swordsman, he said. You should know what it is. Susanna accepted the sword gingerly and slowly began pulling it out of the sheath. A burst of blinding light filled the room. The light did not disperse like regular light, but instead lingered in the room like morning mist. Is this the wing of light? Susanna asked hesitantly. Maorich nodded. Really? Susanna asked incredulously. Maorich took the sword and pulled the entire length of the blade out of the sheath. The light of the blade bloomed like flowers and filled with room. Maorich returned the sword to its sheath, and the light in the room disappeared. Susanna's eyes widened. She was a swordsman, and she knew very well what the wing of light was. If you want, let's trade swords. I am a knight, and this sword is no good to me. No, no, Susanna said hurriedly, returning the sword. Do you want it? Maorich turned and asked Anfi. Me? Anfi asked. He knew that Maorich still wanted to give it to Susanna. I won't take back my gifts, Maorich said seriously. After a few moments of hesitation, Anfi took the sword from Susanna's hand. This sword was a gift to Susanna from Yolan. It would be inappropriate if she did not accept it. A good weapon should be in the right hands, Maorich said. His Majesty taught me that. This sword was given to His Majesty by a merchant as a birthday gift. His Majesty gave it to Bayeri the next day, but Bayeri didn't take it. Do you know what Bayeri said then? What? Bayeri said that His Majesty should keep it. Evil Mist had sent a dozen assassins after His Majesty, but they never succeeded. Bayeri said that a sword like this is more useful in the hands of a two-discipliner. His Majesty was a swordsman? Nia asked, surprised. Christian's expression did not change, however, as if he had already known this. Maorich nodded. What happened then? Bayeri is a stubborn man, and it's very hard to change his mind. A month later, when Bayeri was leaving the capital with his legion, His Majesty gifted the sword to him in front the entire legion and sent him away, Maorich said with a smile. His Majesty told me that his responsibility wasn't to be a good swordsman, it was to be a good king. What happened then? A month after Bayeri left, there was another assassination attempt that left His Majesty injured. The first thing Bayeri did when he returned to Sacred City was go into the palace and throw this sword down in front of His Majesty. His Majesty grew angry as well, and the two of them just stood in the throne room and stared at each other. I had to intervene to break it up. Then His Majesty gave the sword to me. That's very brave of him, Nia said. She grinned, imagining Bayeri and Yolanth standing in the throne room, staring at each other. Anfi remained silent. Scenes like this were indeed very rare. He didn't know Yolanth very well in the past, but now he could feel how generous and open-minded Yolanth was. He was indeed a good king. Chapter 227, Panic. Sneferu's hands were shaking, and his steps were heavy. He slowly walked into a civilian's house. The civilian's house looked normal from the outside, but highly secured inside. Over a dozen swordsmen and 4 mages stood in formation in the living room to protect the old man sitting in the middle of the sofa. Sneferu, you are back. That old man stood up with a smile. He was not tall and a little chubby. He wore a gold-colored gown. Royal families in different countries like to pick a color to be their family color to show their royal family identity. It was interesting to see they all chose the shiny gold color. Regular people could not wear this kind of gown. They got serious punishment for that. The punishment could be as serious as the death penalty. Master, Sneferu faltered. He had patted himself on the chest to show his commitment to invite General Maorich over. No one would think Maorich did not want to talk to him after he just retired from Maorich's bodyguard squad a few days ago. What a world. Sneferu was angry and resentful about it. He was also sentimental about the world. Haha. General Maorich just came to Violet City and must feel tired. It made sense if he did not want to come to socialize. Sneferu, don't make it too personal. Sneferu smiled, but his smiles were forced. Mangekyō had been to Sacred City when he was young. He never went back there again because he felt depressed over there. In terms of nobility titles, those government officials' titles were a lot lower than his. The 2 prime ministers were only earls. Only a few people had the same title as he did, but he had to forget about his title and please people with smiles. That was because he had no power or influence in the Sacred City. Mangekyō went back to his hometown after his inheritance ceremony was over. He would rather be the head in a small place than at the bottom in a big city. No one would show any disrespect to him on this piece of land. Obviously, he ran into the same problem this time. Maorich did not show any respect to him. If only Maorich had disrespected him, he could take it. He was not stupid. Maorich commanded a military of over 100,000 soldiers. He knew a marquis title could not compare with a general with the highest military power to constrain others. However, he could not take the challenge from the young man. Anfi had killed his son on the street the first time he came to Violet City. Anfi had proclaimed the cruel and bloody war against him. He had to make powerful strikes to counter Anfi. Master, I am going to see General Maorich tomorrow again. Don't worry. I'll handle it, Sneferu said slowly. Maorich knew his followers well. He had said it clearly, but Sneferu did not seem to get it. Don't worry. Mangekyō waved his hand with a smile. Oh, right, Sneferu, did you invite your companions over? I just sent people out to check. Maorich's bodyguard squad was still standing there on the street. They have traveled dozens of miles. They must be exhausted. I will ask my people to help them so they could take turns resting. Sneferu's face looked even worse when Mangekyō mentioned the bodyguard squad. The bodyguard squad had looked excited to see him when he showed up in front of them. They all surrounded him and joked and laughed with him. They looked weird after he was kicked out by Maorich. No one from the bodyguard squad let him out. They looked indifferent to him as well. Never mind, never mind. Mangekyō knew his previous plan had failed when he saw Sneferu's face. Sneferu, you go upstairs to get some rest. I will call you when I need you. Yes, master. Sneferu felt he had lost face and did not want to stay any longer. He turned half around and walked out from the side door. Seeing Sneferu walking away, Mangekyō suddenly said, "Did you just say Anfi's sword skill was very special?" "Yes, master. I have collected information about Anfi, but no one could give a definite answer as to how powerful Anfi is because whoever has fought with Anfi has died," the swordsman said in a low voice. Anfi's sword skill looked dreamy and not practical, but he could kill his opponent in a very short time. He is a magic combat twin discipliner. Magic combat twin discipliners usually can master only one element, but he can control several elements. His practices have been kept secret. Evil Mist is interested in him as well. They have sent 2 people to catch Anfi, but both of them got killed by him. They sent a very powerful one to catch him for the 3rd time, but Anfi has left with Saul's students before Evil Mist people reached Sacred City. Anfi also has a little unicorn. A maid in the Garden Hotel said Master Shamesh wanted to take the little unicorn away in the name of the Magic Academy after he saw the little unicorn, a mage said. "Shut up." Mangekyō said coldly. He only wanted to know how he could take revenge on Anfi right now instead of getting to know what happened the other day. For Mangekyō, it was not important who started the fight and whose fault was it at this point. In the study of the garrison residence, the talk between Maorich and Anfi had approached the end. Maorich looked relaxed, but he suddenly talked about the birthplace of Anfi again. "Anfi, you have become so powerful with the memory left in you when you were young? Our king thinks that anonymous old man might be the only top power to go to Sacred State." "Really? Sacred State?" Nia opened her eyes wide. She thought her father was the most powerful person in the world. She did not believe anything to be real in the legends. She even thought the barns were made up and they never existed. She was startled to suddenly hear that there was a person in this world who had been to Sacred State. Susanna and Christian were startled as well. They looked at Anfi and then Maorich, waiting to know the answer. "Well, I do not know about that, but I do know he is very powerful," Anfi smiled. "More than powerful." Maorich let out a slight sigh. "Ernest told Master Saul that he has learned a lot from you. It is unbelievable to hear that a master swordsman had learned from a person with another kind of sword skill. Unfortunately, I did not get the chance to learn more from him," Anfi said. "I was curious how Jaeger could take you away from a person who has been to Sacred State." Maorich asked. "I was really unlucky. He was in the state of samadhi, and did not know what happened around him," Anfi said. "Samadhi?" Maorich asked nervously. The face of Maorich changed. As a gold knight, he really hoped to learn more about Sacred State. Anything could give him some inspiration. "Is it the way you practice every day?" Nia asked. "Yes," Anfi said. "Nia, how did Anfi practice?" Maorich urged. Anfi sat in a weird way and he could sit for a whole day without moving. Nia stood up and looked for an area to try to show it to Maorich. People in Anfi's legion were curious about Anfi's practice and tried it on their own. They could only sit for a little while before their legs were getting sore, stiff and painful. They had to give it up. Nia walked next to a desk and took a seat cross-legged. She gritted her teeth. Her bones were already stiff at her age. Without training, it would definitely hurt to sit with legs crossed. "What benefits do you get from this practice?" Maorich's eyes brightened. He wanted to give a try right now, but he felt awkward to do it in front of these young people. He had to go back to his own room to try it. Enough, Nia complained. She used her hands to remove one leg off the other leg. Luckily, she did not wear a dress today. "I do not know what benefits I could get. I am just used to this practice since I was little," Anfi said bitterly. Anfi could sit like this for a long time. The longest record is 2 days. He could immediately walk after it. "My God," Nia spoke in exaggeration. Some people could not stay in that position for very long, even if they tried hard. They gritted their teeth to try staying longer in that position. They wobbled after they gave up that position. Nia thought it was a miracle that Anfi could walk after he finished his practice. "It is nothing. That old man could sit for a month without food, drink or talk. I was too young back then. I even thought he died." Maorich looked startled this time. He was most surprised by the fact that an old man could live without food or drink for a month. "Is he a human?" he thought to himself. "Anfi, why did he stay in that village?" Maorich asked. "He said he wanted to challenge Tao," Anfi said. "What is Tao?" Maorich asked. "I do not know. It seemed to be the next level he was going to advance to," Anfi said. Maorich almost went crazy. Sacred state was far out of his reach, while that old man wanted to advance to the next level. What would he be? God? Okay, let's talk about something else. Maorich lifelessly waved his hand. He laid his eyes on Christian. Christian, can we? Let's talk here. Christian woke up from the shock. He glanced at Anfi and smiled. This guy has guessed who I am. You? Who are you? Why does it sound so secretive? Nia was about to go crazy. Suddenly many secrets came at once, and she did not seem to be able to handle it. Why did you disobey the king's orders several times? Christian, it is not doing you any good to do that. I think you understand that too. After Anfi got into big trouble, in order to ensure Christian and Nia's safety, Yoland had sent Steger, the dean of the Magic Academy, to see them. Of course, Maorich moved away so he did not ask these questions in front of Anfi. It was too boring to study magic. I liked the adventurous life I had with Anfi, Christian said casually. Christian actually did not tell the truth. Anfi was grateful for what Saul had done for him. He had to take everyone to run away to protect the students and family of Saul. Christian had stayed at Saul's house for about 10 years. He built relationships with Saul and his peers. He had an even stronger sense of responsibility than Anfi. He was afraid Steger would take him away for his own safety. He would never forgive himself if that happened. Therefore, he refused to see Steger and chose to be with his peers in that difficult time. Maorich went quiet for a while. Young people usually have their own opinions. It does not matter what I tell you. Okay. We should go out now. Maorich slowly stood up. Chapter 228, Lies. Even though the feast at the manor of the city lord did not have enough preparation, there was still a lot of people present. The merchants were not as politically powerful as the nobles, but they were just as rich, if not more so. The cooks they brought were some of the best, and even the maids seemed more sophisticated. Erdar knew that he wasn't used to situations like this, so he invited some peddlers to lighten up the mood. It was a rare opportunity to sit down with the famous General Maorich for dinner, and for the merchants it was a great honor. All the merchants were trying to please Maorich as much as possible, hoping for some future benefits. Halfway through the feast, Blavi and Riska arrived in the city as well. Riska asked Anfi about what had happened, and after learning everything that had taken place, Blavi wanted to go find the Marquis and end the conflict once and for all. Blavi had matured a lot since they first left Sacred City, but he was still quick to anger. Back in the city, he was the only one that dared to speak against Zeta. While everyone was enjoying the feast, Erdar was very busy. He was walking around and making sure everything was running smoothly. When all the guests had returned to their chambers, Erdar was too tired to do anything else. He was very happy, however, because this proved that everything he had done so far was right. Anfi, like Erdar, was tired as well. He began meditating after only a few hours of sleep. For some other people, this might have been overworking, but he enjoyed the process. Meditating had become part of his life. An artist may spend hours in front of a canvas, and a mathematician may spend months over a single equation. People may think they were overworking themselves, but for them it was enjoyment. Anfi meditated until almost midnight when he heard commotion outside. He frowned and walked to the door. The door next to his opened as well, and Maorich walked out slowly. What was surprising was that when Maorich walked, he was limping slightly. What happened? Anfi asked in shock. A master swordsman like Maorich was almost always healthy. The only thing that could affect him was aging. It's alright, Maorich said, shaking his head. Don't worry about me. He had been meditating the entire night, trying to find the way into the sacred state. It was his life goal to be able to leave behind mundane things like the squabbles between the merchants. However, he could not find the sacred state, and his body was sore because of the prolonged meditation. Before Anfi could say anything else, the noise outside got louder. The two men glanced at each other and headed outside. The courtyard in front of the mansion was filled with people. Most of the people there were members of Maorich's guards. Some of the guards looked terrified, some looked bewildered, some looked enraged. Most of them were arguing about something. What happened? Maorich asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to calm the crowd. There's Anfi. Someone in the crowd suddenly called loudly. An old man in a yellow robe appeared. The muscle on his face was twitching due to rage, and he was pointing at Anfi with shaking fingers. There was a wound on his neck. The bandage was ripped off, and blood was seeping through the cut. You are such a vile man, the old man said through clenched teeth. Vile. He wanted to lunge at Anfi, but was stopped by two swordsmasters behind him. Who was this? Anfi asked, frowning. What are you doing here, Marquis sir? Maorich asked. What am I doing here? Ask him. The Marquis spat angrily. I am asking you, Maorich said calmly. He was a soldier, but he wasn't unfamiliar with politics. If he had looked at Anfi at that moment, he would put him into a disadvantageous position. Other people may be fooled by the Marquis's words, but not Maorich. The Marquis grew angrier. Maorich had clearly picked a side in this conflict, and did not care if he was a Marquis or not. He hadn't lost his mind, however, and knew that he was no match for Maorich. He turned his gaze to Anfi and shook his head. I told Sneferu to go invite the general to a feast yesterday. Did I mean harm? Did I? I invited him because I respected him. What did I do to prompt you to murder my men? Anfi stared at the old man, but did not say anything. Come on, come kill me. If you are brave enough to kill my soldiers, you should be brave enough to kill me right now, the Marquis said with a hoarse voice. If you can't tolerate me, sure, kill me. Be my guest. But answer my question. Why kill so many innocent men? Maorich's guards cleared a path for a group of swordsmen. They carried a dozen litters bearing dead bodies and set them down in front of Maorich and Anfi. The first body was Sneferu. He was half naked, his bare chest filled with scars. What killed him was a large slash across his chest and abdomen. His entire chest was slashed open, and the wound was blackened. The other bodies all had similar injuries. All the wounds were blackened as if done with fire. Look at him, the Marquis said, crouching down next to Sneferu. Look at him. Do you see his scars? He risked his life for the Empire, but what did he get in the end? He didn't die on the battlefield in glory. It was because of me. The Marquis's voice broke, and he shook his head. The swordsmaster next to him whispered something into the Marquis's ear. How can you do this? The Marquis pushed the swordsmaster aside and asked loudly. Anfi was still standing there quietly. Now was not the time to speak. He had to find a flaw in the Marquis's story before saying anything. Maorich's guards looked at Anfi. Their eyes were hostile. They knew why they were in Violet City. It was no longer a secret that Anfi had a feud with the Marquis, and Anfi was the only person who could cause wounds like those. Erder was telling the merchants about the strange sword Anfi wielded, and it was no longer a secret. The guards didn't care if Anfi had a feud with the Marquis. In fact, they would even help him. That was why Maorich led them to Violet City in the first place, but Anfi should not have touched Sneferu. The man had been their friend and companion until only a month ago. Having him killed by his supposed ally was too much for the guards to take. This is all my fault, the Marquis said, shaking his head. I should have never asked Sneferu to join my guards. I wanted to help him, but I killed him. The Marquis pounded the ground with his fist, leaving bloody smears on the dirt. The swordsmaster next to him had to restrain him. You have to give us an answer. One of the Marquis's men demanded. Yes, an answer. The other men called. Even a few of Maorich's guards joined in. It was easy to rile up people's emotions. It was very hard to control a crowd. Anfi looked like a lone rock in the middle of the sea as the crowd surged and closed in on him. With a flash of light, Susanna appeared next to him. Christian, Riska, Blavi, and Nia all appeared as well. Even Hueco was standing behind them, clutching something in his hand. Hagen was distributing his potions. Be quiet. Maorich called, his booming voice echoing in the night. The crowd stopped and stared at the general. You say these men were killed by Anfi, Maorich said. Do you have any proof? Proof? Sneferu is the proof. These men are the proof. I am the proof, the Marquis called. He pointed to the wound on his neck and cried, I saw him with my own eyes. I was with him all night last night, Maorich said calmly. He couldn't have done this. The Marquis laughed. General Maorich, he said, I know why you are providing an alibi for him. He is Lord Saul's student, is he not? Lord Saul is your old friend. Compared to the court mage, which is a retired soldier. I am not surprised by your decision. Maorich's guards froze, then turned to look at the general. They had all trusted Maorich, but nothing was absolute, and their trust in Maorich had just been shaken. Anfi walked up and said calmly, Don't worry. Let me take care of this. Chapter 229, Amazing Fighting Skills. Anfi slowly walked up with sincere and sweet smiles. His eyes looked calm and clear. Whenever Anfi was in danger, he would not lose himself in panic. The tenser the situation got, the calmer Anfi would become. He knew he had to save himself, because no one would suddenly come to help him. Enemies would not go easy on him either. Did you say I came to your house to kill you last night? Anfi asked in a low voice. Marquis Joser spit on the floor with hatred. He answered Anfi with his gesture of contempt. Do you mind telling us what happened last night in detail? Anfi kept his sincere and sweet smile on his face. There is nothing more I can tell you. Marquis Joser looked sad and resentful. I am not here to cause you trouble. I know what I am doing now does not go in line with the laws in the Empire. Anfi, I only want to ask you one thing. Who gave you the right to kill people? You say I killed your people, but I say I did not. What is the point of this argument? If you could describe what happened last night in detail, everyone here could be our witness. I think they could give us a fair judgment. Mangekyō's mouth twitched. The more a person talked, the higher the chance he could get caught lying. Mangekyō understood that too. Since Anfi had given his reasons to retell what happened, he could not refuse to talk about it anymore. Refusing to tell what happened the previous day could make others doubt him and put him at a disadvantage. Mangekyō looked at his supporters out of the corner of his eye. Yesterday Mangekyō, Snefuru and other few people were still talking in the study after we all went to sleep. A supporter answered for Mangekyō. He looked like he was trying to recall what happened yesterday. We suddenly heard Mangekyō calling for help and screams from others. We immediately grabbed the weapons to run to the study. There was blood everywhere in the study, everywhere. Master Snefuru and other companions laid on the ground in blood. A few people were trying to protect Mangekyō. What happened after that? Anfi asked. After that? You ran away like a criminal. There was nothing after that, the supporter answered in anger. Which floor was the study on? Anfi asked calmly. He tried to hold in any curse words. Erder told Anfi before that Mangekyō's 4-story house sat on a large piece of land. It was famous around Violet City. 3rd floor, the supporter said. Which floor was your room on? Anfi asked. 1st floor, the supporter answered. Okay. Did you say I was scared away by you? I got it, Anfi said casually. He gathered his internal forces in the blink of an eye, and the force was covering his whole body. He had rarely fought with full force after he restarted practicing his internal force. There were 2 reasons for that. First of all, he did not want to act like he was so different than others. Second, he wanted to be more familiar with the magic and combat skills in this world and incorporate them into his own combat skills. Well, skills were acquired through practice. Now it was his time to fight and see. What do you mean? The supporter asked loudly. You guys, be careful. Anfi did not look any different. Only his eyes got brighter. Let's start. Anfi suddenly ran out as fast as a flying arrow. He did not even need acceleration to reach that speed. Mangekyō trusted the person most who had answered for him. He was also the Marquis's most powerful and loyal follower. He was still trying to think about the answers he gave about the locations of the study and his dorm. He worried there was some loophole in his story. They did not get a chance to talk about this question. He did not have time to think before he gave his answers either. It would make people doubt him if it took him too long to answer such a simple question. In the blink of an eye, Anfi was within 3 yards of that follower. The guy had a pretty quick response. The light radiant from combat power had covered his whole body. He pushed Mangekyō behind him with his left hand as he pulled the sword out with his right hand. He swung down at Anfi's head. Actually, he looked down upon Anfi's impulsive axe. There was no unarmed combat in this world. Combat power could counter the strikes in most cases. If this were unarmed combat, they would not know who would win without hundreds of strikes. If both parties had swords, the fight could end very soon. Anfi could not beat mages with bare hands since the mage's shield was not just for decoration. The Marquis's supporter thought it was nothing different than committing suicide to run like Anfi. A magic combat twin discipliner? He hoped Anfi could fight him with his flaming swords. The dead bodies on the ground were killed by a magic combat twin discipliner. It would only help them to prove Anfi was the killer. As the sword was about to hit Anfi's head, Anfi suddenly slid away. His move was swift and elegant. Maorich and Susanna stood in the back, watching him with eyes bright. They paid more attention to how Anfi fought. That supporter put more force on his wrist to change the direction of the sword and tried to slay Anfi from the side. Anfi immediately hit his wrist. The guy snorted at Anfi even more. He did not think Anfi could make any damage with that strike. Even if he just let Anfi hit him without any counter-strike, it would be hard to get hurt with the protection of combat power. He thought he was going to slice Anfi in half. Anfi was a lot less powerful than he thought. Anfi's strike could not even be described as a hit. It was more like laying a hand on his. The follower did not know that move was called putting a hand on in martial arts. As there was no contact between the two hands, Anfi kicked his left leg into the follower's elbow while his hand was holding onto his opponent's wrist. Anfi did not have to use too much force to hold his opponent's wrist. It was good enough as long as the opponent's arm did not swing. That follower's arm was bent inwards. There were cracking sounds and screaming right away. Combat power could greatly increase people's defensive power. Anfi had experienced it a long time ago when he fought hard with Susanna underwater. However, having combat power was not everything. If people could run and attack with combat power, it meant their joints were not protected by combat power. Anfi seemed to find the weak points of swordsmen. Anfi kept moving forward. He ran to the next swordsman. That swordsman thrust his sword at Anfi's chest like a vapor. As the sword was only 1 yard away from Anfi, Anfi suddenly flew into the sky like a flying butterfly among the flowers. In the blink of an eye, he lined up with that swordsman, vertically. The swordsman was on the ground while Anfi was upside down in the air. The swordsman had never seen any skill like this. He immediately swung his sword up to counter Anfi. As the sword was above him, Anfi grabbed his wrist. This time, Anfi put a lot more strength on the grip. Anfi flipped over and landed behind the swordsman. He had calculated their height difference before he made the attack. He chose to squat a little to put his back tightly against that swordsman's lower back. He pulled the swordsman's wrist hard. Everyone at the scene saw clearly that swordsman's arm swung backwards like a windmill's blade. It swung more than half a circle. That swordsman started to scream loudly in pain. He sounded more like an animal howling than a human screaming. It only took Anfi a very short time to beat the two swordsmen. It startled the onlookers. Most people thought in a certain way. If there were no other references to help them think in a different way, most people rather believed in themselves. People tried to imagine how much fighting ability they could have if they had to fight with bare hands and what would happen if they fought with weapons. It was undeniable there was a big difference in between fighting with bare hands and with weapons. Anfi was able to beat two swordsmen with bare hands in the blink of an eye. One of them was even an intermediate swordsman. Anfi would be unbelievably powerful if Anfi fought with weapons. Only Moorich and Susanna could tell Anfi did not attack with much power, but they were still startled by Anfi's fighting ability, because they saw some fighting skills they had never seen or imagined before. They both were masters on how to control and use powers, but they were not as good as Anfi in terms of skill. They both got to see a totally different and new area by watching Anfi fighting. Mangekyō was shocked and kept stepping back. A junior swordsman would never understand how powerful Anfi could be. He thought his peers were beaten because Anfi attacked them with surprise. The swordsman had gathered his combat power and stepped out. He thrust his sword at Anfi's throat. Mangekyō had told them to try to kill Anfi. He thought he could make it happen and get rewards from Mangekyō. Anfi moved his body sideways to dodge. He timed it perfectly. If he was a little too fast, the junior swordsman could change his moves. If he was a little too slow, he could get hurt. At the moment they passed each other, Anfi held his right foot out and kicked backwards like a little kid playing a game. The swordsman got kicked on his right ankle. It did not seem Anfi kicked that hard, but that swordsman's right foot was kicked into the air. Almost at the same time, Anfi stepped forward with the momentum and stepped on that swordsman's left foot. That swordsman's body continued to move forward with the momentum while his left foot was held by Anfi's foot. The swordsman fell on his face while his right foot was still moving forward. He did not know how dangerous a position he was in. Anfi put his hands on the swordsman's shoulders and pressed down hard as he flipped from the right side of him to the left. That swordsman smashed hard onto the ground with his hip. The quality of combat power was important to swordsmen. There were no contortion skills in this world. People's bodies got stiff and muscles got tight as soon as they turned 20. The swordsman was over 40 years old. It was easy to imagine what happened to that swordsman. He rolled his eyes as he gasped. He opened his mouth and was ready to scream when Anfi held his neck as if holding his lover. He pulled backwards. That swordsman felt the back of his head touch his left leg. He could not stand the pain and passed out. He did not even have the time to scream before he passed out. Chapter 230, Fruitless Works. There were very few men who would dare to tempt a lion. After seeing Anfi defeat 3 men so easily, the Marquis's men split into 2 halves. One half did not want to keep fighting, and was backing away from the fight slowly. The other half charged at Anfi, waving their weapons. Anfi twisted his body and avoided a swordsman's attack. He kicked the man in the knee, and the swordsman fell to the ground with a scream. A swordsmaster jumped into the air, his sword was covered in combat power and pointing at Anfi. Anfi did not have enough time to lower his leg, and it was difficult for him to change his position. He turned around and made his body parallel to the ground. He let himself fall, and right before his body hit the ground, he pushed himself up with his arms. The swordsmaster passed over Anfi, who hit the man with his shoulder. The swordsmaster crashed into the ground. He had combat power, and the fall would not harm him much, but it was very embarrassing for him. Another swordsmaster charged. Anfi grabbed his wrist and threw the man away from him. The swordsmaster crashed into the ground and tumbled into the crowd. The only thing Mangekyō wanted was to accuse Anfi of murder and ruin his reputation. He did not want to have a physical conflict with him. Except for the 2 swordsmasters, he left the other more powerful men behind. He was a poor old man in distress, not someone seeking vengeance. The only reason he brought the swordsmasters was because of the slim chance there may be a possibility they could take Anfi down. However, he knew it was almost impossible because of Moorich's presence. Now, the two swordsmasters were defeated, and the only ones remaining were the swordsmen. If the swordsmen had the advantage, they would not lose. Now, however, the swordsman had no chance of winning. The Marquis began backing away, cursing Anfi and regretting his decisions. He knew that he was the target, and he had hoped his men could stall a little longer so he could get away. The Marquis was right, because Anfi's target was him. The Marquis was only a few steps away from disappearing into Moorich's guards, and he had to catch the Marquis before he disappeared. If he hadn't been fighting the Marquis's men in front of a crowd, they would have been dead already. Now, however, Anfi needed to get the trust of the guards. He knew that if he killed the Marquis's men, he would put him and Moorich into an even more difficult situation. Anfi knew he could match Moorich or Susanna in speed, but he was faster when he was not going in a straight line. Moorich smiled as he watched Anfi jump through the crowd. A few moments later, Anfi appeared in front of the Marquis, avoiding every attack. "Stop!" one of the swordsmen bellowed. He did not want to fight, but he couldn't just let Anfi hurt the Marquis. He would never find another employer then. Anfi did not look at the man. He kicked the swordsman and the man's body flew back, crashing into the crowd. Anfi turned to the Marquis and grabbed the old man's shirt, lifting the man into the air. The Marquis's face flushed, but he did not say anything. He kicked at Anfi, but his feeble attacks did not affect Anfi at all. Anfi's hand on the Marquis's neck tightened. "You're scaring me?" Anfi asked, smiling. He looked at the Marquis and frowned. "If I wanted to kill you, none of these men can stop me." The men around the Marquis did not say anything. One of the swordsmasters was trying to pull his sword out of the ground, but his right arm was broken. When he finally pulled the sword out, he tried to charge at Anfi with the sword in his left hand, only to be stopped by two nearby servants. If he could not defeat Anfi using his dominant hand, what more could he do using his non-dominant hand? Anfi loosened his grip and the Marquis fell to the ground. The servants gathered around the old man. Some were helping him up while the others dusted off his clothes. A few others approached Anfi with swords in hand. "What more do you want? Where do you think you are?" Moorich bellowed suddenly. He walked forward slowly, looking at the crowd. After seeing Anfi defeating the Marquis's men so easily, Moorich's guards remained silent. If Anfi could defeat so many men so easily, the Marquis's accusation could not stand. In order to become a knight, a man must undergo intense training. He must be educated on not only combat skills, but also on how to speak and act. Knights were all very knowledgeable and experienced. The knights in Moorich's team were even more so. There might be a few reckless ones, but most of them knew how to distinguish right from wrong. "I think you must be mistaken, Marquis," Moorich said. "If Anfi wanted to kill you yesterday, I don't think you would be alive to today." The Marquis frowned and stood still, but did not say anything. He did not respond to Moorich, but did not claim Anfi committed those murders, either. "I assure you, Marquis," Anfi said with a smile. "I will investigate and give you an answer. Your men's deaths will not be unanswered." Anfi could tell that Moorich did not want to touch the Marquis, at least not yet. The Marquis glanced at Anfi, but did not say anything. He tried hard to plant the murders on Anfi. He bribed 2 patrol guards and found a few bodies where the last fight happened. Then he hired a 2 disciplined swordsmaster and instructed him to leave suspicious but distinct wounds on bodies of Sneferu and a few other men he had killed. He had ordered the swordsmaster be executed in order to hide all evidence. He never imagined that the swordsmaster would turn himself into an element bomb like a dying mage. The swordsmaster blew himself up, but injured several of the Marquis's men in the process. The Marquis only had a few swordsmasters working for him, and the explosion injured 3 of them. Usually, hard work was rewarded with a good result. The Marquis had hoped that he could find a balance, but the information he gathered and the reality were completely different. The Marquis just wanted to find the man who told him that Anfi was a 2-discipliner with fire magic and strangle the man. His mind was too clouded now, however, to remember anything. "Urter," Anfi called. "Yes, my lord?" Urter said as he jogged over. "Inspect the bodies." "Yes, my lord," Urter said. He glanced at the Marquis before walking over to the bodies and began inspecting them. He was the sheriff of the city, and had seen plenty of murders. He wasn't a stranger to bodies. After inspecting a few bodies, Urter frowned. These bodies were almost identical to the one in the city morgue. The body was sliced open with a flame sword, and the wound was cauterized without leaving a drop of blood. The muscles along the cut were burnt and blackened. If Anfi did not seize the Marquis, it would be very hard for him to prove his innocence. Chapter 231, Mysterious Power. After checking every dead body on the ground, Urter slowly walked back to Anfi. "Master, the wounds on each body were the same. They must have been killed by the same person." "Marquis Joser." Urter turned to look at Marquis Joser. "If you do not have anything urgent, I would like you to go to the police station with me. I know you are not in the best mood right now and probably need to get some rest. I hope you can understand this is our procedure. I need to keep records. Mangekyō lowered his head and went quietly. Without knowing how long had passed, he lifted up his head again. He did not look as sullen as before. He even had an apologetic smile on his face. Master Anfi, I am so sorry. I am getting old and my eyes are not as good as they used to be. Yesterday when that assassin came in, he knocked out the only candlestick in the study. I will ask punishment from the king myself. It was my fault for this whole misunderstanding. No matter whether his excuses were reasonable, Mangekyō did apologize in front of everyone. Anfi and Urter looked at each other without saying anything. Mangekyō had more right than they did to pass judgment in this situation. Unexpectedly, Mangekyō was really direct. In other words, Mangekyō was not important enough for Mangekyō to hide his true feelings toward him. Mangekyō walked up to Sneferu's body. He looked at it for a little while and sighed. He waved his hand. Two knights hurried over and lifted Sneferu's stretcher. Take Sneferu to the camp. I will host a funeral for him. Mangekyō glanced at Mangekyō and snorted at him. He turned around to walk to the garrison residence. He did not know if Anfi had killed those people, but he knew Mangekyō killed Sneferu. Sneferu had followed Mangekyō for the past 20 years. He was neither a capable person, nor very flexible and smart. He had been a lower-level official, but they did build a strong bond between them. Mangekyō wanted to kill Mangekyō right then and there. How could he show forgiveness to the Marquis? Mangekyō did not seem to hear Mangekyō's snort. He still had a smile on his face. He turned around and slowly walked to the gate of the garrison residence. His movement looked a little stiff. Stop. Do you want to leave like this? Nia yelled. Nia would argue with people when she did not have any reason to argue. It was easy to imagine how she would act when Anfi was set up by others. She did not think Mangekyō was important. She was rude to Mangekyō and also showed disdain toward him. Mangekyō paused for a second and then continued to walk to the gate. His followers carried the wounded ones out of the garrison residence. They followed after Mangekyō and left dead bodies on the floor. You, stop. Nia was getting really mad. She jumped off the steps and was about to run after Mangekyō. Nia. Anfi and Christian yelled at the same time. Huh? Nia said. It's okay, Nia. Anfi shook his head. Susanna also jumped off the steps. She grabbed Nia's hand and said quietly, Go back, Nia. He is a Marquis of the Empire. Don't make troubles. What about the Marquis? A Marquis could set others up? Nia was not happy about Mangekyō. Have you seen Anfi being taken advantage of before? Susanna smiled. Right, he has a devious side to him. Nia looked like she just realized it. Nia was mad. The patrolman came in and glanced at Urter for instructions. Urter had asked Mangekyō to go to the police station, but Mangekyō was walking out now. Obviously, he did not take Urter seriously. It made the patrolman angry. Urter shook his head slightly. He was only giving Mangekyō a hard time before. If Mangekyō did not want to cooperate with him, he could not do anything to him unless there were secret orders from Sacred City. Let's go back. Anfi stared at Mangekyō's back. He knew this was not over yet. According to his previous way of taking care of business, he would not have allowed Mangekyō to go back to his residence. Unfortunately, he would have to adjust his rules as situations changed. He could not do anything to Mangekyō in public. Mangekyō walked into the living room and looked like he was deep in thought. He paced back and forth and looked at Anfi like he had something to say. However, he did not say anything. Riska and others had gone back to their dorms to pack up. The captain and two assistant captains from the bodyguard squad looked guilty. They timidly walked in. Every military unit had their own characteristics. These characteristics were decided by their generals. Mangekyō was not as strict as Bayuri. He did not pay too much attention to details. He had made a big mistake in not controlling the subordinate knights. Those three captains prepared for the worst as they walked into the living room. You guys need to leave now, Mangekyō said peacefully. General? Those three captains did not believe what they heard. The three captains looked at each other excitedly as they received amnesty. They bowed and retreated from the living room. Uncle Mangekyō, it should not be this easy, Anfi reminded Mangekyō in a low voice. The Mangekyō and his companions should not have the ability to stir up the bodyguard squad. I know. Mangekyō nodded. That is why I am putting this issue away for right now. I got it. Anfi smiled. He knew Mangekyō was pretending to let this issue go, but he actually would secretly continue the case later. He would secretly figure out who was helping Mangekyō within the bodyguard squad. Mangekyō looked cold. Anfi's vision was more short-term than Mangekyō's. Mangekyō's thinking was a lot more sophisticated. His bodyguards were the best of the best. They were trained to be future generals. They had been tested on their loyalty and fighting ability. They had passed those tests, otherwise they would not have been qualified to join the bodyguard squad. What happened today posed threats to Maorich. Mangekyō was a fallen marquis. How could he have the influence to control a bodyguard squad? There must be someone behind the marquis. There was a difference in perspective between Anfi and Maorich. Anfi thought he had made an enemy of Mangekyō. He also thought Mangekyō wanted to target him to take revenge. Maorich had more sophisticated ideas. Anfi, did you use the fighting skills that old man in your village taught you? Maorich suddenly switched the topic. Yes, Anfi said. He might be the most powerful swordsman in this world. Unfortunately, I could not see his skills in person, Maorich said. He used to say, no matter how good you think you are, there is always someone out there that is better, Anfi said. What do you mean? Maorich said. He thought only a fool would think he was the best. He believed when a person reached a certain level, he usually could see many more powerful people. It was similar to the endless sky and endless sword skills, Anfi said. Sword skills? Maorich was in thought for a while and then smiled. Anfi, can you come and help train the knights in my palace guards? Uncle Maorich, my sword skills are not very good for soldiers to practice. Anfi shook his head with a smile. Of course, I will do it for you if you think it definitely would help those soldiers. Why do you think it would not help them? Maorich asked. The victory in a war mainly depends on which party was braver. Sword skills are not like that. In fact, Panchon spears were used for the soldiers to fight in war. However, no matter whether it was from his family rules or from his own point of view, he would not teach others Panchon spear skills. Anfi could only play stupid right now. Maorich gave it a little bit of thought and sighed. It is unfortunate that would not work. Anfi. Why did he not teach you combat power? Maybe because I was too young back then, Anfi said. Has anyone taught you combat power? Maorich asked in surprise. Anfi tried to recall, but he shook his head. No, no one taught me. Did Ernest teach you combat power? Maorich asked. I think Anfi does not have to learn combat power, Susanna suddenly said. Why not? Maorich turned to look at Susanna. Because there is a mysterious power inside Anfi, Susanna said. How do you know? Christian asked. Susanna blushed. She just felt that way, but could not give specific reasons. She had hung out with Anfi for so long. She could clearly feel Anfi was different than regular swordsmen. When swordsmen attacked their enemies or protected themselves, they had to perform combat power. No matter what Anfi was doing, even eating or sleeping, he was in an abnormal state. No matter how powerful a swordsman was, he could not use combat power all day and night. What is that called? Samadhi? Anfi, did you get that mysterious power by doing samadhi? Maorich asked. Yes, Anfi said. You have so many mysteries, Maorich said bitterly. He had sat the whole previous night as Nia had shown him how to do samadhi. He did not feel anything. He wanted to ask Anfi about it but also felt awkward doing so. He had such a strong desire for power that he could not control his curiosity about Anfi's power. He was in such a dilemma. Anfi shrugged and smiled without saying anything. He planned to play stupid. Chapter 232, Heavy Thoughts. The Marquis had gone quiet ever since he left. Erders sent his men out to gather some information, and learned that the Marquis fell ill and was bedridden. Anfi, on the other hand, chose not to further the conflict. Even though he knew that leaving the Marquis could result in troubles, he was in a difficult position right now. He needed an excuse if he wanted to do something so he could justify his actions. He could not act as recklessly now since he had accepted the responsibility as the new city lord. Most young people enjoyed having fun and living in the moment, and the oldest in the group was only around 25. When they had nothing to do, they would take the time to explore the city. Since Anfi would be in charge of the city, they felt like they needed to get to know it better. Since Maorich would leave them in a few days, everyone was staying out late and enjoying their time in the city. Most did not return until well after dinner time. Maorich moved back to the army camp so the young people would not feel pressured to behave. The cooks hired for the feast were still working at Anfi's mansion, so no one had to worry about meals. The delicious dinner just reminded everyone how hungry they were. They chatted amongst themselves as they ate. Riska, however, did not eat much. He was playing with his napkin and glancing at Anfi. Halfway through dinner, he suddenly said, Anfi, let's build a magic school here. The chatter died down, and everyone turned their eyes toward Riska, confused. A magic school? Anfi asked. Yes, Riska said excitedly. A school just for commoners. Who's going to be in charge? Nia asked. Everyone glanced at each other, but did not say anything. No one was powerful enough or had enough experience to be a teacher. They made a good mercenary group, but not teachers at a magic school. I'll do it, Riska said. I may not be powerful, but I'm enough to get them started. Easier said than done, Riska, Christian said. Are you going to be the only teacher there? We don't have the money to hire other people, that's for sure. Everything is harder at the beginning, Riska said. We may not be able to hire teachers, but everyone sitting at this table can qualify as teachers for beginners. We aren't qualified as teachers, Christian said, shaking his head. Plus, a magic school isn't something that can be built in a day. We don't even have the money or the land. Anfi's the city lord. If he says yes, all that can be solved, Riska said, turning to Anfi. Riska was a commoner, and he had experienced a lot of hardship when he first started learning magic. He had always wished magic study was more accessible for people like him. He tried to hide his wish, but now that Anfi was the city lord of a large city, he saw the chance of making his dream come true. Yes. Hagen suddenly slapped the table and said. Riska just reminded me. I have an idea. Hagen jumped up, waving his hands and almost knocking the table over. Let's eat first before we talk any further, Anfi said as he picked up his fork. Hagen had the strangest and the most unpredictable ideas. No one knew alchemy better than Hagen, but when it came to other things, he would be forgetful and absent-minded. Especially when he was making new potions. The time it would take for him to process other information and questions was hilariously slow. Hagen sat down gloomily and ate his meal in silence. It seemed like he wanted to finish his meal as fast as possible so he could talk with Anfi. Hagen was fast, but Anfi finished faster and left the room as soon as he was finished. Even though the food was delicious, Anfi came from a world where some of the best culinary systems exist. The food here paled in comparison. As soon as Anfi left the dining hall, Hagen chased after him and grabbed his arm. Anfi, he said, wait. I need to talk to you. Anfi, do what you say about the school? Riska appeared and asked. You're thinking wait, Hagen said. It's not something that can be done in a week. My thing has to be done now or else it would too late. Riska, let me think about it, Anfi said. I will get back to you. Alright, Riska said, disappointed. What is it you want to talk about? Anfi turned to Hagen and asked. Isn't your mansion under construction? Hagen asked. Can you change the blueprint and add an alchemy lab? An alchemy lab? Anfi repeated. Hagen nodded. Anfi, if you are going to add an alchemy lab, might as well add a magic lab, Riska added. Magic and alchemy are two very similar things, you know. If we can build the labs in close proximity, it can be beneficial to both sides. Riska's right, Hagen said, nodding. Let's build 2 labs. Where do you want the labs? Anfi asked. I've seen the place, Hagen said. It's too small. Let's build it underground. It's too small? Of course it is. I will build the world's largest alchemy lab. Are you serious? No way, Anfi said quickly. Alchemy labs and magic labs were both liabilities, and Hagen wanted to build the world's largest? If something went wrong, the entire mansion would be gone. Plus, there was an underground labyrinth that could potentially be the tomb of an ancient queen. The news of this underground labyrinth could not get out. Anfi wanted to support Hagen, but his plan was too ambitious. He knew alchemy would be beneficial to his future plans, but right now he could not approve Hagen's plans. Why not? I'm doing this for the team's sake, Hagen said. You're the only alchemist here, Anfi said. Why do you need the biggest lab in the world? Wait until I come back from Sacred City. Anfi looked at Riska and Hagen, then turned and went upstairs. Hagen frowned and turned back to Riska. Hey, he said suddenly. I have an idea. Let's go find Nia. Nia? Riska asked. Why? Haven't you noticed? Hagen asked with a smile on his face. Anfi is scared of her. After some observation, Hagen noticed that the only person that could make Anfi hesitant was Nia. If someone in the team was being stubborn, Anfi would scold them, but he would ignore Nia's wrongdoing. After learning who Nia was, Hagen knew he had found the reason. If he needed someone to talk to Anfi, Nia was the best bet. He's not scared of her, Riska said, shaking his head. Nia was similar to him in age, but they all treated her like their little sister and they would try to satisfy her needs. That's called scared. Hagen said. Are you going or not? Do you still want a lab and the school? Riska smiled and shook his head. He did not know how Hagen came to this conclusion, but his words were very tempting. After learning that Anfi was to be the next city lord of Violet City, the city became very attractive to the team. A lot of people found themselves trying to decide if they wanted to stay in Violet City or return to Sacred City to keep studying with Saul. Everyone liked being around someone successful, but even though the city was Anfi's, Everyone knew Anfi could not have achieved what he did without the team's help. Anfi would be the decision-maker, but the city was as much theirs as it was Anfi's. Are you going or not? Hagen urged. He had never really talked to Nia, and he needed someone Nia knew with him. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Riska asked. How so? We are doing this for everyone's sake. Just then, Nia and Susanna walked out of the dining hall, chatting. Nia, wait up. Hagen called when he saw her. Riska and I need to talk to you. Me? Nia asked, curious. She had never really spoken to Hagen, and did not know why Hagen would want to talk to her now. Riska sighed, but Hagen was already talking to Nia, and there was no stopping him now. The only thing to do now was go with Hagen and give the plan a try. Susanna, he said as he walked over. We need to talk to Nia. Can you maybe? I know, Susanna said, smiling. I'm going to look for Anfi anyway. You guys talk. Chapter 233, Troubles for Talented. What is the matter? Why so secretive? Nia asked. Nia, we were talking about the Magic Academy. You heard about it as well, I think, Riska said. Don't you think you should ask Anfi about the Magic Academy? Nia asked. I have asked Anfi, Riska said bitterly. Anfi said we would talk about it later. Then just wait a little bit, Nia said. Nia, I am doing this for everyone, Riska said. Hagen thought Riska did not know how to negotiate. He walked up and pulled Riska aside. Nia, don't you want a magic sword that stores and releases combat power as you wish? Don't you want armor that could stop any magic attack? Don't you want a pair of shoes that could help you experience what it is like to fly in the sky? Hagen said. What? You can make all of them? Nia asked. Not now, but I definitely could make them in the future, Hagen bragged. Nia, alchemists are different than mages. Even the stupidest mage, as long as he masters the principles of elements, he could increase his magic power through meditation. For me to increase my ability, I have to repeat my experiments. That is why I want Anfi to build an underground lab, a free space for me to do the experiments. I think I will become an alchemist soon. Okay. Nia showed no interest in it. Anfi did not want to do it. Hagen forgot to look at Nia's face as he talked excitedly. He continued talking without paying attention to his audience. I really do not know what he was thinking. Nia, you know Anfi better. It is better if you can go and talk to him. Can you ask him to consider building the lab? He. We have been together so long. We all know him the same. It is going to be the same no matter if you guys or me go to talk to Anfi, Nia said. No, it is different, Hagen said. Okay. I will talk to Anfi when I get a chance. Nia nodded, but she did not look like she took it seriously. Obviously, she had not learned to hide her real thoughts. Nia was stubborn and naive, but who does not have weak points? With his experience and wisdom, Yolande could easily tell what Nia was thinking, but he still treated her as his own daughter. Of course, he had his own reasons for that. Nia, being the daughter of Archmage Saul, enjoyed a high position. Many people tried to use young and naive Nia to influence upper-class people when they could not convince Yolande and Saul to do so. Nia could pass their messages by a joke or a comment. Yolande knew what those people were doing. Nia never commented on anything political. Even when Yolande tried to tease her and asked her to comment on the government officials, Nia just laughed and ran away, or just avoided answering the questions by talking about who had treated her well and what they had gotten her for her birthdays. Some people might be innocent, but they were only stubborn in the areas they were familiar with. If there was something big happening, they would choose to be quiet or avoid the issue. Some people were naive but thought they were mature. They were cautious about little things, but gave their opinions impulsively on big issues, trying to manipulate others to prove their maturity. Nia belonged to the previous sort. After the hard lesson she got at Lagan City, Nia had never interfered with Anfi's decisions. She maintained the same perspective in life. No matter whether the conversation was about building the lab or Magic Academy, Nia had no knowledge in those areas. She never had any intention to talk to Anfi about it. She chose to brush Hagen aside. Are you an alchemist? Ma'arich's voice came from behind. Yes, General Ma'arich. Hagen was shocked for a second before he turned around. Do you want to build a lab? Anfi did not agree. Ma'arich slowly walked up. There were fewer and fewer people wanting to be alchemists. Only powers were appreciated in this world. Being powerful was the best way to survive in this world, while alchemists only helped others to be powerful. Alchemists were respected, but almost everyone wanted to be a mage. The requirements to be alchemists and mages were almost the same. Anyone who was qualified to be an alchemist could be a qualified mage as well. It was hard to make people switch to alchemy, since no one just wanted to help others become powerful. Yes, General Ma'arich. Can you talk to him and convince him to build a lab? Hagen said with a sad face. Hagen was asking anyone available, without considering if they could help or not, but it was not his fault. He just dreamed of having his own lab. Join me. Whatever Anfi could provide you, I can as well. I also can give you what he could not give you, Maorich said with a smile. Uncle Maorich, what are you doing? Nia pouted and looked at Maorich in anger. Not only Maorich understood the importance of alchemists, Nia did too. Nia and others had been talking about building a few steel puppet warriors the previous day to protect the garrison residents. Without Hagen, they could not do it. Sorry, I cannot join you. Hagen was shocked for a second before he firmly shook his head. Why not? Maorich asked. I do not like to be constrained with rules, Hagen said. I can provide you absolute freedom, Maorich said. Sorry, I still cannot join you, Hagen said. Maorich smiled. He did not quite understand the young man in front of him. Hagen had just complained about Anfi, but turned out to be his fan the next second. Maorich could tell Hagen's determination not to join him from his look and attitudes. Where is Anfi? Maorich asked quietly. It would not change anything, even if you talk to Anfi. Hagen got worried. I am not his slave. Even if Anfi agrees with you, I will not join you. I have the right to choose who I am going to join. Hee, you misunderstood me. Maorich waved his hand. I would not force you to join me if you do not want to. I am just looking for Anfi for something else. Hagen heaved a sigh. His thoughts returned to his lab and he forgot Maorich was still there. He looked Nia and asked, Nia, when are you going to talk to Anfi? Nia had changed her opinion of Hagen. What a good man. She hesitated and said, don't worry. I will talk to Anfi soon. Awesome. Hagen was so happy to hear it. Only Nia in the whole legion could make Anfi change his mind. Now Nia agreed to talk to Anfi, which made Hagen think he was halfway to convincing Anfi to agree to build him a lab. Anfi went upstairs. Black 11 had been waiting for Anfi where they had previously agreed. Anfi looked tired and slowly took a seat. Black 11 passed him something like a scroll book. Anfi flipped a few pages and fell into thought. He continued to read. As he was halfway through the book, someone was knocking on the door. Anfi was shocked for a second and said, come in please. Maorich pushed the door open and walked in. He glanced at Black 11 first and laid his eyes on Anfi. He scanned Anfi up and down. It looked like he did not know Anfi. Anfi had already stood up. Uncle Maorich, what is wrong? Is Heart of Nature with you? Maorich asked. Heart of Nature? I don't have it. Anfi was really confused about what Heart of Nature was. Didn't Archdruid Brizriano give you the Heart of Nature? Maorich looked shocked and in disbelief. Brizriano? Uncle Maorich, are you talking about this? Anfi took the tree leaf from his shirt. Maorich slowly walked up to Anfi and held the tree leaf with both of his hands. He looked perplexed and seemed to be recalling something. There was some hatred, some sadness in his eyes. After a long time, Maorich took his hands back. Anfi, is Brizriano doing well? He is doing good. Anfi could tell there was something wrong with Maorich. He tried to ask, Uncle Maorich, are you a good friend of Brizriano? Something like that. Maorich smiled. Why are you asking? Are you curious about it? Kind of. Anfi smiled like a silly boy out of habit. Anfi had earned Saul and Ernest's trust with his kinds of smile. Back then, no one knew about Anfi, so he left impressions with his facial expressions. But by now, Anfi had achieved so much, so who would fall for his smiles? Maorich heaved a slight sigh. Go back and ask your master. He would tell you if he is in good mood. Anfi smiled bitterly. He had not thought about how to talk to Saul when he got back. He definitely had no interest in the stories among Saul and other top powers. You have to protect the Heart of Nature well before you see Brizriano again. Do you understand? Maorich said. Is this the Heart of Nature? Uncle Maorich, what can the Heart of Nature do? Even if Anfi did not get to know the stories of those top powers, it would be helpful to get to know the functions of the Heart of Nature. We could not communicate with the Heart of Nature, but Brizriano can. Maorich smiled. I can tell you though that the Heart of Nature could protect you from any magic if you are under an attack of anti-magic. Of course, it could only protect the areas the leaf covers. This leaf is only this big. What could it cover? Anfi put the leaf on his body to see. It depends on which part of your body is more important to you. There was a playful smile on Maorich's face. Anfi, have you seen the statue of the Goddess of Nature? No, Anfi said. You should check it out when you get a chance. All the statues of the Goddess of Nature have the Heart of Nature on them. You will understand the function of the leaf, Maorich said. Black 11, standing by them, almost laughed out loud after being shocked for a second. He obviously had seen a statue of the Goddess of Nature before. Since I know you have the heart of nature, I think others know about it as well, Maorich said, shaking his head slightly. You guys go get some rest first. Let me set things up. Chapter 234, The Courage to Let Go. Maorich led his men out of Violet City at the crack of dawn. At the center of the guards were the carriages carrying Anfi and his friends. After learning that Maorich was leaving the city, many people gathered to send him off. This may seem like a testament to how beloved Maorich was, but in truth the people of Violet City were simply scared. They had just experienced a brutal war, and many of the people were still terrified that the Shansa armies would return. Maorich's presence reassured them. On the other hand, Maorich had always had a good reputation. The people of the city did not want to see someone like him go. Anfi frowned and turned to Erder. You should go back now, he said. I won't let you down, Erder said sincerely. Anfi blinked, then smiled. He was surprised that Erder could tell what he was thinking, and smiled because he had made a juvenile mistake. All right, Anfi said. I trust you. He nodded at Erder again and turned towards the carriage. He was worried about Erder. It wasn't that he did not trust the man. He worried how Erder would fare when he was away. If Marquis Joser could publicly challenge Anfi, what would the man do to Erder? If the Marquis was serious about this fight, Erder would have no chance of winning. Even though Anfi still did not consider this world as his home and all his decisions were made to benefit himself, Erder and he shared a secret. He was worried that Erder would use that secret to exchange for his life. After seeing Erder's determination, however, Anfi realized he was overthinking the situation. Being totally in control of everything was not always a right move. He needed to have the courage to let go and let things happen. The labyrinth beneath the mansion may not be a treasure trove, and even if it was Erder who discovered it first. If Erder wanted to tell someone else about it, Anfi had no right to say otherwise. It was better if he could be more relaxed instead of worrying what was happening in Violet City all the time. Next to him, Nia jumped onto the carriage with Maorich's help. She looked at the crowd and sniffled. She did not want to leave this city. After all, she was a very emotional person. Maorich lowered the curtains on Nia's carriage. His movement was very natural and did not consider whether this was appropriate or not. He had been taking care of Nia ever since she was young. Whenever Nia fell asleep at his place, it was he who carried her to a bed. When Nia was in trouble, it was Maorich who vouched for her. Like Yolande, Maorich treated Nia like his own daughter. Maorich had one daughter, but she was blind and insecure, and almost never left her home. Nia was her only friend, and the only one that could make her smile. Maorich was very grateful for Nia because of this. Nia was a very emotional person, and her moods would change very fast. She and Shally began arguing about something only a few minutes after Nia disappeared into the carriage. Anfi lifted the curtain to see what was happening, and saw Shally looking at him, pouting. She's bullying me, Shally accused. She's leaving, Nia said quickly. She wasn't afraid of Anfi, especially with Maorich present. She was just worried that it would ruin her image if the words of her bullying a child got out. You were. Shally said. What are you looking at? Nia scolded. She frowned at Anfi and pulled the curtains down. Fine, fine. I was joking, all right? Here, have what you want. Anfi. Maorich called and waved at him. What is it? I ordered 3,000 of my men to come here from Blackania City, Maorich said. To keep the city safe. The general was my student and I had already told him to get acquainted with Erder. Maorich paused for a moment before continuing. Don't worry. As long as they're here the Marquis can't do anything. Thank you so much, Anfi said sincerely. He had realized that all the important players in Maho Empire's court were used to political intrigue. Not only Yolan, but even Maorich kept surprising him. Whatever plan he came up with, Maorich had already executed it. The familiar people tended to the strangest, but this was the only thing Anfi could do. He did not know Saul, and he was not brave enough to know Saul because he was afraid Saul would see through all his secrets instead. Judging from what he knew about Maorich and Yolan, Saul would not be a simple man, either. Thankfully he did not spend a long time with him, else he might have figured out what Anfi was hiding. Don't thank me, Maorich said with a smile. I'm just looking out for my friends. I can't forsake all formality, Anfi said, grinning. Will you return to Sacred City with us? Yes. Why, do you think it's inconvenient? No, of course not. I'm just worried that something may happen on the way there. Anfi knew that there must be a reason Maorich was accompanying them back to Sacred City, or else he would not be so persistent. They would not have time to go retrieve the treasures they left behind. On the other hand, this may be a good plan. The rest of the team knew about the treasure as well. If they tried to retrieve it without telling Saul about it, it might damage their reputation. Ernest said you're a clever one, Maorich said. He's not wrong. But sometimes you are not all that smart. What did I do wrong? You thwarted the necromancer's plan, which is good, but you don't need everyone knowing your name. They do? Of course, it's not all your fault. Slanbree is famous for having a loose tongue, Maorich said with a sigh. Nothing stays a secret with him. Will necromancers do anything? They're with the evil mist, Maorich said gravely. You don't know how terrible those people are, Anfi. His Majesty had been ruling for decades, but still rarely leaves Sacred City. Do you know why? Is he worried about assassination attempts? They can achieve anything as long as they want to, Maorich said, shaking his head. His Majesty isn't scared, but there is no need to risk everything. Does that mean we have to stay low? There's no use staying low when your enemy is the evil mist, son, Maorich said with a sigh. You are already a target, but I don't know what they will do to get to you. Me? Aren't they overreacting a bit? You were the one that foiled their assassination attempt on Saul. You were the one that killed their men in Sacred City, and you were the one that thwarted their plan in Country of Mercenaries. Anunchata is one of the 5 elders of Evil Mist, and it was you who led Slanbree to her. Why wouldn't they target you? Those necromancers are pure evil. I couldn't have just let them turn people into zombies. Anfi did not regret destroying the necromancer's plan the way he regretted killing Philip's grandson. The necromancers were evil and should be destroyed. Their actions threatened the safety of Muramach and people living there. It was better to gain an upper hand than to wait until the threat became too real. Your words are meaningless to me, and even more so to them, Maorich said. The only solution is your weapon. Anfi shrugged. He agreed with Maorich on this matter. He, too, often resorted to violence to solve the problem. If that old fox is willing to give you Heart of Nature, then... Maorich's voice trailed off. What does that have to do with Evil Mist? Heart of Nature can cancel out most side effects of death magic and would be very helpful. Besides, Grisriano is an archdruid, and he can sense Heart of Nature at all times. Which means he can easily find you as long as you are wearing the heart, Maorich said. He paused and glanced around. Maybe he's observing us right now. Chapter 235, How many millions died that Caesar might be great? As the Legion was slowly getting ready to depart, Anfi returned to his own wagon. He quietly leaned against the wagon, recalling what had happened. Christian was talking with Riska and noticed Anfi lost thought. He asked with concern, Anfi, what's wrong? Nothing, I was thinking about what has happened. Anfi heaved a deep sigh. Maorich just told me those necromancers had targeted us for revenge. I was not careful enough. If I could do everything over again, I think I could do it better. Hee. It is already history. Why are you still thinking about it? Don't worry about it, Riska said. No, that is not right. You will make the same mistake again if you do not learn from it, Anfi said. Anfi, you are too cautious. You will get tired really quickly, Riska said. Anfi smiled without saying anything back. Life was never easy for Anfi. Anfi, we are going to see our professor tomorrow. You had better think about what you are going to say to our professor, Christian said, smiling. What? Tomorrow? Anfi was startled. He was not ready to see Saul yet. He became very worried when Christian told him he would be seeing Saul the following day. Anfi knew Christian never joked about anything important, otherwise he probably would think Christian was joking with him now. What is wrong with that? Didn't Maorich tell you? Christian was surprised too. No. Did our professor come already? Anfi asked. No, he did not come. Christian shook his head. Didn't Maorich tell you Evil Mist has planned to ambush us on the way? Yes, he told me about that, Anfi said. Christian thought about it and smiled. Ha ha, Maorich must want to see you make a fool of yourself. Maybe it is because you always look like nothing could bother you and never seem concerned about most things. Get to the point, Christian. Tell me what happened, Anfi urged. Maorich spread the news that we are going back to Sacred City on purpose. We did travel west on the merchant route. This will make Evil Mist believe they have enough time to get ready to attack us. If we were going back to Sacred City on the merchant route, it would at least take us 20 days. They are not rushing to attack us right now because we traveled to this place. Christian pointed at the carpet. Here we are only about 10 miles away from Blackania City. We will change direction to go to Blackania City. Before the war started, the magic array was destroyed by the spies from Shansa Empire. Now it has been fixed. We also secretly sent a large amount of magic crystals from Sacred City, which should be enough to send us back to Sacred City by magic array. Anfi smiled bitterly. If Christian could describe the plan in such detail, Maorich must have told him everything but left Anfi out. Maorich must have some evil intentions towards me, Anfi thought to himself. Will all of us be sent back to Sacred City? Anfi asked. Christian shook his head. It is impossible to send all of us back. It would take too many magic crystals. Only 5 people will be sent back, you, me, Nia, Susanna, and Shelley. It would use about half the magic crystals they sent, or possibly more. It is too far from Blackania to Sacred City. If we are all sent back through magic array, all the magic in stock in our empire would not be enough. Anfi opened his mouth, trying to say, can I go back by myself? This question would make others doubt his intentions. This question was on the tip of his tongue, but he asked another question instead. Will Riska and others stay in Blackania City? That is not too safe for them. Christian looked at Anfi like there was something wrong with him. He thought Anfi was a smart and cautious man, far better than he was. Therefore, he was willing just to be his assistant. At that moment, Anfi seemed so naive about the issue. What danger? Anfi, those necromancers hate you. You are in the most danger, and then Nia. If they could catch Nia, they could blackmail our professor. Riska and others will go back with Ma'urich. Without you and Nia, do you think people from Evil Mist would attack Ma'urich's bodyguards with a high cost? Riska nodded in agreement. He is right. Anfi, we will be in danger if you are with us. Christian has reminded me of things we should be careful of. Don't worry. We will be fine. But what if Evil Mist would still attack you? Anfi said. They do not have a reason to attack us. Christian felt there was something wrong with Anfi. Anfi, our king is so fond of you. Riska looked jealous. The reason Susanna and Shally could be sent over by magic array is because of you. Anfi sighed and leaned back against the wagon. Anfi, you do not look like you want to go back to Sacred City, Christian said in a low voice. It is not like that. But it's just too soon, Anfi said. If it is too soon for you, it would be really soon for Evil Mist. I think they will be so disappointed when they find out you are already in Sacred City. Anfi did not know how to respond. At that moment, he had no time to think about how to learn from his mistakes. He recalled his time with Saul and the stories he had told Saul. It was easy to lie but a lot harder to have the lies make sense in the future. Usually, people could not tell when someone was lying right away. People usually realized they had lied when their lies did not make sense later on. Saul had cared and loved Anfi. Anfi respected Saul from the bottom of his heart. All of these were facts. But their bond had not grown strong yet by the time Anfi had to escape with Saul's family and students. It was fortunate for both of them that they could build their teacher-student relationship. Predestined relationships could change at any moment. People could bond one day but dislike each other the next. Anfi did not want Saul to dislike him. The Legion traveled neither too fast or too slow, just at the right pace. They stopped to take a break around noon. They did not look rushed. They could have traveled a few miles more before taking a break. Ma'urich's bodyguard squad suddenly accelerated and turned toward the road to Blackania City. 10 miles was not far. Very soon, Blackania City, also nicknamed Never Fallen City, appeared in front of everyone. Anfi lifted the curtain to look out. As a military fortress, the buildings in Blackania City looked simple but grand. Tall city walls were like high-rising cliffs. At each corner of the walls was a parapet. There were many holes on the walls of the fort where soldiers fought their battles. There were 5 mage towers in the city. They looked like gigantic swords thrusting at the sky. The war had ended only a short time ago, but Blackania had cleaned up the city and its surrounding areas well. However, when there was a breeze, a slight smell of blood was still in the air. Anfi overheard talk among Ma'urich's bodyguards that the number of casualties was more than half the total number of soldiers who stayed at Blackania City. Shansa Empire had an even higher rate of casualties. Their generals had similar talents and leadership abilities, but the invading party was always in the disadvantaged position. Shansa Empire retreated in a very short of time and did not get a chance to bury their soldiers' bodies. They left this duty to their enemy. The spies from Maho Empire took advantage of this and spread rumors in Shansa Empire, blaming Edward Vi for his inhumanity. There were many bodies buried under the plains around Blackania City. As the saying went, how many millions died that Caesar might be great? Of course, this saying referred to the benefits to the leader. It should not be so costly for a person to be famous. But to a real general, this kind of justification sounded ignorant, and it was just the criticism of writers. Most wars were not fought to make anyone famous. They were fought for survival or freedom. To the people who were fighting for freedom, dying for their beliefs would worth it. The city gate slowly opened. Ma'urich's bodyguard squad passed through without any hesitation. They moved towards the center of the city. In a little while, the bodyguard squad stopped at the garrison residence. Blackania City did not have a city master. The garrison had military officers and administrators in charge of everything in the city. This used to be the house of the commander of the Roaring Death mercenary group, Bayeri. Now it became Ma'urich's temporary home. Maorich tapped twice on the wagon wall and said, "You are here. You can get off now." Anfi lifted the curtain and jumped off the wagon first. He looked around and saw Maorich. Maorich still looked energetic and hospitable with his smiles. However, he looked a little cunning in Anfi's eyes. "Uncle Maorich, why did you not tell me that we are going back with Magekyō?" Anfi half complained and half asked. "Didn't I tell you this morning that Evil Mist was going to take revenge on you?" Maorich said. "But, you did not tell me that we are going back to Maho Empire by Magekyō," Anfi said. "Time is very tight." "I only had the time to tell you the beginning of it," Maorich said. Anfi did not know how to respond. Some people could easily shake off their responsibilities, or even push them on others. Anfi was not too happy that Maorich had a negative view in him. "Where are we?" Nia jumped off the back of the wagon. She looked around in curiosity. Obviously, like Anfi, she had not been told what was going on. "This is Blackania City. Nia, let's go inside." Maorich smiled. Susanna jumped off the wagon after Nia. She walked next to Anfi as she was used to doing. Women usually like to unconsciously rely on their men to protect them. Susanna did not stand next to him because she relied on him for protection, as some women might. She did not need anyone to protect her. She just liked to stand next to Anfi. "Don't just stand there. Follow me." Maorich walked to the garrison residence first. Chapter 236, New Powers. Maorich's mansion had an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. The high walls and tight security had isolated the mansion from the outside world. In the middle was the mansion, where the general took care of important business. Anyone who tried to enter by force would either be captured and imprisoned or killed. The transmission portal was located next to the mansion. The portal was the only way the general and the emperor could communicate when the general was away at war. The portal was right next to Maorich's residence in order to prevent any information from getting out. It was also the innermost part of the mansion, and it would be difficult for intruders to fight through every level of security check. This was done in most cities to prevent security breaches. Everyone knew the importance of securing information. Anfi did not know when Maorich began putting the plan in motion and how he had sent his orders. Maorich's men were very efficient, however, and the portal was already activated by the time they reached it. Even a common person could sense the magic surges coming off of the portal. The crystal in the middle turned from a solid mass into pure energy, and was floating in the air above the portal like mist. "What are we doing here?" Susanna asked quietly. "We're going to Sacred City." "Sacred City? We're teleporting everyone?" Susanna asked, shocked. This was such a lavish way of transporting people. Transporting across such a long distance would cost thousands of magic crystals. It would be more riches than a normal family could ever dream of. "No, just a few of us." "What about Shelly?" "Shelly's coming with us, of course. She's my sister too, and I won't abandon her," Anfi said with a smile. Susanna frowned but smiled nonetheless. She did not know if that was the truth or it was Anfi trying to please her, but it didn't matter. As long as Shelly was safe, Susanna was happy. "Are we using the portal?" Nia walked over and asked. "Will I see father again soon?" "Of course," Maorich said, glancing at the mages around the portal. "Are you happy?" "Yes," Nia said excitedly. "Of course. You're the best." She squealed and hugged Maorich. The runes around the portal slowly lit up as the mages began chanting. One of the mages took away the protective dome over the portal, and the magic surges became several times stronger. The energy above the portal rose upwards. The energy did not disperse in the air, like it should have, but instead lurched towards the people standing around the portal. Anfi frowned, but did not try to avoid it. He knew that energy like this would not harm him. As the energy came closer and closer, it began to condense. It finally became a thin column and crashed into Anfi's chest and disappeared. It was as if something was absorbing the energy. Everyone frowned and stared at Anfi, confused by the strange occurrence. "What just happened?" Maorich asked. "Nothing," Anfi said. He moved his arms and smiled. "Really? Really? All right," Maorich said. He looked at Anfi, who did not display any signs of discomfort. He turned to Nia and said, "Come stand here. Laura had been asking about you. Don't forget to visit her when you're back." "Of course not," Nia said, smiling. "I miss her a lot, as well." Laura was Maorich's daughter and Nia's good friend. Anfi closed his eyes. He had already realized that the Archdruid's gift could absorb the forest's energy and become one with nature. That was why he could see things that were far away from him. It was the heart of nature that absorbed the energy just then, but compared to the energy in the forest, this energy was much more powerful. In the past he could only see the ants, but now he could see the details on the ants' bodies. In the past he could only see shapes of people, but now he could see the details of their features. Everything became so much more clear and bright, and all the colors became more vibrant. Anfi had never experienced anything like this. It was as if he had always looked at the world through fog, and could only see it clearly with the heart of nature. As Nia was walking over to the portal, her ears suddenly moved. In the past, Anfi would have never been able to spot something like that. Maorich was watching Nia, and as he blinked, Anfi saw his eyelids wiping away dirt from his eyes. Susanna sighed, and Anfi could see the shape of her breath and how it blew a few tiny bugs away. It was hard to describe what it was like to see the world in such a detailed and clear way. Not only could he see more clearly, Anfi could feel things more acutely, as well. Before he could further enjoy this sensation, however, it began to fade. Before the power completely disappeared, however, Anfi saw one of the mage's eyes gleam suspiciously. Nia! Anfi bellowed suddenly. Nia was already stepping onto the portal, but jumped back and turned to stare at Anfi. The others around him were frightened by his sudden shout as well, but Maorich and his men only looked at him. "What's wrong?" Christian asked. "Nia, get away from that portal," Anfi said. He turned and walked to the suspicious mage. Whenever Anfi becomes serious, no one would try to object. Nia stepped away from the portal and rejoined the group. Susanna's hand was resting on the hilt of her sword and observing the changes in the surroundings. Unlike everyone else, Susanna did not grow up in Sacred City and did not treat Maorich as the absolute authority. She was alert, and suspecting everyone except for her friends. Anfi walked over the mage and stared into the man's eyes. Compared to other parts of the body, it was the hardest to lie when someone looked into one's eyes. "Excuse me, my lord, what can I do for you?" the mage asked. "Christian, check the portal," Anfi said without moving his eyes away from the man. "Me?" Christian asked. He was only a junior magister, and it would be difficult for him to check on a portal. Christian did not even have the experience, and it was almost an impossible task. "What do you mean, my lord?" another mage interrupted and asked. Clearly, Anfi was suspecting that something was wrong. This directly affected their reputation, and it was unacceptable for the mages. "Nothing," Maorich said. "His words are mine, and you will obey him." Maorich did not know what was happening, but he trusted Anfi. He was familiar with Saul, and knew Saul's students very well. After reuniting with Saul's students, he realized how mature they had become. They had been on their own for the entire time, and did not have any contact with Saul. The only person that could lead them and guide them was Anfi. Maorich would never ignore Anfi's opinions. Anfi's nervousness made Maorich uneasy. Realizing that Maorich was taking Anfi's side, the mage lowered his head and stepped back. Mages were widely respected wherever they went, but nothing was absolute. Maorich was far superior to the mages. He had no right to defy Maorich's orders. "Did you hear him just now?" Maorich bellowed. "Check the portal." The mages all jumped up and began busying themselves with checking the portal. Some retrieved books from their rings and compared the ones in the book with the one in front of them. However, no one found anything wrong. Chapter 237, Terrifying Puppet Spell General, "There is nothing wrong with the magic arrays," a mage reported to Maorich as he glanced at Anfi. He wanted to see Anfi make a fool of himself. "Check it again," Maorich demanded before he even turned around to look at him. The worst thing a leader could do was to change his ideas all the time and never hold firm in his position. When a leader listened to someone and believed in him, and then later started to offer different opinions on the same issue, the leader would doubt him. If the leader could not make his own judgment from the information given, he could be taken advantage of and misled by others. Maorich was an excellent general. He would not be indecisive. Since he believed in Anfi, he would not contradict him easily. The mages looked at each other and then checked the magic array again, because they knew they could not disobey Maorich's command. Anfi and the suspect looked at each other for a while, but he did not find anything suspicious in that mage. The mage looked at him confused. He seemed to sneer at Anfi. Everything seemed normal about the mage. Someone else might doubt himself and think he had made a mistake, but not Anfi. Anfi was very determined and confident. He never second-guessed himself. Anfi slowly turned around and walked to the magic array. After the magic array started, it would slowly suck the magic crystal's energy to keep the magic array running. It only took a little while to see some smog above the magic array. The smog was getting thicker. When Anfi walked only 5 yards away from the magic array, he saw exactly what he expected. The smog seemed to be blown away by the wind and moving towards Anfi. Anfi knew the heart of nature was sucking the energy. Anfi slowly closed his eyes, and got into samadhi state. He suddenly started to see his surroundings clearer. Anfi focused all his attention on that suspected mage, looking for anything unusual. Anfi scanned the suspect from head to toe and from toe to head, but he did not find anything unusual. Anfi turned to check the magic array. Suddenly, he saw an amazing new world. An invisible but clearly sensed energy was moving among all kinds of spells. The whole magic array was divided into 16 sections. The energy stayed in each of the sections without interfering with each other. All the energy merged onto 16 points. Anfi had never learned about magic arrays before, but he started to get the hang of how a magic array worked. Those 16 points were the hinges for the door to the space. Anfi believed if he could continue to be able to see the magic array, he could build a magic array on his own. General, there is nothing wrong with the magic array, a mage turned around and told Maurich. This time, Maurich did not respond. He only turned to look at Anfi. Anfi was totally lost in the thought. He did not hear anything around him. It was people's nature to want to have control in life. For instance, seeing the snowflakes falling, people could not help holding their hands out to catch them and watch them melt in their hands. Seeing beautiful flowers, some people would sniff, touch, or even pick them. People were just passerbys in the world, but wanted to prove their existence or leave their footprints. When they were touched or sentimental, most people would have the desire to do something. To the people in that world, magic arrays were just magic arrays, but Anfi had a sense that magic arrays were integrated circuits. Watching the energy slowly moving in order, Anfi subconsciously used his ability mastered in the evil abyss. He used his mental power to communicate with that power. The magic array suddenly shined with white light. The mages who were still checking the magic array were all startled by it. Anfi could clearly sense the energy oozing out of the spells. He immediately stopped using his mental power once he realized what he did to the magic array. He also woke up from his thoughts. What happened? The mage who reported to Maurich before said, "Why died?" The magic array itself had shown there was something wrong by running at a crazy speed. Maurich turned to look at the suspected mage with a scolding look. "What else do you want to say?" The mage smiled bitterly. "Master, I was not feeling well yesterday. I did not come and instead rested at my daughter's house. You can check on it if you do not believe me. I did not start the magic array. I had nothing to do with it." Anfi looked vicious. He looked at Susanna first and then blinked at her. He turned to give Christian a look and then walked slowly to the mage who was arguing for himself. He did not find anything unusual before, but as the mage talked more, Anfi could see what was wrong with him. The vision Anfi had with the heart of nature had not totally disappeared yet. Anfi still could clearly see the air coming out of his mouth. It seemed normal. When the air passed through the throat, the air constantly changed the position of the throat muscles and tongue. By changing the position of their mouths, people could make sounds. The problem with that mage was that he only breathed out. Normal people had to breathe in intervals to get oxygen for the body. It was not possible to keep talking without breathing air in. Anfi stood in front of that mage again. It was easy to figure out what was wrong him once he found something unusual on him. That mage's chest was moving slightly up and down, but there was no air passing through his nose and mouth. The chest movement was only to prove he was normal. That mage could not completely stop breathing in unless he was a samadhi practitioner as Anfi, or had reached the level that he could breathe through his skin. "What is your name?" Anfi asked quietly. "My name is Thor, Master." The mage looked respectfully at Anfi. Anfi nodded. He noticed another unusual thing about the mage. The mage in front of Anfi neither breathed in nor had any pulse. Judging from every angle, the mage in front of Anfi must be dead. Anfi felt it was amazing and could not make sense of it. Anfi moved his body sideways. A bright white sword radiant passed over Anfi's shoulder. With a metallic whooshing sound, Susanna's sword thrust into the mage's throat. The mages around the magic array were startled. They had noticed Susanna slowly walking up to Anfi, but they did not expect her to kill the mage. They were worried and angry when they saw their fellow getting killed for no reason. Christian had stood in between. He did not mean to fight with mages. Neither could he. He had to stop the altercation before Maurich could say something. Susanna pulled her sword out with a backhand move. The mage held his throat with one hand and stumbled back with shock and anger. The way he looked definitely got compassion from the others. "Stop it." Anfi pointed at him and raised his voice on purpose. "Your blood should have oozed out when you were stabbed in the throat. You neither breathed in, nor had any heartbeat. In other words, you have been dead." The mage slowly fell to the ground with one hand on his throat. He looked like he was in a spasm and kept twitching his legs as he opened his eyes wide. He looked like he could not die in peace. Two mages with hot tempers had already started to chant. Element surges started to get tense. However, all these activities stopped after Maurich cleared his throat. The world seemed to become quiet. "Anfi, what happened?" Maurich walked over. "He has been dead." Anfi shrugged. Things were more than he could imagine. He thought the mage would resist after he was found out. Who would know he played his original role, dead on the floor? It was not easy for Anfi to convince others to believe him. "Dead?" Maurich said. "Yes, I have said before that he neither breathed nor had any heartbeat." "What was he if he was not dead?" Anfi said, walking forward. "Anfi, stop." Huawei rushed out behind Blobby. "What is wrong?" Anfi asked. He must have been created by a necromancer with puppet spells if he did not breathe or have a heartbeat for a long time. Huawei had rushed next to Anfi and grabbed him to stop him from getting any closer to that mage's body. "It is too dangerous. We need to get away from him." "Bullshit." A mage was so enraged that his eyes turned blood red. "Thor chatted with us this morning. How could he be a puppet?" "Right. If he were a puppet and we did not sense it, wouldn't General Ma'urich sense it?" Another mage said. He was smarter, knowing to use Ma'urich's reaction to prove his point. What if he was a servant of death created by masters with puppet spells? Huawei refuted. All the mages were startled by what Huawei said. Low-level puppet spells could only change the target's body. Advanced-level spells could be divided into two extremes. One was to make the body of the target become more powerful. The target could even have some counter ability for magic and combat power. The other was to avoid making any change to the body of the target and only intervene with telepathy and mental power. A perfect servant of death would look no different than a regular person, have the basic magic and combat power skills, or even get married and have kids. It would be hard to notice anything wrong with servants of death among people. Ma'urich suddenly looked seriously concerned after hearing about servants of death. Servant of death was the tamest puppet spell among other spells of necromancers, but could also be the most terrifying one. A long time ago, there were two necromancers who had successfully turned half of the city into servants of death in a year. A servant of death could slowly turn his family into servants of death in an unnoticeable way. It was impossible to keep track of who got affected by this spell. Later, people found out by an incident. Back then, the Church of Light was powerful and influential. Two traveling priests performed magic of light to try to convert people, but the people on the street attacked them like crazy. One of them was torn into pieces while the other one luckily got away. This incident got the attention of the Pan-continent, and Church of Light became famous afterwards. Chapter 238, The Secret of Spirits. "This is impossible," one of the mages stammered. "People who know how to do this kind of magic are long dead." Not everyone agreed with his comment, however. Necromancers were very hard to kill, and despite the numerous attempts to eliminate necromancers, they thrived. There were always a few necromancers that would hide away and recover in some remote corner of the world. When there were enough believers in their religion, there would be another attempt at eliminating necromancers. Every time, the Church of Light would announce that they had eliminated all evil, but it was never the truth. Everyone had forgiven this, however, because it was better to have the church in charge than the necromancers. Ma'urich walked over slowly. This time, Huawei did not try to stop him. Puppets were not powerful and could not harm a gold knight, unless there was a necromancer lurking nearby. Huawei turned and whispered something to Anfi and Susanna. Anfi nodded, and Susanna jumped up onto the small tower next to the transmission portal. The tower was only 10 feet tall, but it was enough to give her an advantage. Ma'urich looked at the man, then kicked the man's hand away from his throat. His expression grew cold at the sight. There was a large gash on the man's throat, but there was hardly any blood. Ma'urich knew very well what this indicated. "Burn the body," Ma'urich ordered, taking a few steps back. He glanced at Susanna, then walked away from the man. He was trying his hardest not to let his emotions show. The mage really had been turned into a puppet, which meant that the transmission portal was unsafe to use. What if Nia had stepped into the portal? Ma'urich did not want to think about it. Susanna and Shelly's deaths would be easier to deal with, but if it was Nia, Christian, or Anfi who was harmed, the consequences would be too great. It would put his ability in question, and he would not be able to face his old friends. This could potentially have destroyed his future. As soon as Ma'urich turned around, the mage's body began to change. The man's light green eyes turned to gray, then his eyes dissolved into puddles of water, and his body began to bloat. Ma'urich swept around to face the man. There were two types of warriors, swordsmen and knights, and neither needed weapons to be powerful. Susanna once almost kicked Anfi to death when she was weaponless and choking, and Ma'urich was so much more powerful than she. Ma'urich stepped forward, crushing small pebbles under his feet. The mage was thrown back by some invisible force. Ma'urich swung at the man, and his combat power swallowed the mage's body. A loud crack ripped through the air, and the unstable air current caused by the combat power swept across the courtyard like a raging storm. The transmission array burst into light and was under a transparent magic dome. It was the protective dome placed onto the array. Christian released a protective spell first, and Riska and Blavi followed suit. They had already preparing themselves when they saw Susanna drawing her sword. Mages tended to use three kinds of defensive magic. There were shielding, protective domes, and kekai. Shields were only used by one person and were the strongest. Protective domes and kekais were both used for large groups of people, but not as powerful as shields. Of course, One could not compare shields released by a junior magister to the kekais released by an archmage. Usually, mages would use shields when they were in danger. Previously, Christian, Riska, and Blavi would not use a kekai either, but after everything they had been through together, they learned how valuable friendship was. The mages standing around the transmission array, on the other hand, choose to protect themselves first. Maorich's figure was obscured by the current, and the only one that was not protected by magic was Susanna, who was standing on the tower. Unlike the people on the ground, who were stumbling, she was standing straight and unmoving, as if she was nailed to the tower. Her eyes were bright and filled with admiration for Maorich's power. Anfi was in the worst shape of all. He wasn't close enough to Christian when he released the kekai, and instead had jumped into the air and was blown away by the current. He grabbed at the air and landed on a wall nearby. After a few moments, the current died down, and Maorich turned towards his guards. He might have caused the violent currents, but he did not have any scratches on him, and his clothes were still immaculate. His eyes were cold. Anfi stayed on the wall, staring at Maorich. He had grabbed something he imagined must have been a spirit. This was the second time he had came in contact with a spirit, but when he tried to communicate with it, it struggled against him. He could feel how terrified the spirit was. He felt a momentary warmth, then the spirit melted away. Close the array immediately, Maorich instructed sternly. He turned to the group that was still waiting to use the array and said, "Stay here. Don't go anywhere." "Don't worry," Anfi said as he rejoined his friends. "Nia, stay here and don't do anything, alright?" Maorich turned to Nia and said. He was worried about her. "I understand," Nia said, nodding. Maorich turned to the mages standing nearby. If one of them was turned into a puppet, he had to inspect the rest of them as well. "Go home and rest," Maorich said, "for now." The mages glanced at each other and turned to leave. The mage who was trying to protect the puppet seemed especially defeated. Thankfully no one affiliated with the church was present, or else he would be a suspect. The Mages Guild would not protect him if he was suspected of being a necromancer. After the mages left, Maorich sent some of his men to escort Anfi and the group to their rooms. However, no one was in the mood to rest, and everyone gathered in Anfi's room to talk about what had just happened. "Anfi," Blavi asked eagerly, "what did you catch?" He was very curious, but did not want to ask when there were still strangers around. "Nothing," Anfi said. He wasn't exactly lying. The spirit did disappear after he caught it. "Then what were you going to catch?" Christian asked. He worded his question much more cleverly. "A spirit," Anfi said. He had changed his mind and decided to disclose more information to his friends. Necromancers were targeting them, and he knew very little about them. He needed to talk to his friends so he would be more prepared. Beings from the evil abyss were things that existed in the place between life and death. Each spirit had its own thoughts and personality. There were betrayals, hatred, and murders, but there was also cooperation, trust, and friendship. The spirits there were not unlike humans. Death magic, on the other hand, was only one branch of magic, and products of death magic did not have any emotions. After 2 encounters with spirits, Anfi was nervous that someone was trying to achieve the same thing Jaeger was trying to do. Someone was trying to build a tunnel between the evil abyss and the living world, and he could not allow that to happen. He knew very well what lives in the abyss, and how terrible the thing was. Nothing can compare to a spirit king when it comes to murders and killing. A single spirit king has enough power to crush every life in a 30-mile radius. Only those who had achieved sacred state could defeat a spirit king, but those people were nothing more than legends. "A spirit?" Huawei asked, shocked. "You know about them?" Anfi asked. "No," Huawei said, shaking his head. "But I've read about them." "How did you discover them?" "You will find out later," Anfi said, shaking his head. "Huawei, how much do you know about spirits? Does it have anything to do with necromancers?" "I don't know, but I know that puppet earlier was a failure, or else you wouldn't have discovered it so easily. It seemed like those necromancers have not mastered the art of creating puppets yet." "Which means they are actively practicing it," Christian said slowly. "This one may be a failure, but the next one may not be." Chapter 239, The Threat of Having a War. Huawei opened his mouth and tried to respond to Christian. He swallowed whatever he was trying to say after he looked around. Anfi saw Huawei's reaction, but did not say anything. "Anfi, didn't you say you want to catch ermines? Did you get them?" Nia asked out of curiosity. "No." Anfi shook his head. He looked upset and disappointed. He still could not figure out how ermines disappeared. Nia heaved a long sigh. "We used to have such a very peaceful life. We did not have to worry about anything. I don't know what happened this year. Troubles have come one after another. It is so annoying." After Nia finished talking, everyone smiled bitterly. Nia was right. They had peaceful lives in Sacred City before. They only had to focus on practicing magic. Since they escaped from Sacred City, they kept running into all kinds of trouble. It seemed like they had experienced a whole life's worth of troubles in a year, just one after another. Anfi, it is all your fault, Nia suddenly complained with a playful tone. What did I do? Anfi asked. Since you came to my house, all kinds of troubles have been finding their way to us. You have jinxed us. Nia's words sounded a little harsh. If she had not been smiling or people did not know her personality, her words could have caused conflict between her and Anfi. My princess, I do not want to run around every day either. I don't think you should blame me. Anfi did not know if he should laugh or cry. He was a very forgiving person. He did not take Nia's words seriously. I am blaming you, Nia said. You cannot blame Anfi for that, Blavi said. It was Mari's. He was too devious. Mari's and Melinda set Anfi up. After they were kicked out of our professor's house, they even took Zeta back to cause troubles for us. If Anfi and others did not fight back, we would probably have been killed. Oh, right, did Mari's die? I was too nervous and forgot to check on him, Riska said. He should be dead. I saw Zeta thrusting his sword hard at him. There was no way he could survive from it, Blavi said. Zeta was so cruel. He actually aimed at Anfi after Mari's. I bet Mari's did not think Zeta would kill him to attack Anfi, Riska said. Ha ha ha. Why couldn't he think of that? Blavi snorted. Zeta was so devious. There was nothing he dared not do. He felt he had Philip behind him. Blavi hated Zeta with passion. As Saul's student, he was popular among young men. No one thought Zeta would attack him without any concern and almost killed him without giving the consequences any thought. It was such a humiliation for Blavi. He would never forget it. Blavi was right. Zeta was the worst one among the 4 troubles in Sacred City, Riska said. 4 troubles? People just made that up. Stop spreading rumors, Christian said, standing up immediately and glancing at Nia since she was one of the 4 troubles. What Christian said made some sense. The so-called 4 troubles were just 4 unrelated people who had been lumped together. There was no reason behind it. It just sounded fun. It spread from mouth to mouth, and now everyone knew about it. In fact, Nia only liked to play some pranks. She had nothing in common with the other 3. She was an angel compared with the other 3 troubles. 4 troubles? Who are they? Nia asked in curiosity. Everyone was caught off guard by her question. No one thought Nia had never heard of this saying. However, thinking about it again, it did make some sense that she did not hear about it before. No one would pass this information to Nia. If they did, they were just looking for trouble themselves. People like Zeta, Christian tried to change topic right away. Zeta had given us so much trouble. When I saw Anfi beating Mari's and Zeta, I felt great. If it were me, I would have fought them as well. Yes, if I were not restrained by the anti-magic bracelets, I could have helped Anfi to give them a lesson, Riska said angrily. I did not get to see it. Blavi looked upset. He had been in a coma and did not get to see that awesome fight. Anfi's sword skills were already very good back then. It was awesome to see Anfi's foot sword fight with Zeta. Feller said with a smile. Did he fight with his feet? Blavi opened his eyes wide open. He tossed the sword up and kicked the shaft. The sword shot at Zeta, Feller said. Anfi was good with the sword. Didn't you notice even Ernest and Moorich were interested in his sword skills? Christian commented with a smile. Hold on. We should talk about necromancers right now. Why are you guys talking about me? Anfi helplessly waved his hand. They were really off topic. You guys can continue your talk. I am feeling a little sleepy. Nia stood up with a playful smile. Nia's personality was just like this. No matter what difficulty she was facing, she still could smile as long as she had someone to rely on. Her personality was not bad. She was optimistic, which kept her healthy and could help her live a long life. Anfi, on the other hand, could not be optimistic. He had been thinking that problems were way serious than they should have been. In everything, he used to plan for the worst. He did not want to act this way, but life forced him to. Okay, you guys should go have some rest. Riska and Blavi, can you be on watch for the first half of the night? I will take over for the second half, Anfi said in a low voice. Sure. Riska and Blavi nodded together. Everybody started to walk out. Anfi gave Christian a look to ask him to stay and then he called, Huawei, can you stay for a second? Huawei shrugged and walked back. He took a seat on a chair. There were only 4 people left in the room. Anfi signaled Susanna to close the door and said quietly, Huawei, do you want to tell us something? Huawei hesitated for a second before he started speaking. I talked about servants of death on purpose. I was trying to help you out back then. In fact, those necromancers cannot make servants of death. I think it was a new puppet spell instead of Servants of Death. Why do you say this? Anfi asked. Because I know some of the history of the puppet spell of Servants of Death. There was a terrifying agent in the blood of Servants of Death. The Servants of Death could not turn regular people into their same kind until they put their blood into a regular person's bodies. Once this kind of agent disappeared, they could not make any Servant of Death anymore. Anfi and Christian looked at each other without saying anything. Christian, you made necromancers sound too terrifying. In fact, necromancers could be very weak, Hueco said with a smile. I have a wide range of interests. I want to know a little bit about everything. I spent some time on death magic before. Luckily, I was able to pull myself out from it before I committed myself to death magic. I did not make necromancers sound terrifying. You are making them sound too simple, Christian said with a shake of his head. What do you mean? Hueco did not sound too happy. You only obtained very superficial knowledge of death magic, but you have not turned into one of the necromancers. You do not really know about them, Christian said. Do you know about them? Hueco asked. I think you could tell Moerich was very nervous when I mentioned Servants of Death. Do you think he worried about one or a few puppets? If you think that way, you are so wrong. He was worried about the habit of necromancers. Habit? Anfi and Hueco asked at the same time. When death magic had just appeared,